I'm Sonal Khetarpal, Senior Associate Editor at India Today magazine and your host for the event. Today's conclave holds special significance as it commemorates 70 years of diplomatic ties between India and Japan. Throughout the day, we will delve into various aspects of our relationship from geopolitics and trade to business, technology, development, and culture, setting the stage for a high growth agenda. The collaboration between Japanese and Indian companies in transformative projects like the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train and infrastructure development in the Northeast is a testament to the strengthening ties between our nations. Against this backdrop of deepening strategic alliances, the second Indo Japan Conclave serves as a fitting platform for dialogue. To this end, the event has brought together policymakers, diplomats, officials from Japanese companies in India, investors, experts, to deliberate, discuss, and chart the course for an enhanced strategic and global partnership between the two Asian giants. Before we begin, I would also like to take a quick moment to express our gratitude to those who have made this event possible, our sponsors. Presented by Maruti Suzuki, Social Innovation Partner NEC, Partner Larsen & Toubro, Associate Sponsor Government of Uttarakhand, Technology Partner Hitachi, Partner State Tamil Nadu, and Celebration Partner Radico. To our esteemed audience, thank you for taking time out to join us today. We also encourage you to share your thoughts and experience about the event on social media using the hashtag IndoJapanConclave. Now, without further delay, let me invite onto the stage the Honorable Union Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Mr. R.K. Singh, Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India, along with India Today Group's Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Arun Puri, and our Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chenappa, to light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate this conclave. Can I have a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you, Mr. Singh and Suzuki-san, for participating in the opening ceremony. I would request Raj and the Minister to remain with us on stage. And I'm also inviting Anilesh Mahajan, our Deputy Editor at India Today, to join us on the dais. Now let me ask Raj to kickstart this power-packed event with his introductory remarks. Raj.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. R.K. Singh, Union Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India, Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, the India Today Group, distinguished speakers and friends. I'm delighted to welcome you to the second India Today Japan Conclave. And we are honored that Mr. Singh is delivering the keynote address. Mr. Singh has many avatars. He was one of India's most seasoned bureaucrats and a former Union Home Secretary. Then he became a politician and has won twice from Bihar as an elected Lok Sabha member, one in 2014 and the other in 2019 from Ara in Bihar. I hope I pronounced that right. And then he became a union minister in 2017, handling the Power and Renewable Energy Ministry, and also later the portfolio of skill development for 2 years. He's highly respected for his performance. So let's give the minister a very warm round of applause. Mr. Singh, as my colleague was mentioning, this is India Today's second India-Japan conclave. Last year we held it, celebrating 70 years of India-Japan partnership and ties. And in the second conclave, we hope to move the ball considerably forward, whether it's in geopolitics, commerce, and industry, energy, which you handle, high technology, and culture. Just to give you a little background, bilateral trade between India and Japan is close to $22 billion, but experts feel that it hasn't lived up to its potential. I hope the ambassador agrees with me. There's a lot more to be done. India was Japan's 18th largest trading partner, while Japan was India's 13th largest trading partner. In terms of investment, Japan is the 5th largest FDI investor with a cumulative investment of close to $39 billion in the last 20 years. There are something like 4,900 business establishments in India with in terms of Indian companies in Japan, over 100 of them. Last year, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida pledged that Japan would invest $42 billion in India for the next 5 years. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi summed up his vision of this relationship with the 3 Ps: progress, prosperity, and partnership. The endeavor is that by 2030, both these countries would become in the top 10 trading partners with each other, rather than behind that. So in this seminar, we're going to look at 5 key areas. Geopolitics, of course, because of the global disorder, but the fact that India and Japan have got closer, whether it's the Quad, whether the Indo-Pacific interest that we have, keeping it open. I'm going quickly. Then, of course, the second is infrastructure with transport, which my colleague mentioned. The third is the high-tech region and semiconductors, and where we can collaborate. Japan is good at hardware. We're great at software, but we are combining our forces on that. The power of 2. The fourth is supply chain resilience. And the fifth is the area that you are looking at, Mr. Singh, which is clean energy cooperation. And just last year, India-Japan signed this major clean energy partnership that looked to expand the relations. There has been an energy dialogue since 2007, but this is a quantum leap, and this is where the big opportunity lies. So, Mr. Singh, you very kindly agreed to begin with a fireside chat. Let's look at the clean energy partnership. Where are the areas you think India could benefit, particularly if you're looking at hydrogen? Japan has advanced research on that. Which are the key areas you would be focusing as minister, given the fact that we've entered into this clean energy partnership?
Right. What we have done is that we've become a world leader insofar as renewables are concerned. Our total non-fossil capacity today is 186,000 megawatts, 186 gigawatts. And I have 99 gigawatts under construction. So we were the first country to achieve its NDCs in terms of adding renewables. We had pledged that we'll have 40% of our capacity coming from non-fossils by 2030. We reached that target in 2021. And we are the fastest growing, outside of China, the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world. And we've emerged as the favorite destination for investments. Whatever capacity is being added through open bids. And all those bids are hotly contested. Every major company in the world, or every major fund in the world is invested here through different companies. So investments are coming. All my capacities, I haven't had to invest a single paisa. Now, so I see this as a great opportunity for the Japanese companies to also come and compete. It's a very competitive field. Bloomberg categorized us as the most attractive market for renewables, for investments in renewables. That's what Bloomberg categorized us as. So we are growing, and I would tell the ambassador that this is a great opportunity for the Japanese companies also to come and compete. We are also setting up manufacturing capacities. We came out, we had about 20 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity of cells and modules. We came out with a production-linked incentive. As a result of that, we have now about 48,000 megawatts of manufacturing capacity, right from polysilicon to modules, the whole value chain being set up in India. So the Japanese companies can participate in that also. On green hydrogen, again, we have emerged as one of the biggest manufacturers in the world. I mean, that's no hyperbole. We have 7.8 million tons of green hydrogen manufacturing capacity at different stages. So we shall be the biggest manufacturers of green hydrogen and green ammonia in the world. And our prices will be the most competitive because our renewable energy prices are the most competitive. My renewable energy price is about setting up a capacity, 1 megawatt capacity of solar costs you about $600,000. That's the cheapest in the world, anywhere in the world. And we have a huge and a robust grid capable of transferring 116,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. So we put the infrastructure in place. So this is the place to come and invest. Please do. And if Japan will be looking for a lot of green hydrogen and green ammonia, they won't get it cheaper than anywhere, from us. So we should be the preferred, country from which they buy green hydrogen and green ammonia. And our developers, they are sort of tying up orders all around the world. I think they have been in conversation with Japanese companies also. We are discussing an agreement under the UNFCCC, clause 6.2, for the sort of trade in green hydrogen and green ammonia. So I believe that agreement is near finalization. Once that happens, then what will happen is that we've also said that those countries or those companies which buy green hydrogen, green ammonia from us will be agreeable for giving them a part of the carbon credits. So that agreement, once it happens, that will also facilitate Japan getting carbon credits. We are in a good place, and our economy is surging, our demand is surging, so it will keep growing at 7% for the next 2-3 decades. So I am quite sure that your companies will be interested. And we have the technology. So this manufacturing capacities which are being set up, and they are being set up by countries which have got into partnerships with countries around the world. And the modules, etc., which are going to be manufactured are going to be one of the most advanced modules with efficiencies plus 24% plus, which is fairly good.
Mr. Singh, as we all understand that Prime Minister is on his way to Dubai and he'll be attending the COP28 discussion soon, and you'll be joining the COP28 delegation sooner. Sir, I wanted to understand from you that you have given us a roadmap that India will be adding 80 gigawatts of thermal and coal-based, especially capacities. There is a global pressure on India to cut down the coal and phase down the coal and coal-based capacity. We also understand that Prime Minister and you and Environment Minister is making this plea that India is into a developing phase and they require the thermal capacities. But that also requires a cleaner coal combustion and cleaner process. So how are you placing things? And I'm sure many of the Japanese investors, they are looking at the efforts you are making. So can you help us in understanding this?
And just a quick to make the problem so urgent, we know that Delhi has had the worst month in terms of air quality index, one of the worst polluting things. So what is being done as well when you look at it and the urgency for that from our side?
Okay, the 2-3 questions rolled into one. One is about the pressure on coal. Now, let me tell you that there can't be any pressure on us. Why? Because the rate of our energy transition is one of the fastest in the world. Our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the global average. The whole battle which the world is waging, that battle is about reducing emissions. Now, my emissions are 2.19 tons per capita per year. The global average is about 6 tons, 6.8 tons per capita per year. So who has to reduce emissions? Tell me that. The discussion has to be about reducing emissions. How I do it is my business, but my per capita emissions are already very low. It's for the developed countries whose per capita emissions are 2 times, 3 times the global average to bring down their emissions. Now that is what this discussion in COP has to be about. About who is emitting at the highest rates, and those countries will need to bring down their emissions fast. Now, it is high time that the developed world and the world as one attack this central problem, which is that of emissions. Where the emissions come from, whether they come from petroleum, whether they come from coal, whether they come from gas, is irrelevant. I may be burning 1 kilogram of coal and emitting X, and somebody may be burning the 100 liters of diesel and emitting 3x. The question is, how much is he emitting? Because what is causing the global rise in temperature is the emissions. That is the main thing. And our emissions are one of the lowest in the world. So nobody sort of can pressurize us. And basically our attempt always has been to bring back the focus on where it should be. And that is emissions reduction. And those who are emitting at the highest rate need to reduce their emissions first. The overall situation is what? The overall situation is that if you want to limit the global rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees, the available carbon space left is just 250 gigatons. That's it. And the world is emitting at the rate of 53 gigatons a year. Now that gives us 5 years at this rate. That gives us just 5 years. Now if you want to remain below that limit, then on an average, the global citizen should not be emitting more than 6 tons per year. We are emitting only 2.19. But there are countries whose citizens, where the per capita emissions are 12, 13, 20, 21. They need to bring down their emissions quickly. The emissions have to be brought down to 6 gigatons, 6 tons per capita per year within 5 years, as soon as possible. And of course, the developing countries need space to develop. So the developed countries have to bring down their emissions much faster. So the discussion is not about coal. That is a diversion. It's a dangerous diversion, adopted by some developed countries to, shift the focus away from their emissions. It doesn't matter where the emissions coming from. So don't get diverted by that. I don't get diverted by it. And I tell all my negotiators that don't get diverted by it. I wrote a paper on it and gave it to my negotiators that make sure that you don't get diverted by this. So that's a diversionary tactic, that discussion on coal. Now, yes, I'm adding 80 gigawatts of coal. Why? Because my demand is growing. That's great news. My demand is growing, it grew at 20%. Can you imagine? This huge country, my established capacity is 415,000 megawatts. That's my established capacity. And my demand grew at 20% in August, September, October. In the first half of November, it grew at 8%. Now, I am going to be, why did it grow? It grew for 2 reasons. One, because our economy is booming, and that's great. The surest indication of a booming economy is what? A rise in consumption of electricity, a rise in consumption of energy. So this is the surest sign of a booming economy. And the other, of course, is that we connected 29 million homes, achieving universal access in what the International Energy Agency called the fastest and the largest expansion of access ever in the history of the world. So 2 reasons. And I aim to meet that. I'm not going to compromise on that. I aim to meet that demand. And I shall meet it. The growth will not stumble or stagger for want of energy. Be very clear in mind. I am very clear in my mind. So if it requires adding it required adding 80 gigawatts, so I am adding 80 gigawatts. But still, despite this, the thermal capacity, the share of thermal capacity in my current portfolio, which is right now for about 57%, 57%, will come down to 35% by 2030, because I am adding renewables at a faster pace. Imagine 186 gigawatts established and 99 gigawatts. A gigawatt is 1,000 megawatts. 99,000 megawatts under installation. By 2030, I'll have 65% of my capacity from non-fossils. And I'll still be the lowest emitter in the world. So thank you. Yeah.
I just one additional question. When we're talking about, fair enough, India does need thermal power to meet its requirements. We are one of the lowest per capita things. The concern is that many of these thermal plants are around cities like Delhi.
And last question, yeah.
Yes, and why can't we, for instance, both clean coal technology as well as flue gas emissions,
Agreed.
can we control it?
Agreed. That last point I missed out.
Yeah.
You see, that environment. Now, we are concerned about the environment. Now, we have environmental standards. Any thermal power plant which does not conform to the environmental standards are shut down without any compunction. They have to meet the environmental standards. And basically, the world talks about unabated coal capacity. All my coal capacity is abated. It has mechanisms for absorbing or harmful emissions, and we are adding to that. Now, we are adding to that at an expense of almost about 50 lakhs per megawatt, or 50 to 60 lakhs per megawatt. So, we are adding to our emission control mechanism. So, by and large, in fact, I commissioned a survey by IIT Delhi to look at the pollutions in the vicinity of the thermal power plants. And the pollution in the vicinity of thermal power plants was no different from the pollution elsewhere. That's how good our abatement is. That survey is still on. And Raj, I will share it with you. I'll share the findings.
Some water for you.
I'll share the findings with you.
Pani de Sak.
Right.
Please.
That is the remnant of.
Yeah, I know. All of us are suffering, and let's blame it on pollution.
I had gone to the northeast,
Okay.
so I caught a cold.
But just to pursue without, there was a commitment in the national capital region that out of the 11 thermal power plants, they would all move towards the flue gas disposals that would bring the sulfur emissions and nitrogen things down. A recent survey showed only 2 of them did, and one of the issues is that there doesn't seem to be availability of what is called FGDs, these flue gas disposers that are there. Can you see 2 questions? One, clean coal technology. Do you see collaboration with Japan or anything? 2, in FGDs, can we diversify from, say, China and others? And is there scope to collaborate on this front?
Raj, you see that FGD, this emissions control looks at the whole range of emissions. Now, FGD is only one part of that. FGD is essential for those countries where the sulfur content in coal is high. The sulfur content in our coal is one of the lowest in the world. It is not really very necessary because our SO2 concentrations in the vicinity of plants are not very high. But nonetheless, we decided that we shall do it. So we are doing that. We are adding that FGD. But the other emission control mechanisms are there. So as I said, I'll share it with you. That what the survey has said. This is a survey by the Indian Institute of Technology in Delhi, and they are independent. Right? They are independent. So we are very conscious of that. In fact, the couple of plants we shut down in Delhi because they had become old and they didn't have the space for adding that essential pollution control mechanisms. So we are very conscious about it.
And the technology part, do you think there could be collaboration with Japan on some of the thing, or you see other areas of collaboration?
You spoke about Delhi. You see, what needs to be done, of course, always, that's the professional approach always is to see as to what the composition of the the pollutants is and where it is coming from. That analysis has to be done. Now, if you look at the analysis which is available in the open domain, analysis of the pollutants in Delhi, a large quantum of the pollutants are because of our vehicular traffic. So we need to electrify very quickly our mobility. A large quantum of our composition of the pollutants which are burdening us in Delhi. The second largest, of course, is the dust. And we need to switch over from manual cleaning to vacuum cleaning. Instead of people using brooms to they only sort of throw more dust than they clean. And part, of course, comes from industrial. As far as our contribution is concerned, I don't think that our contribution is really very much. It would be not more than a contribution of the thermal power plants, because whatever thermal power plants are here, they are very well abated. So our contribution not be more than what 7-8%.
RK Singh Sahab, there is another criticism which environmentalists make is about the life extension given to the 39 gigawatt of your, those power plants which were about to retire. And, you have your own logics that, they provide you cheaper electricity. But, that requires investments also to upgrade them and so.
Unless, actually, the focus is, why we have done it is because we are optimistic. Now, we are optimistic because we feel that sooner or later, storage will become viable. You see, you can't phase out fossil fuels unless you have nuclear, because you need round-the-clock renewable energy, or the storage becomes viable. So that's the story. You see, all these people, the developed countries who talk very glibly about, the energy transition, etc., they do not speak the full facts to you, and therefore they don't speak in front of me. They're generally on the defensive. They really don't speak the full facts to you. You can't have energy transition unless storage is viable. Now, these people have been talking about, these developed countries have been talking about energy transition right since Kyoto, and they've done nothing about it. If they were serious about it, they would have invested in storage. The total storage manufacturing capacity in the world is just about 24 gigawatts or something like that. When I came out with why is storage essential? Because the sun shines only during the day. You need power at night as well. The wind blows at some times, it doesn't blow at other times. So without storage, you don't have round-the-clock renewable energy. If you don't have round-the-clock energy, you can't function. So then you either have coal or gas or nuclear or whatever. That's plain and simple. That's the plain and simple fact of it. Now, we have coal, we use coal. Other countries have gas, they use gas. Some countries have shale, they use shale. Some countries use heavy oils, whose pollutants are more than the coal. I mean, the natural gas has more methane emissions associated with it than coal. And methane is about 80 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide. 80 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide. These are problems they won't tell you about it. So they talk about energy transition. We are a leader in energy transition, but that won't meet the requirement. So you need thermal power. But we are optimistic. We are optimistic that we are going to add to the volumes. We are optimistic that the price of storage will come down. Why? Because we believe that we had, we had a PLI for storage, production linked incentive for storage. We are setting up storage manufacturing capacities. I am also having bids for acquiring storage capacities. I had a bid for about 1,000 megawatt hours of storage, which was one of the largest bids in the world. The rate came to 10 rupees per kilowatt hour. 2.5 rupees for making 1 unit of electricity, 10 rupees for storing it for one hour. Just imagine. So we believe that in time, as we add volumes, and as the world adds volumes for storage, and as the volumes increase, the prices will come down. So that's why we are not going in. We want to extend the life of these plants, so that I don't have to replace them with new plants. A new plant will last another 40 years. Now, I believe that in the next 10 to 15 years, maybe 10 years, the price of storage would have come down such that we can have round-the-clock renewable energy, in which case these plants I can close. That's why life extension.
Just since you mentioned storage, one of the key things, whether in solar, wind, is the fact of storage. And you mentioned also, at night times you don't get it. We need to store this energy and then disperse the excess energy that is there. Since we're in India-Japan Forum, what are the collaborations you think India could work with Japan on storage, batteries, and others, as well as on solar and wind? Where can we synergize each other, share our, in the partnership that we have?
That's one of the items which has been included in the Clean Energy Partnership, storage. So this we intend to take forward. Again, your companies won't find a bigger market outside of China. So we are again coming out with a production linked incentive for setting up storage manufacturing here. So let your companies come and compete. We will have storage capacities. I mean, we are not going to sort of compromise with that. We'll have storage manufacturing capacities in our country, and your companies are welcome to bid. You see, I mean, India is a huge, huge country, and for us, supply chain issues are critical. Right now, 80%, 90%, in fact, 88% to be precise, of the storage is manufactured in one country. Where? China.
Yep.
90% of the lithium processing is located in one country. Where? China. They have tied up almost 80% of the lithium resources around the world. So we are in discussions with our partner countries, Quad, etc., to tie up lithium resources there. I mean, God has been kind. We have found some lithium in our country. These are minerals of the future: lithium, cobalt, etc. And the supply chain for these has been skewed. Because some country went and sort of preempted the rest of the world. But supply chain issues have come to the fore, and we are very careful with that. And that's why Make in India.
And therefore, to take that forward, India has bid for this China +1 in terms of the supply chains across the world. Where do you see our playing a role, since we're going to be one of the largest renewable energy things? How can we provide, not just take from the world, but provide for the world?
Yes. In fact, we've already started exporting efficient modules to the United States. We are we are emerging as one of the bigger exporters of efficient solar modules to the United States. We are going to have a capacity of 100 gigawatts of manufacturing capacity in the solar cells and modules. And out of that, only about 40-50 gigawatts will be required by us. The remaining 40-50 is for our friends. Yeah. And India has always been a reliable partner, will always be a reliable partner, will always be a reliable country from where you can source your requirements. Store this or hydrogen, electrolyzers. We are going to come out with a bid for setting up manufacturing capacity for electrolyzers. Again, companies from all over the world are welcome.
So if the sun rises in Japan, the sun can set here and we can do the rest of this. Anilesh?
So most of the global investors, they want reliable electricity, and they always see, as many of the states where they want to set up things. Electricity is as a major component, and we all know that you have done execution of the reforms. Help us in understanding that how do you see DISCOM behaving in next 5 years, and especially are they stabilized, are their finances stabilized,
yes,
or their projections stabilized? What is your view on this?
Thank you, Anilesh. I mean, you do the focus on a very critical thing. Now, so what has happened? Let me tell you what has happened. What has happened is that in 2015, the availability of power in rural areas was about 12 hours. Today, it is 22 hours. That includes agriculture. And incidentally, the supply to agriculture is restricted to 8 hours a day because they need it for 8 hours a day. So 22 hours, from 12 hours to 22 hours in rural areas. In urban areas, 23.5 hours. We have made generators history. We have made inverters history. So by doing what? We added capacity, 190,000 odd megawatts. We connected the whole country into one grid, which can transfer 116,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. This is the largest single integrated grid in the world. And we are adding, strengthening again and again by adding more and more green energy corridors, etc. So we are enhancing the capacity. You won't get this anywhere. You apply for connectivity today, you will get connectivity within 60 days, 90 days. In other countries, you apply for connectivity. In the United States, you apply for connectivity, you will have to wait for 2.5 years, 3 years. In Europe, you will have to wait for 3 years. So that's how we made it. We made it more. So we make electricity enough. We transfer electricity. We strengthened the distribution systems by spending 210,000 crores. We added 3,000 new substations, upgraded almost about 4,000 substations. About 8.5 lakh circuit kilometers of HT lines, LT lines we added, and hundreds and thousands of transformers, additional transformers we've added around the country, and that's what's made this possible. Now the key point, which was what Anilesh mentioned, that was the key, and that's the viability of the distribution companies. The viability of the distribution companies, the viability of the power sector was shaky when I joined, absolutely shaky. The outstanding dues of generation companies were in the region of almost about 135 1,000 crores. I mean, 1,35,000 crores. That was the outstanding dues. And the CNC losses of the distribution companies were in the region of 23%. That was in 2014. Today, the AT&C losses have been brought down to about 15.5%. A reduction of 8%. That's the AT&C losses have been brought down. The outstanding dues of 1,35,000 crores has been pared down to 60,000 crores. And that's the legacy dues. The current payments are all up to date. So our discoms have become very viable. And that's why you will find that the shares of all our companies are going up. And every generator is making huge profit. Every generator is making huge. So our shares are going higher and higher. And this will remain. Why? Because we have hardwired it. Now, if a distribution company does not pay for the power which it has drawn, its connectivity to the market gets automatically cut off. That's automatic. No human intervention. So nobody can intervene. If a state announces, like, some state announces 100 units free, 200 units free, they have to pay for it. The subsidy has to be paid, otherwise the subsidy will not be passed on. If a distribution company is making losses and they don't have a roadmap for reducing the losses subscribed to by the government, the state government has to sign on it, the cabinet has to pass it, and they have to file it with us, they will not be able to get any financing from REC and PFC. We have revised the prudential norms. And then we wrote to all the banks that revise your prudential norms for lending according to this. So, and then we also provided for some carrots. An additional borrowing space of 0.5% of the GDP if you are taking steps to reduce your losses. So carrot and stick, it has worked.
Excellent. I think we run out of time. So I'm just going to circle right back to India, Japan. And since you mentioned China and the way it has captured some of the key resources, do you see, since we're cutting down on China's exports, do you see Japan substituting a lot of that? Where do you see the potential for Japan to come in place of China, and we vice versa towards...
Japan is a close and valued partner. You see, our strategic interests coincide. Without missing any words, our strategic interests are common, absolutely common. They don't coincide, they are common. We have the same world view insofar as this region is concerned. So, for us, Japan is a valued friend, brother, whatever you call it. And we both face the same challenges. So, we are together. And the Japanese have always been very good, very friendly with us. They've always invested in India. Now, I'm quite sure that their investments will increase. And as far as sourcing is concerned, I would expect, as a close friend, that Japan sort of sources its requirements from us rather than from other countries. So other countries may be closer geographically, but I think we are closer insofar as interests are concerned.
And one final question we have, sir, which Analesh is also, is since we're in the midst of COP28, you're going to land up there, there's this global stock taking. What will be India's position over there when it looks at the commitments it's made as well as what it expects from the world?
We have actually achieved our commitments, whatever commitments we made, well in advance. We are the only country which did that. For example, we had committed that we'll reduce our emissions intensity by 33%, despite the fact that our emissions are one of the lowest. And we achieved that in 2019. Just imagine that. So again, we have upped our ambition. We've said that we'll reduce our emissions intensity by 45% by 2030. We shall achieve that. We shall achieve that because we have programs for that. We have launched those programs, whether it is for the industry, which is Perform, Achieve, Trade. Now that's a world-leading program, in which we set targets for the industries, and if they overachieve, they get energy saving certificates. Now they'll get carbon credits, and if they underachieve, they have to pay a penalty or they have to buy ESCs. Now that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions by almost 107 million tons per annum already. So we have programs like that. We have programs for efficient, appliances. In the star rating program. That's our program.
We have India's met its commitments well in advance.
We'll achieve.
But what do you expect from the rest? When you go there, what will be India's...
What we expect is very simple.
Big takeaway you want from there?
Raj, it's not only us. it's the rest of the world. It's the rest of the world. What the developed countries need to do, and this is the voice of the global south. This is the voice of the developing world. The developed countries are emitting at a faster pace than any other country. Their emissions are 3 times the global average. They need to bring down their emissions. Now let me give you a figure. Right. You know, the total carbon dioxide load, which has caused this 1.1 rise in temperature, which has already happened, 80% of that has been contributed by the developed countries, whose population is 1/3. If you take 1/3 of the global population, they have contributed 80% of the legacy carbon dioxide load on the atmosphere.
So would you call
and
for
our contribution is only 3%, even though our population is 17%. So basically, even this 53 tons, which are gigatons, which are being spewed out every year, now 2/3 of that is coming from where? From developed countries. They need to bring down their emissions. That's the voice of the global south.
In the last COP27, one point. The last COP27, India had pushed, they were asking for a phase out of coal. We pushed and got a phase down.
That's a diversion, Raj.
That's right. But here, in terms of overall fossil fuels, are you going to push for a phase down of that or a phase out of fossil fuels?
My take is very simple, and that's what I have told all my interlocutors within our country and outside. My take is that let's not go into fuels or whatever. The end result is what we are looking at, as to how much you are emitting, right? Because it's the emissions which are causing the global rise in temperature. So if you are emitting at a certain rate, which is 3 times the global average, you need to bring down those emissions. How you bring it down, we shall leave to you. You can use CCUS. You can replace your fossil fuel feedstock with green feedstock. There are a number of ways. The end result which we are looking for from developed countries is, please bring down your emissions. That's what the dialogue has to be about.
These developed countries, they also control funds as well as access to technology. So are you also putting pressure on them that they should also ease out, the finances of
We keep saying that. Unless we keep saying that. But now the situation has changed. We don't need funds for ourselves. I mean, thank the Lord, we are getting investments. I haven't had to ask anybody for funds. I'm getting investment. Now, but the other developing countries need funds. If you want Africa to transition, how can you expect Africa to transition? They don't even have access. You have 733 million people in Africa who don't have access to electricity. Can you believe it? And the world is not thinking about that. And the world is talking about energy transition. Talk about access. And they won't get access without money. And this the developed countries who caused this global warming in the first place to contribute.
Mr. Singh, we have taken a lot of your time. Thank you very much for being speaking with candor. Let's give him a very warm round of applause on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today. That was a session full of insights and perspectives around the politics of coal and how India per capita carbon emissions are significantly lower as compared to the global average. Now I'd like to invite India Today Group's Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Arun Puri, to join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to the esteemed Minister.
तो उस दौरान पे ये लैपटॉप हम बंद कर सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ, पर फिर मैं Our next session delves into another imperative topic, India and Japan in 2030, with a focus on the 7 decades of collaboration between the two countries. to discuss the promise and strategies to deepen the ties between the two countries. I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan to India, to give the keynote address. Suzuki-san, the floor is yours. Do you need to place your laptop here? Oh, okay.
His Excellency Mr. R.K. Singh, Union Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, who just left. Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director of India Today. Distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to such a wonderful event. I extend my deepest gratitude to India Today Group for organizing such a wonderful event. Before I go into India-Japan relations, first I would like to congratulate India for its huge historic success of G20 summit. Actually, I served as G20 Sherpa, as Japan's Senior Deputy Foreign Minister for 2 years, before I arrived in India as Japan's ambassador a year ago. Now, frankly speaking, everybody expected that it would be quite difficult to get a consensus for the leaders' declaration. For all the reasons you know, the geopolitical situation surrounding Russia's invasion into Ukraine. However, India did it. Prime Minister Modi pulled it off. And this is such a strong, wonderful leadership. So this is really a historic achievement by the Indian presidency, and I extend my deepest respect to India's leadership. Now, in addition to this, from my viewpoint as having served as Japan's G20 Sherpa, I highly value the following 3 points. First is that Japan and India cooperated so closely. As you all know, Japan hosts the G7 presidency this year and India G20. So Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi personally talked to each other face to face G20. That's one. And second, New Delhi G20 summit tackled pressing issues such as energy security, food security, sustainable development goals, climate change, we just talked about, and international health security, just to mention a few. And third, but not in the least, India's presidency succeeded in making African Union as a formal member of the G20, which in my view enhanced democratic representation in the G20 in the global balance. So today we're going to have a full day on Indo Japan relations, thanks to the conclave organized by India Today. And as a tone setting, I would like to share with you the current status of Japan's special partnership with India, which is both strategic and global. It has 3 pillars. One is political and security pillar. Second pillar is economic and development assistance. And third, but not in the least, is culture and people-to-people exchange. And I will touch on these in this order. First, political and security. I have served Prime Minister Shinzo Abe for 7.5 years as his private secretary for diplomacy. And Prime Minister Abe had a rock-solid conviction that Japan and India, two countries, should play the leading role in securing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region and the entire world. Why? The reason is that Japan and India share fundamental values of freedom, democracy, rule of law, and our two countries share strategic interests, just as mentioned by Minister Singh. So, with this conviction, Prime Minister Abe delivered an address in 2007 in Delhi entitled Confluence of the Two Seas. And his vision laid out then became in later years became known as Free and Indo-Pacific. The Japan-India partnership was drastically pushed forward by two visionary leaders, Prime Minister Abe and Prime Minister Modi. Those two visionary leaders really propelled our partnership to a higher plane, both in terms of strategic aspects and global aspects. Now, Prime Minister Kishida he has decided to build on this foundation. So he's decided to follow the foreign policy orientation of Prime Minister Abe, and Prime Minister Kishida is working very hard to further expand our special strategic global partnership. To testify that, Prime Minister Kishida has visited India 3 times ever since he took office. First was March last year. This was his first bilateral visit overseas. And then the second time in March this year, again, as G7 presidency. And of course, third and the last time was at the G20 summit. Now, Prime Minister Modi also, around the same time frame, visited Japan 3 times. First is to attend the Quad summit in May last year. Second is to attend the state funeral of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And third and last time was back in May this year to attend the G7 Hiroshima Summit's outreach session. So you can see at the highest level, the coming and going of top leaders are very frequent. And of course, next year, India is slated to host the Quad Summit. And of course, Prime Minister Kishida will be visiting India again. So we look forward to his visit again. Security cooperation has been making great progress under our special partnership, strategic and global partnership. Now, last September in Tokyo, we held 2+2 meetings. You know, the two ministers, foreign minister and defense ministers. Now, joint exercises in all 3 services, ground, air, and sea. The joint exercises have been progressing very smoothly, and for the first time this year, Indian fighter jets, Sukhoi 30 MKI, flew all the way to India, and India and Japan had the first ever fighter jets joint exercise. This is another major step forward. Now, we all know that in the multilateral framework, Malabar exercise has been going on, but it has been steadily building up and making great progress. What is more, as a new development, in September this year, we had the first ever joint services staff talks in Tokyo. And this is really befitting today because in any military thinking planning, you have to integrate all the three services. So joint services status talks are very important. Now, looking ahead, in my view, the main challenge that India and Japan should tackle together is to address economic security. You know, nowadays, securities are not confined to just geopolitics. Economic security is very important because we all recognize the dire necessity to reduce our over-dependence on any one specific country. So important items such as semiconductor, critical minerals, emerging technologies, to just name a few. These are the important issues that India and Japan should engage with each other in a quiet discussion. And this kind of a quiet discussion, in my view, is not only mutually beneficial, but also strategically very important. Let me move on to the next pillar of economy. Now, the economic pillar, by and large, consists of business and investment, one, and development assistance on the other. Now, first, business and investment. JBIC, Japan Bank of International Cooperation, conducted a survey last year, and India toppled China as the #1 country where Japanese companies would see as promising country for overseas business over the next 3 years. That's one. And there is another survey. This one is conducted by JETRO, again last year, to Japanese companies operating in India. And more than 70% of the Japanese companies said they are thinking of expanding their activities in India. So those two surveys are telltale signs that what kind of huge expectations that Japanese companies are having towards India. Now, we all know that when Prime Minister Kishida visited Delhi in March last year, he agreed with Prime Minister Modi on this audacious target of 5-year, 5 trillion yen target of public and private investment and financing from Japan to India in the next 5 years. Now, this is Japanese 5 trillion yen. In today's exchange rate of dollar to 150 yen, this is roughly equivalent to $33 billion. Now, since the announcement, blue chip companies like Maruti Suzuki, Toyota Kirloskar, and Nippon Steel, which is investing in AMS India, they all came up with major new investments. So it has been 1.5 years since the two leaders announced this target, and I'm pleased to share with you that we are on track to achieve this target. Now, I have to also say that in order to further promote Japanese investment, coupled with the Japanese endeavors, we would like to see continued endeavors on the Indian side as well to improve enabling business investments. We can, I think there will be so many sessions, so many panelist speakers to talk on business, but here in Delhi, we have Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India, and every year they compile their requests, and we submit these requests to our Indian counterparts, And these are not just requests submitted every year, but what is important is we engage in two-way consultation based on this report. So we are working very hard on our end to try to improve business environment here in India. So we look forward to our Indian counterparts to match our efforts. Now, in terms of official development assistance, I am pleased to share with you that India is Japan's biggest recipient of yen loan. Last year, Japan extended about, in dollar terms, about $3.8 billion of equivalent of yen loan to India. And seen from India, of course, Japan is the largest bilateral donor. So roughly speaking, Japan's bilateral development assistance counts for about 1/4 of the entire world, another 1/4 from the World Bank, another 20% from the Asian Development Bank, and the rest are kind of dwarfed. So that's the sort of proportion that, so that you can see the overall picture. So Japan is doing so much to help India develop itself. And we all remember that 20 years ago, when Delhi Metro got inaugurated, it brought about Delhi Metro Revolution. So this followed the Maruti-Suzuki Revolution, which took place in the 80s. So 20 years after Delhi Metro created Delhi Metro Revolution, which was far-reaching, not just, metro, but it impacted the way of life. So many women came to, willing to go out and work. So after Delhi Metro, in addition to the Delhi Metro, Japan is helping build subways in other cities like Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. And on top of metros and many other projects, Japan is now moving forward with India, the flagship project of Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail. Now we are working, thank you. We are working with the spirit of one team, one project. And I hope that in not too distant future, I dream of Shinkansen running the beautiful continent of India. And I have high hopes that this will bring about third revolution, high-speed rail revolution to India. In the interest of time, let me move on. Another vision I want to share with you today is a plan that Prime Minister Kishida launched on creating a new industrial value chain in India's northeast. When Prime Minister Kishida came to Delhi, he not only had face-to-face discussion with Prime Minister Modi, but he also delivered an important address on new plans for free and open Indo-Pacific. And in his policy address, he specifically referred to India's northeast, and he placed as a major pillar in his new plan creating a new industrial value chain in the Bay of Bengal area, encompassing the wide area of India's northeast and Bangladesh. Now, JICA is developing a deep sea port in Matabali in Bangladesh. Please remember this name, Matabali Deep Sea Port. In 2027, this port will become commercially operational. At the same time, JICA is doing so many projects in the India's northeast for connectivity. They're building roads, they are building bridges. So Prime Minister Kishida's new plan of creating a new industrial value chain is to connect these two projects that JICA are doing in Bangladesh, in Matabali, and in the northeast. And on top of connectivity, this plan aims to invite investments. Investment is the key item. You have to somehow bring investment to Northeast. And with the new investment, generate new industry and to create new value chain. And this really is in the same orientation of Prime Minister Modi's Act East policy. Now, we have an example in ASEAN, what's called Southern Economic Corridor, which starts from Bangkok, going through Phnom Penh, finally reaching Ho Chi Minh City. It took 30 years for Japan and those countries to develop. So I'm hoping that since we have the experience and knowledge, I'm hoping that we can shorten the time. It cannot be done overnight, but I'm hopeful that we don't have to take another 30 years to create new industrial value chain. So please remember Matabali Deep Sea Port. Its opening is just around the corner from 4 years from now, and this will be the game changer. So the time to act is now. So to business leaders, please invest in India's northeast. Now, the third pillar that I want to discuss is people-to-people exchange. Now, as we have seen, in comparison with the political and security pillar and economic pillar, this people-to-people exchange pillar leaves so much potential to be developed. And actually, Prime Minister Modi, whenever we meet him together with the Prime Minister or any other visiting dignitaries, Prime Minister Modi always speaks very, very passionately about bringing more young Indian people to Japan to study, to get training, and to work. So we have, with the Japanese government, we have a framework for technical training and also for job opportunities. Now, those are technically called TITP and SSW. But anyway, TITP is for skill training, and SSW is for going to Japan for work. Now, everybody would agree that India's IT engineers are sought after world over. But as ambassador of Japan, I am identifying as top priority areas 4 areas: caregiving, agriculture, construction, hotel service. Because Indian people are so talented, not just in IT fields. So actually, there are already early success stories. For example, in Fukui Prefecture, one of the 47 prefectures, they have taken in more than 10 caregivers from India's northeast. And as a result, they brought their nursing homes running capacity back to the full. And they are loved by the elderly people, Japanese elderly people, because grandpa and grandma in Japan, they all say, oh, Indian caregivers are so cheerful, so kind, so caring. So as a result, they made a local news in Fukui Prefecture. Another example is agriculture. In Kochi Prefecture, this is another prefecture, they took in, for the first time, Indian people, and the company is so happy that the governor of Kochi Prefecture came to know. So the first two people actually met with the governor of Kochi. And now Kochi Prefecture is keen to introduce more Indian people to Kochi Prefecture. So my embassy, since all the work leading up to the G20 summit is thankfully over, we can devote more focus and more time in promoting young Indian people to go to Japan for skill training and job opportunities. So we have started a brand new endeavor to engage with each and every 47 Japanese prefectures online and explain the wonderful young Indian talented people's reserves, what they can do, and try to match potential demands with potential supply. This will take time, but in my view, this is the way forward. Now, another aspect I want to promote is university students. Now, I was surprised to find out when I came here as ambassador that Indian students studying in Japan are only 1,500 people, and it is dwarfed by the students studying from Nepal to Japan. It's 24,000. So 24,000 against 1,500. It's less than 1/10. And I couldn't understand why. India is a great country. India had so many young, talented students. So you know, I wanted to get to the bottom of it, and as a result, everybody said, you know, Ambassador, language is the biggest barrier. You know, Indian people are so fluent in speaking English, so naturally they want to go study in America or in UK or somewhere else in Europe. You know, not many people speak Japanese. But my submission is that India's people are so talented with languages. You know, from very little, you learn your father's language, your mother's language, and in addition, you learn English and Hindi. So learning one additional foreign language is relatively easy. That's my observation as ambassador in the last 1 year. And also in Japan, there has been a new development, I would say, in the last 10 years. That is, many universities came to offer degree courses in English. So if you want to take master's degree or PhD degrees in Japan, you don't have to speak Japanese. You can take all the courses in English and get master's or PhD degrees. So I want to, you know, raise the awareness of such a major change in Japan. So more and more Indian talented students want to come to Japan to study. You don't have to speak English to get master's or PhD in Japan because they offer all English courses. And tuitions are much less than, let's say, in America. So the embassy will tie up with the office of Tokyo University in Delhi, which is tasked by the Japanese Education Ministry to promote India's university and master's PhD students, potential students, going over to Japan to study. So we will try to have more communication with young people. Last and final is the tourism. This year is the Japan-India Tourism and Exchange Year. And I just want to share with you that if you are students, you can get a visa relatively easy because we have a relaxed scheme for acquiring visa for university students, graduate students, and alumni of within 3 years after graduation in India. They can just submit certificate of student status or certificate of graduation instead of cumbersome financial documents. So that way you can get visas for short-term stay with the purpose of tourism. So I am calling on young Indian students to utilize this relaxed visa scheme. Please go visit Japan and see with your own eyes many aspects of Japan. Japan has so many attractive culture. Anime, manga, ramen, sushi, what have you. In addition to great opportunities to go there and study. So I think my time is up. So this hopefully will provide a basis for today's one-day-long, fully packed, interesting, stimulating seminar. And I hope really that through today's Indo Japan Conclave, our Japan-India special partnership, which is both strategic and global, will expand and will be pushed into yet higher plane in all three pillars. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzuki-san, for sharing with us how Japan is working with India and also several examples of other partnerships, potential partnerships. I request you to just please stay on stage now and extend an invitation to Mr. Arvind Saxena, CMO at NEC Corporation India, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Thank you.
Of SUVs. The #1 makers of SUVs.
But before that, let me take this moment to thank our sponsors, presented by Maruti Suzuki, Social Innovation Partner NEC, Partner Larsen & Toubro, Associate Sponsor Government of Uttarakhand, Technology Partner Hitachi, State Partner Tamil Nadu, and Celebration Partner Radico. Now, without further ado, let's transition to this session where we will explore how Indian musicians have been collaborating with their Japanese counterparts and delve into the similarities between the music of the two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to sitar maestro and composer Pandit Shubhendra Rao. Can I have a round of applause for him, sir? He'll be engaging in a conversation with India Today's managing editor, Mr. S. Sahaya Ranjit. Together, they will delve deeper into the fascinating compatibility between Japanese and Indian music. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Hello. Welcome everyone. This is going to be a scintillating session. And Shubhendra Rao, I've known him for more than 2 decades. He's a disciple of the legendary Pandit Ravi Shankar, the guru, the god of Indian classical music. And he learned from him from the age of 3, when he was given a sitar by the guru to him. And his father himself was a disciple of Pandit Ravi Shankar. Shubhendra is a composer, performer, writer, and has collaborated with lots of music from different countries. And today he's here especially because he has collaborated with Japanese musicians. So welcome, Shubhendra, and I'm sure his music will elevate your soul. And now I ask Shubhendra to talk about his collaboration and give us a flavor of his music.
Thank you, Ranjit. Hello? Yeah. Thank you very much, and pleasure being here, of course. Somehow it seems to be a Japanese flavor for me in the last couple of months too. Just last month I was there performing in Niigata, and last week there was a big celebration of Mitsui company here, and I was working with a Japanese pianist. From there to here, I have had the pleasure and honor of working with a lot of different musicians from Japan, traditional as well as modern musicians. And today, perhaps, like we just spoke before, we start with a composition, or rather, I'm going to be playing a piece that I have composed specially for this session. It's called The Rising Sun. And should I first play or should I?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's called The Rising Sun, and I'll talk about this piece when I'm done with it. Thank you.
That was really mesmerizing, Shubhendra.
Thank you very much, Ranjit. Thank you.
So, tell us about more of your collaborations with the Japanese musicians.
This piece, actually, I had once played with a shakuhachi player. A shakuhachi is like an Indian flute. It's a flute from Japan, a very big and powerful instrument. So when I was on tour in the US once, so I met this wonderful player, and we got together and started playing. Language was a problem because he spoke Japanese very well and I spoke English very well. But I think for musicians, the language of music is very, very strong. And that's where we connected. And this piece, he kind of taught me the original. And then today what I played, of course, I Indianized it. I put it into an Indian context. I called it Rising Sun because the rag that it is based on is a morning raga called Gurnakali. It's a beautiful pentatonic scale, and of course the land of the rising sun and morning raga.
What touched you in terms of Japanese music that you have done so many collaborations?
I think somewhere there's so much deep connection in the cultures also, in the way we approach life. The spiritual content of their culture, which of course, coming from India, the Buddhism that went there, and then they have kept it in a very pure form. The temples in Japan, and even musically, the spiritual content of their classical music is very much alive, very similar to Indian, of course. And I think that's what connects us pretty well and quite immediately. So that sense of discipline they have, which is an inherent quality of the culture there, and the music that is also played in temples. So traditionally also, just like in India, we had the court as the patrons, and then followed by music before that from the temples. Out there also, the music was supported by the imperial courts, and then later performed in the temples in Japan. And I've had the pleasure and honor of performing in many of these beautiful temples. And that same spiritual feeling that we have when we perform, I could very well relate to that there.
Can we have a small glance of that particular?
Okay, I just need a few seconds to retune. What I'm going to do is this particular morning raga that I performed was called Gunakali, and now I'm going to switch to another pentatonic rag. In Japanese music, a lot of the music is 5-note based. So the evening version of this in Indian music is the rag dedicated to Ma Durga. So Rag Durga, which also uses the same notes, but then the flat, the komal notes become shuddha. So I'll just take a couple of minutes and then,
Sure. Shubhendra, you have collaborated with Ryoka Moriyama. She's the Lata Mangeshkar of Japan. So he had the good fortune of collaborating with her. Tell us about the collaboration.
She's, like Ranjit, you said, she's one of the most famous singers from Japan, and I'm sure her name is familiar to every Japanese. So a couple of years ago, the Japanese embassy, in fact, the ambassador was a big fan of hers here, about almost 8-10 years ago. So he had invited her, and they asked me to kind of work with her. We sat together for almost like 2 days, trying to find the common grounds, because her music, of course, is also popular in a different way, not in the very loud way, but it's a beautiful melodic songs that she sings. So her compositions, the best I thought was when I was hearing her and when I was feeling her music as to what I would be inspired. And we sat together for almost 2 days, different timings, and one of her very famous songs, a couple of them, she would sing, leave some space for me to improvise and play. So that's how we work together. So again, I'll have to tune, unfortunately. So.
think when words fail, music speaks. So that's a wonderful session. Thanks for being with us, Shubhendra.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The music really touched our heart. Request you to please stay on stage, and I'd like to call Mr. A.R. Soni, Executive Vice President and Head of Corporate Affairs at Larsen & Toubro, to hand over a token of appreciation. Everyone, please do keep sharing your thoughts and comments on social media. The hashtag is Indo Japan Conclave. Please give us a moment as we settle the stage for the next session. India and Japan both play a critical role in stabilizing the Indo-Pacific region and ensuring peace. For the next session on Geopolitics in Asia, the new great game, I would like to invite the session speaker, Mr. Ram Madhav, member of the Board of Governors of India Foundation, along with the moderators, India Today Group's editorial director, Mr. Raj Chennappa, and senior editor, Pradeep Sagar, to come on stage.
Yes, let's give Ram Madhavji a very warm round of applause. All of you all may already know of him, but just briefly to say, he occupied one of the most powerful posts, which is the National General Secretary to the BJP, where he influenced events far beyond, which we'll talk some of that, and now currently the ideologue for the RSS, part of the National Executive as well, I would gather, on this one. So welcome Ram Madhavji to the India-Japan Conclave. And let's begin. We had the ambassador speak just before us, and he looked at an expansive relationship that India and Japan could have. But there is a general perception that even when it comes to economic issues, two-way trade and the limitations of that, as well as our strategic issues, we haven't really lived to the full potential. Where do we need to give the boost to India-Japan relations? Where are the issues that you think we need to tackle, quite frankly?
See, we started our diplomatic relations way back in 1952, as we all know. We completed 70 years last year. But honestly speaking, the real potential, the real effort to build on the existing potential started only in year 2000. I remember when Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Mori, he visited India. This was after the nuclear tests. We all know that at the time of the nuclear tests, there were severe sanctions imposed by Japan on India, to the extent that even developmental or humanitarian assistance also was stopped. I mean, Japan went to that extent because of its ideological commitment against nuclearization. But then in 2000, Prime Minister Mori took a very pragmatic view, came to India, and that is when we actually decided that no, we can really
do business.
Have huge potential which can be exploited. Then came Shinzo Abe's leadership in 2006 onwards, which lasted for almost more than a decade in that country, and that was the best period for our relations, which then started growing. And today, of course, we are sorry that we miss Prime Minister Abe, but the present Prime Minister Kishida and our Prime Minister, his efforts, Prime Minister Modi's first overseas visit, if you exclude neighborhood, was to Japan.
Right.
We knew that here is the country which will be our most important partner in our future development journey, strategic journey, and everything. And Prime Minister called it a very natural partnership. The phrase used was India-Japan partnership as natural partnership. I would say that in the last 20 years, we are trying to live up to that. We are trying to work on more and more areas. Of course, Japanese have so many commitments. It's a country of 70, 80 million, million people, but their relationship with US, a big relationship. They have strong ties with China. And we also fit in. We are the, I think, 17th and 18th trade partner even today.
Correct, yes.
So it has to grow, yes. A lot of potential is there.
But let's take geopolitics and the fact that we are part of the so-called Asian giants, the Asian triangle. And of course, we've seen the rise of China and an aggressive China. How do you see India, Japan balance? Diplomatically, they will not use the word contain, but let's say China is a common threat to us. How do we see that, particularly in the Indo-Pacific context? How can we work together? Are we working enough? And what more do we need to do?
So, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe also had this view about the entire Asia to be benefited by our relationship, just as we always had that view. Between India and Japan, we are two countries which can bring in what is called in strategic parlance as the strategic balance in the region. Otherwise, it's a hugely imbalanced region with big countries like China throwing their weight around. And the countries in the region like the ASEAN group of nations or India's neighborhood, here there is a huge imbalance that is existing. Hitherto, that imbalance is sought to be managed by the USA. And in fact, it's very interesting. The first 5 decades after the Second World War were the time when the US tried to dominate Asian politics. Because that time the Cold War was between USA and USSR. China was, after 70s, a friend of USA. So US tried to build a strong presence in Asia so that the balancing factor will be US here. That is when it built strong ties with countries like, those days we used to call them Asian tigers in 80s and 90s. And of course with Japan right from 1950s onwards, they built strong ties. In fact, I remember in 1998, Mr. Schulz was the Secretary of State for Clinton. He made an extensive visit to the whole region. He went to country after country and said, I am here to play the role of a balancing power. That situation has changed after 2000. The rise of China has suddenly offset that whole effort of the US. Today we see China definitely having a upper hand in this region. So in that, India and Japan should play a more balancing role. And when I say balancing, we are not talking about any conflict. We are not talking about any war in South China Sea or whatever. We are talking about managing an open, free, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. In that, we two countries have greater commitment. We have to work together. That will bring greater balance in the region.
You want to ask a question?
Yeah. Primarily, India is a member of Quad. India and Japan both are the member of Quad. How do you see the cooperation to control the Indo-Pacific, basically, the region which has been dominated by China, the way China is growing?
So yes, so it's a very important partnership in the region. Today, we are living in an era of minilaterals. The era of multilateralism is over now.
Good point.
The United Nations deciding things or World Bank deciding, that era is gone. We are in the era of minilaterals. In each region, these minilaterals will decide the future of the region, by extension, the whole world. You talked about Quad. Quad was the brainchild of Shinzo Abe in 2006. It took time. It did not succeed immediately. It finally took its shape that we see today in 2017.
And we were reluctant partners at that time.
Yeah, of course, we continue to be. But we are there today as an important partner in Quad. Quad has 4 people, out of which we are 2 Asian powers. India and Japan are Asian powers. The other 2, US and Australia, are important powers, but not Asian powers, not the regional powers. They are outside the region, but playing an important role in the region. So as important partners in the region, we share certain very strong views about Quad and its future. As I said, FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific, is the important commitment of our 2 countries. India adds one more I, FOIIP, Free, Open, and Inclusive Indo-Pacific, we say. We have to define what we mean by inclusive, but we are a romantic.
Not China, certainly, in that inclusive. No, but coming to the point that he had raised, for a while it was thought that Quad would be more powerful than what it is currently is. It's restricted to economic, to a certain amount of health and other issues. Seemed to be diluted when it was supposed to be, in some senses, an Asian NATO, if you would like to call it. Has Quad, do you think that is a wise thing to move towards a kind of a military arrangement? Because at the end of the day, China's aggression is showing up in the South China Sea and other places. How does one contain China, not just in terms of economics, but also military?
Now, Raji, firstly, what is the continuing relevance of NATO itself is questionable after Ukraine. Whether that formulation of post-Second World War formulation of NATO and all is still relevant, or we have moved on, we have to think. So India never subscribed to this idea that Quad will be at any point in time seen as Indo-Pacific NATO. We never subscribed to that. We never subscribed to the idea that NATO will be a military alliance. We always believed that it is a non-militaristic alliance working on many other areas, economic, humanitarian, scientific, technological, people to people, and many such allied areas where we can work together. The countries can work together. But there is an important principle which has relevance to strategic dimension of it, which is, as I said, this region has to be free, region has to be open. There we have a challenge from China. That challenge needs to be tackled jointly by us, but also all the partners in Quad. All Quad partners realize the importance of that. So Quad, in that sense, is an important alliance here. But I must tell you, outside the Quad, there are many alliances in this region also. We are there in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. We are there in East Asia Summit, EAS. We are a member there. East Asia Summit has many East Asian countries as members. There, China is also there. We are also there. That's why I'm saying, world is today driven by many minilaterals. We should know how to meander through these minilaterals. And as Prime Minister always says, we have to secure our own national interest, but also ensure that global interests are also taken care of.
You want to ask something? Or? Well, continuing with the theme that you had said about Indo-Pacific and free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific. Sounds good, but what are the nuts and bolts that India and Japan can do to make that a reality? Where are we working? What should be the thrust? Otherwise, it sounds, as I said, diplomatically comfortable?
No, post-COVID, the challenge that the entire region faces is essentially, number one, economic. Number two, issues related to climate change, issues related to that. Number three, technology, availability or lack of it. In, in pure economic terms, the supply chain challenges that we face today, these are the challenges that the entire region faces, and none of them has anything to do with war, with military or with strategic issues. There we can work together. We are working together. We are jointly working in port building activity in some of the countries. Disaster relief, we are working together. On supply chain resilience, in fact, India and Japan work together on many important issues related to supply chain resilience. We ourselves want a lot of support from Japan in terms of technology transfers and all, whether it is semiconductors or renewable energy area, in all these areas. In fact, I remember earlier this year, the Suzuki company came to Gujarat to start the renewable cells factory. I mean, they laid the foundation stone for that factory in Gujarat as part of the Vibrant Gujarat Summit. So that's the kind of technology that we want to come from Japan. These are some of the areas where our two countries can work together. There is much more potential, huge potential still exists. I think in the coming years we have to work more on these areas.
Are we in some senses chary of mentioning China in this? Some of the big C, we talk around it, but actually if you take a look at what happened with AUKUS, which is the Australia-UK US partnership, nuclear submarines were given there. Somehow we have not got into any, there was some talk of France coming in with India and US coming into this picture. We have kept away from that. What is our strategy in terms of keeping on one side, one foot on the Quad, and the other side we have China on our border, aggressive, has intruded, and holding them back?
Okay, I think, our problem with China on our borders is different from what the challenge that China poses in Indo-Pacific. These are two separate issues. At least as far as India is concerned, we look at them as two different issues. As far as our border problem is concerned, we know how to tackle it. We will tackle it on a purely bilateral basis. But when it comes to tackling that larger issue of keeping Indo-Pacific sea lanes open, peaceful, and ensure that there is no war 1 year from now, 2 years from now, it is in the interest of not just us, but the whole world. Today, any disturbance in South China Sea region, Taiwan Straits region, God forbid, really war takes place, it's going to impact the whole world in a much worse way than what COVID did or what Ukraine war did. Because it's a very important supply, sea route for many, many countries in the entire world. So we have an interest in ensuring that, of course, there is a challenge from China. We need to tackle that challenge, but in a manner that it would not lead to a war there. I'm sure Japan also probably has this as their ultimate vision, because all said and done, Japan-China trade is more than $250 billion.
Right.
And what is Japan-India trade? Honestly speaking, 1/10 of it. We're still, in terms of pure numbers, China is far ahead of us when it comes to bilateral economic trade relations. So nobody wants war. Even we don't want war in that region. If we can avoid war, we can maintain peace, that's the best option. I think in that also our interests converge. We should try and ensure peace, no war, but also we should work on many of these areas.
In the beginning, in the morning, one of the morning sessions, the Japanese ambassador talked about the Japanese participation in the northeastern state. So I'll ask about the strategic purpose. How can the Indo-Japan be part of the northeast and including I'll ask about the Andaman Nicobar Island also, and even developing a third country in the IOR. How do you see?
No, okay. As far as Northeast is concerned,
and you're an expert.
No, I'm not.
You
an expert,
ran the whole Northeast for a while.
Matter of fact, speaking, we have been having lot of support from JICA, which is a Japanese government-funded agency, which has huge investments in development sector in the northeastern states. Many northeastern states are benefited by JICA projects, and we are very happy about it. I'm sure if there are embassy officials here in this audience, they know they have huge funding available for that. Sometimes we fail to use that funding. I mean, because of our own political reasons and all, we fail to use that funding fully. So on the issue of Northeast development, yes, Japan, India work together, and there is further huge potential. Northeast is a major producer of bamboo. Bamboo can be a strategic export item, and big export item for entire Southeast Asia. We produce a lot of mushrooms in Northeast. It can be a major export item there. So many such things in terms of pure development are possible. But strategic issues are slightly different. In terms of our strategic relationship, yes, sometimes we try to do things together in countries like Sri Lanka, since you talked about third country. In Sri Lanka, in port building, we are trying to work together. In some other countries, we work together as collaborators or directly, indirectly working together. Andamans is a different case. I don't want to get into that. Andamans is strategically a very, very sensitive region for us. So what should be done with Andamans will be decided by the government. We should not be talking about it here, except to mention that, if ever Japan occupied India, it was only Andamans. 1942, the South Andaman Island was taken over by Japanese army. They were there for a few years and then left. But otherwise, Andaman remains a totally different region for us.
If you take the other side, from the economic side, fine, strategic, military, these are issues that we need to get, to certainly enhance. Can we be an alternative to China when it comes to Japan for their supplies in the supply chain? If that is the trend that we can move towards, vice versa, can Japan source from us rather than China? How do you see that aspect of the relations?
China is a very big economy. It has already grown into a major market for many countries, not just Japan, but even for USA. It's a big market. And for China, US is a big market. Same thing with Japan and China. So there is an existing relationship. I don't think we will be able to replace it completely. Countries after all will have their own economic ties. But as far as on a standalone basis, if you look at Japan-India economic ties, severely underexploited.
Right.
Huge potential. But for some reason, we are not able to really get the benefit of...
Can we get into that? You said hugely under potential. What are the 3 or 4 reasons? I'm sure you've analyzed it. But let us, it'll help, because this is a nuts and bolts conclave now. We've done
see, one is, of course, as far as India is concerned, I can't talk for the Japanese side, but obviously for India's side, I can probably, based on my understanding, I can say that one is the mindset issue. We are very westward bound. We are very happy dealing with USA, Europe, English-speaking nations. We are more comfortable with dealing with that part. So we go all the way even up to Iceland and do business with them, which is quite far, but that affinity towards the West and especially English-speaking world. And towards the East, we tried through this Look East policy, then we tried to upgrade it to Act East policy, but still, not enough has been done. That eastward hoe, which is needed in the entire policies thinking, somehow is not happening sufficiently. It has to happen much more. That is very important. Secondly, there is a language barrier. How do we overcome it? For the Japanese also, when they come to India, and for the Indians also, when they work with the Japanese companies. I mentioned to you about Gujarat. When Prime Minister Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he actually encouraged institutions, universities in Gujarat to start teaching Japanese. So the generally Gujaratis are very enterprising. They also learned the language, Japanese language. So that is how things, trade and other things develop. So that effort also has to happen. For example, China today has more than $107 billion bilateral trade with us. None of us learn the Mandarin. Very little percentage of Indians speak Mandarin. But in China, 35 universities have Hindi teaching classes, Hindi courses. I myself addressed a group of 400 students in Beijing University who are all students of Hindi. Learning Hindi and try and exploit Indian market because it is a market. So language also plays a role. On some of these areas, probably we have to work. And on Japanese side, I can only say that Japan has to be a little more liberal with sharing its technology with India, not just trade.
Yeah.
Technology, India.
Please elaborate a little bit on that. Which areas?
Our good friends, I mean, in semiconductor area or renewables area, in technology, they have made huge advances. That technology transfer can benefit India and it benefits Japan also. I mean, it works both ways. So in some of those areas, we can work more closely. They can take more of our Indian students into their technological institutions so that our students can get benefited from their technological advances. Without any malice, I must tell, whatever Japan is today is because of 1950s and 60s and 70s when Japanese students went to USA, studied in American universities, learned all the technological advances that the USA has made, brought it back to Japan. They had that model in front of them. Today, we should do that. Japan has technology. We should go. In fact, once somebody told me, maybe true, maybe just a story, but in 1990s when George Bush or before him, the president, US president, he went to Japan.
Was it Reagan?
Reagan, Ronald Reagan went to Japan. He found most of the manuals of the automobile companies in Japanese. So he apparently asked them, why do you print only in Japanese? Why not in English also? The company said, see, when you had technology, our students came, learned English, and took technology from you. We have the technology today. If you want it, learn Japanese and take it from us.
Brilliant example.
Maybe it's a national pride. So, but then slowly we also have to learn and probably learn Japanese and go and acquire it. But more encouragement from Japanese side also will definitely help.
Very well put, because if you look at the comparisons, Japan has 4,000 companies sitting in, over 4,000 companies sitting in India, Japanese entities. We have only 100 companies doing business with Japan, isn't it? That's a very good indicator. You wanted a question?
Yeah, coming back to the defense, that's my topic. How do you see the India-Japan coordination, the cooperation in the defense sector? Do you think it is enough, or do we need to? Where are we right now?
No, see, defense, India's defense needs are growing. We are hugely modernizing our Navy. In fact, it's a big agenda of Prime Minister Modi's government. Had this China standoff not happened, probably would have already achieved a lot of advancement. But nevertheless, we are able to invest on those areas. But in defense, what happens is, wherever you have the technology available, you go there. Today, we are going to USA. USA-India bilateral defense trade is more than 20 billion already, out of the total trade of 100 billion or more. 20 billion is defense trade. Israel's #1 defense partner is India today. We are procuring a lot of defense equipment from Israel also. So where there is a potential with Japan, we will definitely access it. And Japan is such a good friend of India, so there is no difficulty in defense ties and defense partnership. But more than that, we can, there was this reference to Northeast. Northeast has big presence of Japanese. Not necessarily companies, but developmental aid they give in a big way. I mean, I was told by the previous ambassador, Japanese ambassador, that it is 4,000 crores, which is a big money for Northeast. They have that kind of support available for the Northeast. But Northeast has very easy access to Chittagong port in Bangladesh. In fact, from our border in Tripura, Chittagong port is less than 100 kilometers. Easily we can access that port. Entire Northeast can be benefited. In Chittagong port area, Japan is building a port today. They have a port contract given by the Bangladeshi government, and Bangladesh and Japan jointly are building that port. India can hugely benefit from that port. So some of those things are also strategically important for us, but also in terms of purely in terms of development, this cooperation can be very helpful.
We almost, we have time up, but final question, and this comes to your great expertise that you've had in building relations, particularly on the diaspora, with US, with Australia. You virtually pioneered that whole movement of Prime Minister Modi at that time. How can we do the same with India, Japan? Our diaspora is pretty small, as well we can see. The ambassador was mentioning there are more Nepali students than Indian students over there. What needs to be done on this area?
One area where probably we need to work more is our people-to-people relationship in terms of our culture, our religion, this area also, besides other areas. Why I'm saying this is, Japan, unknown to many people outside, has a strong cultural religious tradition in their country. We generally call it Buddhism, but it's a different Buddhism. It's not like Buddhism where Buddha is one god. Of course, Buddha is an important god in Buddhism, but Japan has 6-7 different deities in Buddhism. Most of them are akin to Hindu deities. There is Saraswati, right. There is Lakshmi, there is Shiva, in Japanese form. So much cultural affinity is there, so much religious affinity is there. There are religious monks, Buddhist monks going from countries like Sri Lanka, other places, to Japan and set up their temples and teaching Buddhism there. We have very little contact in terms of Buddhism. We have some contact with countries in Southeast Asia, but very little with countries like Japan. Japan, yes, as a country is a very advanced country, but at the core is a very religious, conservative, culturally very, very sound country. The cultural relationship is one area on which we have to work more, but I would suggest to our Japanese ambassador or embassy officials here that they also should work more. It's not just about trade. The people-to-people relationship involving issues like culture, religion, song and dance, these areas also help in building greater understanding about each other. Why we don't know anything about Japan except Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you ask anybody in India about Japan, they will only know about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, nothing else.
And sushi.
Sushi is now where it is available. We can know more about each other in that culture, and religion also plays an important role. We have to work on some of those areas also.
Ram Madhav, thank you very much for this. Let's give him a very warm round of applause for this.
Thank you, Mr. Madhav, for deconstructing for us the several nuances of the India-Japanese relationship across technology, defense, trade, and business. And also my sincere thanks to everyone for their contribution to the discussion. I kindly request you to just remain on stage for a moment. I'd like to call Mr. Mangal Dev, Head at Hitachi Rail India and South Asia and Director at Hitachi India, to present a token of appreciation to our guest. Shifting gears, our next session centers around infrastructure. Did you know that the bullet train project between Mumbai and Ahmedabad stands as the most expensive Japanese collaboration in the transport infrastructure space with an estimated cost of rupees 1.1 lakh crore. Guiding us through this session, Infrastructure, the new silver bullet, is our session moderator, Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today, who I would like to come on stage along with our esteemed guest, Mr. Roop Narayan Sunkar, Member, Infrastructure of Railway Board. Welcome, Mr. Sunkar.
Mr. Sunkar, welcome. You have charge of member infrastructure, but people here are more interested in bullet train. When will they be able to travel on that bullet train? I'm sure this could be the last question, but I'm deliberately asking you the first, because this is behind everybody's mind that they want to travel in a higher speed train, safe train. When can that dream come true?
Assessment based on the present day progress is concerned, we are planning to do the trials in June 2026. On completion of trial, we will be in position to run then this bullet train in selected stretch in 2026 itself.
2026 we can have bullet train running
bullet train will
on
be
the Indian
there
soil.
on route. Yes, it will be there.
Okay, sir. So we are looking forward to 2026, but maybe around last general elections, the conversation was that maybe by 2024 we can have it. We lost some time because of the COVID. But what was the roadblock which you had seen, especially from the land acquisition side? Are we confident that entire land now is in the possession of your department? What is this scenario like?
There were initial hiccups. As usual, for land acquisition, there are a large number of issues, emotional issues. Nobody wants to part with the land, and then issues related to ownership. Then issues related to environmental clearances, forest clearances, other statutory clearances, all these problems were there. But now, issues related to land acquisitions are over. Almost 99% of the land is available with us. 100% in Gujarat, and only barring 1 hectare of land in Maharashtra, entire land has been acquired. So land issue is over.
So civil work, how much have you completed? What sort of scenario is there?
For civil engineering works, we have awarded the contract for entire stretch of 508 kilometers. Out of which 352 kilometers falls in the state of Gujarat, for which work is progressing at much faster pace because contracts were awarded earlier, and progress made so far is so good that almost 300 kilometer stretch we have done the foundation work. Then piers are ready, almost more than 200 kilometers stretch, and this deck is ready for laying of the track at more than 100 kilometer stretch. So that is this is the situation, and linking of track has just started.
Mr. Sunkar, when this project came to India in 2015-16, the conversation was about Make in India. But now we are into that, things have to be made in India. There is a self-reliance, campaign going on. What is to your mind, can be, Japanese collaboration where Japanese companies can come into India, make things here, and then, we can deploy them into the Indian high-speed networks?
If you see, as far as the civil engineering part is concerned, with the help of engineers and their agencies, we are in position to execute these civil engineering works by deploying our own agencies, Indian agencies, all are Indian agencies. L&T, Afcon, SCC, all these agencies are working, and all work supervision of the work is being done by our own engineers. They are being assisted by Japanese engineers on day-to-day affairs. They are solving the problem wherever there is issues, but 70% of the project is costing, as per the total cost is concerned, 70% is civil engineering. So for 70% of the project, it is indigenization. So you can say that it is all make in India. We are making in India and by our own team.
And what about the train sets? Cuisine has its own design, not only for signals but also for their cars, tracks. Do you think that since this is a first project and the limited understanding I have of the high-speed networks is that interoperability is very complex. Even in Europe, there are protocols, there are several complex systems where this intersections and interoperability happens between the trains. How are we designing it in the first place?
As we know, Japanese systems are very stringent. They follow the safety standards. Their safety standards are very high. They don't budge to relax any of these standards. So, and it is good for us. It is basically learning for us that we are changing our mindset where we have been working. We are following the methodology system being adopted there. And as you mentioned, this train, even this train set which is there in Japan will have to be modified to suit the Indian conditions. They have brought out certain issues and we have agreed because we are very clear in our mind. Ultimately, they have the technology. They have been working with the bullet train since 1964 and their safety record is so high. Their punctuality record is so high. So we have to honor them. We are following their guidelines, whatever they concern they are expressing, we are addressing, and I'm telling you, 100% compliance is being ensured by us to their observation. Whatever observations are there, we keep on discussing, and after discussion, after mutual agreement, we are proceeding further, and we have seen that they are not that unreasonable also, but only thing is their systems are so rigid, flexibility is very less. But it is our interest for safe running of the trains, for the safety as well as the punctuality is concerned. So we are basically following whatever the system they are wanting to have in our country.
Sir, if we talk about the Indian system right now, there are three type of tracks. One is this rapid transport system, which recently been launched by the Prime Minister. Second is one track which you are making. Third is the conventional tracks. We have seen best of the best networks in Europe or even in Japan or Korea. Trains can freely run on these tracks. But what is the scenario like when last time Railway Minister was around? So he was talking that 5,000 kilometers of track we are adding and renewing every year. Are we factoring in that tomorrow if higher speed trains need to run, these tracks are good enough and these facilities are good enough to run those tracks?
Ours is one of the largest rail network. 128,000 kilometers is the track length we are covering, and last year we added more than 5,000 kilometers. This year also, so far, more than 2,000 kilometers have already been added, and by the end of the financial year, we are aiming to cross this last year's figure also, and we should end up somewhere 5,500 kilometers. But question you raised is that regarding this speed, As we are aware that in our system, goods trains and mail express trains will have to run on the same track. Requirement of the technical requirement of the track are different for both the cases. For high speed, we need higher super elevation. When I say super elevation, one rail has to be at higher level as compared to other to suit the basic requirement of the velocity. Once the speed is there, centrifugal force will be there. To encounter that, we'll have to raise the rail, outer rail, as compared to the inner rail. And then this super elevation will have to be run down to when it reaches the level track, when both the rails are at the same level. So acceleration, rate of acceleration is the limiting value. So we have to factor that also. So because of that region, we will have to make the balance. For higher speed, we need more and more super elevation. For less speed, we need less super elevation. So compromise has to be done with this concept of kind deficiency and kind excess. So that is why our speeds are limited. But during last 5 to 6 years, you can say, we have converted 11,000 kilometers of our track to have the speed potential of 130 kmph. Earlier, it was 100 kmph. In select routes, it was 110 kmph. Now we have already raised the speed to 130 kmph in almost 11,000 kilometers, 8,000 kilometers. We have identified for raising to 130 kmph. That will be completed by March 25. Similarly, for this stretches between Delhi to Bombay and Bombay to Howrah, Delhi to Howrah, in these sections, speed is being raised to 160 kmph. 160 kmph. For Rajdhani and Duronto type trains, so it will be 160 kmph. But as you asked a specific question regarding this, your
interportability.
These trains are more or less, track is more or less same as what we are making. But only thing is they are adopting Western railways, Western countries concept, whereas we are going with the Japanese technique. This is the only difference. Standard gauge is same. Train sets are also more or less same. But in our case, Shinkansen, the best technology available in the world, we are going with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bullet train HSR is something which we have not seen in India, and something Indian Railways is also executing for the first time. I am told that Mr. Sonkar has also brought a film to showcase how he is taking the project forward. Maybe his team, if they are ready with the AV, ready? So we can play? So I'll get aside.
I can also come that side. Should I come? That side? I'll come.
Dedicated toward the transformation of transportation, ensuring safety, reliability, and sustainability, and contributing to the nation's technological advancement. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor is all set to take a giant leap in the transport sector. The 508-kilometer long alignment of the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor will transverse through Sabarmati, Ahmedabad, Anand Nadiyar, Vadodara, Bharuch, Surat, Bilimora, Babi in Gujarat, and Boisar, Virar, Thane, and Mumbai in Maharashtra. The MAHSR project will reduce the travel time between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, give a boost to the economy, benefit sectors like tourism and infrastructure, and give thrust to the Make in India initiative. The project has already started generating direct and indirect employment. India will be using the world-famous Shinkansen technology for this project. which is known for its technological advancement and has a zero passenger fatality record in the past 55 years of its operation. The thematic design of each station on the route will reflect the essence of the city in which they are located. The architecture of stations will be an amalgamation of global technology with a taste of local culture. Inspired by the Dandi March movement, a multimodal passenger hub near Sabarmati HSR station is also taking shape. The hub will integrate connectivity to the Sabarmati HSR station, Western Railway stations, metro station and BRT corridor. The work on piles, foundations, piers, pier caps, casting and erection of girders for viaduct and stations has started along the alignment. Casting yards have been developed along the alignment to cater to the peak requirement of superstructure casting and erection. The 40 meters full span box girder weighs about 970 metric ton, involving 390 cubic meter of concrete and 42 metric ton of steel, and is cast in a single piece, that is, without any construction joint. Using indigenous heavy machineries like straddle carrier, bridge launching gantry, girder transporter and launching gantry, full span girders erection work is on progress. This 1100 ton capacity machine lifts the girder from the girder transporter by lifting beam and brings it between two pillars and carefully places it on the bearing placed on the pillar. This process is called girder launching. In this way, a 40-meter bridge is built in just 16 hours. Currently, 8 such machines are working, out of which 4 are completely made in India. The HSR stations are also taking shape along the alignment. The construction work of bridge on Par River, Poona River, Midhola River, Ambika River, Auranga River and Petalad Canal has been completed. The bridge works on important rivers like Narmada, Tapti, Mahi and Sabarmati are also in progress. With the use of full-span box girder launching technology, the construction of viaducts over railway tracks and roadways is progressing rapidly without disrupting traffic. Breakthrough of first mountain tunnel of 350 meter has been completed in Valsad district in Gujarat. First steel bridge of 70 meters length has been erected in Surat district. This is the first of the 28 steel bridges which will be the part of MEHSR corridor. The laying of first reinforced concrete track bed for the MEHSR corridor track system as used in Japanese Shinkansen has started in Surat. This is for the first time J-slab ballastless track system is being used in India. Ensuring unhindered scenic view for passengers, noise barriers are being erected on either side of the viaduct. The rolling stock depot in Surat is also taking shape. As we step into Amritkal, India's first bullet train, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor project will not only be a glorious example of our Atmanirbharta, but will also be pivotal in putting India on the track to global prowess. The National High-Speed Rail Corridor, accelerating transformation toward New India.
So we have 1 minute with us, and we have seen the epitome of Indo-Japanese friendship, which is coming up between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. If anybody has some question, they can ask. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for your insightful session, and thanks a lot, Sonal.
Thank you very much.
Hai? I couldn't see, sorry. So please introduce yourself and ask question.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. My name is Arun Gupta, and I am very happy to be here and part of your presentation. I've traveled in Shinkansen, not in Japan, but in China, and I was very much impressed with the stations and everything. I am looking forward to India beyond that league. Just as a matter of curiosity, our Delhi Chief Minister has said that Shinkansen ticket will be 75,000 rupees. One of the videos he had told.
So he's asking about the ticketing of this, that one of the politicians in India asked for, that it could be exponential. So what sort of planning is happening, sir?
Let me tell you, fixation of the rates have not been done so far. Ticket rates have not been fixed, have not been finalized, but it is going to be comparable with any of the advanced countries, rather much cheaper, and it will be very much comparable with your air travel, less than air travel, that is for sure, and time taken for Ahmedabad to Bombay is going to be even less than what you spent while basically traveling by air, because it takes almost 2 hours there at airports for check and check out. In our case, it is going to be 2 hours 7 minutes only.
I think this is a very great achievement this will be, and will develop that area in a big way. Like Osaka and Tokyo developed when this Shinkansen was started there. We look forward to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sonal. Mic is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunkar, for sharing with us the advances Railways is making for the country. I'd like to call Mr. Amar Kumar Sundaram, Senior Vice President of Legal at NEC India, to hand over our token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will resume sharp at 2:45 for some exciting panel discussions that we have for you on the other side. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here shortly.
We all want to do good for the planet. That's why Hitachi supports all our efforts. Like Mr. Rossi from Italy, who will be able to use ticketless transportation that's both convenient and low in emissions.
Oggi prenderò questa strada.
And we make it easier for Ms. Cheng from Singapore to invest in green projects through a digital platform that lets her accurately assess environmental impact.
I want to support.
Together, the choices we make will be a force in changing the future. Through digital and green technologies, Hitachi is committed to creating a sustainable society.
#1 makers of SUVs. #1 makers of SUVs.
I hope you're excited about these discussions that we have kept for you in the second half of the program. Before we begin, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors. Presented by Maruti Suzuki, Social Innovation Partner NEC, Partner Larsen & Toubro, Associate Sponsor Government of Uttarakhand, Technology Partner Hitachi, Partner State Tamil Nadu, Celebration Partner Radico. The first post-lunch panel we have for you is titled India Japan, a transformative voyage to build sustainable business ecosystem and trade. The session will focus on trade partnership between both the countries and explore the business linkages that can create immense opportunities. To take the discussion forward, I would like to invite the distinguished speakers on the dais. Mr. Bharat Kaushal, Managing Director of Hitachi India. Ms. Kyoko Hokugo, Minister of Economic and Development at the Embassy of Japan. And lastly, Mr. Mitsunori Saito, Chief Representative of Japan International Cooperation Agency. Moderating this session will be India Today's Managing Editor, MG Arun. Over to you, MG.
Good afternoon, everyone. The bilateral trade between India and Japan has blossomed post the signing of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement in 2011. Japan is regarded as the fifth largest investor in India, with a cumulative FDI worth $38 billion during the period April 2000 to September 2022. Both the governments are working towards a mutually beneficial trade relationship, with the Government of India emphasizing on the Make in India campaign, the PLI scheme, and the diversification of the trade basket. To discuss the emerging opportunities between the two countries, we have with us an eminent panel of speakers. We have Mr. Bharat Kaushal, who is the MD of Hitachi India, Ms. Kyoko Hokugo. She is the Minister Economic and Development, Embassy of Japan, and Mr. Saito Mitsunori, who is the Chief Representative of JICA. Let me take my first question to Mr. Bharat Kaushal. India has 7 decades of business relationship with Japan, and some of the storied products, consumer products in India, which is liked by millions of Indians, have been Japanese. India has announced the Digital India scheme and have been placing a huge thrust on infrastructure. As someone who has put in some 27 years in Japanese companies out of your 33-year-old career, could you please explain what are the top drivers for partnership in business and industry between the two countries?
Thank you, Varun. I think Japanese companies have had a very long history in India for the longest time. The question is, and for a long time we have been regarded as slow and expensive. But one thing that is universally accepted, not just by government or customers and industry, is that Japanese companies enjoy trust. Trust of reliability, of providing superior technology. And the chase for building a big business ecosystem in India is about converting the complexities that India presented earlier to the opportunities that it presents now, both for doing business in India, for India, and also from India to other markets in the world. And India has very remarkably changed in the last decade, especially not just as the fastest growing large economy, and that what was well understood about India was big middle class and talent availability, but it's about the implementation dynamics, which has even surprised Indian people. You know, building more than 50 kilometers of road every year, or having more than 30 metro projects in the country, doing 200 gigawatts of renewable energy at some of the lowest prices. On quality too, I mean, the icons of the Western world, the Tesla car and the Apple iPhone 15 are made in India. We've landed on the moon at less than the cost of a Hollywood film. And India is also presenting, because of price sensitivity, something that is about offering as a service. So energy as a service, mobility as a service. So when you look at manufacturing, capital goods, which is infrastructure, is talking about more efficiency, about life cycle, maintenance. So an OPEX model is getting introduced. So we have to rework as big B2B companies too, as Hitachi, for instance. We think we are the largest rail company in the world now, but from rail control to vehicles business to digital solutions, we are going to be the global hub. So modernizing Indian Railway, the metros, the bullet train, everywhere you can see Hitachi. But similarly in energy too as a service, we were on the high voltage transmission system. But medium and low voltage business, smart grids, energy storage, fast charging are newer solutions. And then urbanization is driving a lot of businesses in smart spaces, water, city gas, and elevators and so on. And then there are component businesses in India, that is automotive, which is 8% of GDP, power electronics, which is as big an import as crude oil is. So we are present in a lot of those things already in a significant way. But when you look at digital, it has already shown the path for an India championship position, not to be a follower, but to be a leader, with scalability, affordability, done with speed. I mean, India is a unique country where Society 5.0 has happened, a more entitled society has happened before industry went to 4.0, which was the reason in other economies to unleash it. So it needs a lot of enablers besides the business drivers. You know, you need good R&D, for which India is known. But R&D, when we had a center of excellence for AI, we have now started imposing for better solutions Gen AI on top of it, so that you can capture more. And magnets, which convert electrical to mechanical energy, do quantum computing to make less rare earth, bring more optimality. Similarly, pantographs and so on. But fundamentally, as organizations, we also need to build an ecosystem where risk is measured better on the transaction, and that architecture should be there. For finance to pool cash within, say, 30 plus companies of Hitachi Group in India, how do you pool and create cash flow ecosystems which bring different species of cash flows like infrastructure and IT, which are getting combined to come at one place. And similarly for talent, India is where Indian people have done remarkably well, but to stop treating it as a corporate function, but as a business function. I mean, we have got with some acquisitions done in the past, I mean, whether it's ABB, which is a Swedish and Swiss culture, Ansaldo, which is an Italian culture, Thales, which is a French culture, Global Logic is a Silicon Valley culture. We have a chance to make a new cultural identity of a Japanese company with so many mixes in India. And finally, collaboration and partnerships. I think joint ventures, and also like BHEL, we have one with Tata Motors, with BEML, with State Bank of India. But it's also about the academic institutions. It's also about the innovation partners. So I'm a big believer and a stakeholder in the success of Japanese ecosystems coming of age in the India story. We need to post some winners very quickly, because that will inspire so many of that bigger companies to participate in a more significant way. And out of the 30 years of India's liberalization, I think the last 10 particularly, the hunger in Japan is quite visible.
Okay, I think you have placed it very beautifully, you know, the kind of opportunities that are there in India. Let me come to Ms. Kyoko Hokugo. Do you really subscribe to what Paris-san was trying to say, that India is such an attractive market for Japan? What are the specific opportunities that you would attribute, you know, especially when it comes to some of the new business areas, emerging business areas?
I think it's not an easy question, so thank you so much for giving me this. Of course, as a general, for Japanese peoples, Indian market is very attractive. Why? Because the market is, of course, very big and growing very quickly. It's doesn't, we cannot find any part of the world such an economy. Of course, this is very general description, I think. But in comparison to that kind of very huge potential of this Indian market, I think relatively slow growth of the number of the Japanese companies coming to India was the observation that we had. But I think recently, less than 1 year ago, I feel the air has changed a little bit among Japanese society. Now a kind of boom is coming or about to come among Japanese peoples on India. There are more and more articles about Indian economy in Japanese paper, and maybe the embassy also feels, but the other Japanese businessmen here are experience more requests for meeting come from the from Japan, or the more and more people coming to India to see the environment, what they will have, where they will come in when they really come invest in India. So this kind of how can I say, vibrance is happening right now for the Japanese economy as a whole. So not specific industry, but for many type of industry, because I think for Japanese company industries, not only for the very high end and, for example, high-tech companies or IT companies are already here, because India is so well known about with the IT talented people, and but also the sector of infrastructure, or of course more automobile or steel, that kind of heavy industries, because you still have a lot of demand on that side as well. So for us, for the foreigners, it is so very, very attractive in many fields, not only high-end, but the conventional industries. And I think, and also those people who are dealing with the emerging industry, like very I don't know, it's not emerging or not, the semiconductor or the critical minerals, or those the people in those industries are also interested in India these days. And maybe they are considering right now, but in the near future, they will come to India. So I'm looking forward to see that.
Yeah, excellent. In fact, the speaker in the morning session, one of the speakers was saying how the Chinese had mastered Hindi. I mean, there were several universities teaching Hindi. So let's hope that there are more initiatives maybe from Japan to learn the language, and even from Indians to learn Japanese, because language can be a big barrier. You wanted to say something on that? Yeah.
Sorry to take the floor a second time, but I wanted to say that Japanese language education is also very important part of to build the business ecosystem between Japan and India. If more Indian people could speak Japanese, it will help a lot. Of course, people-to-people exchange itself is very, very important. It's very weak part, so it itself is important, but the Japanese language speaker in India will help a lot the Japanese companies in India.
Okay, let's hope that happens. Let me now come to our next speaker, Mr. Saito Mitsunori. How do you view this particular market? We have seen the biggest pandemic in 100 years, and how it has sort of disrupted global supply chains. so many countries are looking to, developing a China plus one strategy. So probably this is a right opportunity for countries like India to also become a favorite destination for Japan. What are the possibilities that you see emerging as a person who's been closely observing the market?
Thank you very much. Let me start by a small PR of our activity. JICA is an agency under the government of Japan in charge of providing official development assistance to emerging or developing countries. So we provide concessional loan, we provide technical cooperation. We also promote business to business, promotion between two countries. And I can proudly tell you that, India is our largest customer, largest partner, and also oldest partner since Japan provided concessional loan as early as 1958. First destination of Japan's concessional loan was India. And looking at what we do today, currently we implement nearly 100 or maybe more ongoing projects throughout this country, encompassing various sectors: transport, agriculture, health, education. Maybe JICA is known for our support for metro, rail networks, Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, DFC, dedicated freight corridor, high-speed rail, of course. Looks like we are, very more for infrastructure, civil work company. But, our support, touches upon various fields. And the more important thing, and gradually if I come to the topic, I regard, this, platform, 100 ongoing project. Every year we additionally make financial commitment totaling $3 billion, $4 billion US dollar every year. So this huge kind of workspace will be definitely a platform for future Japan-India digital or innovation collaboration. So as Hokugo-san mentioned, Japan's actors slowly but steadily and approaching India's market. They are more keen to invest and work in this country. So basically, JICA will welcome any initiative, any interest from Japanese technology stakeholders. But even before the arrival of Japanese companies, what I'd like to highlight is very rapid development progress of authorities or stakeholders move for greater use of innovation and digital transformation. For example, you may know JICA's funding Delhi Metro. We are now in the fourth phase of our 2 decades collaboration. Tunneling work is going on between Tughlakabad and Air City, for example. But while implementing civil work, while financing civil work, what we will start now is to build a kind of Delhi transport stack. Every day, the DMRC has 7 million passengers. And, if you capture, the move of, this population, this much population, this data itself is really treasure, precious database for various use. It could be for better planning of infrastructure network in the city. It could be for better connectivity, intermodal connectivity between metro and the bus and the rickshaw. And also it could be used, if everybody agrees, it can be used as commercial data for new business. So JICA will start collaboration with DMRC to develop digital data stack like government of India created India Stack a couple of years ago. Now we will do it in the transport sector of Delhi Metro. And actually, we put a great focus on digital innovation, digital transformation in every sector of project we finance. Guwahati Jal Board recently successfully launched web-based application, GI-based application for water users subscription as well as data collection.
Okay.
So everything can be done paperless in Guwahati city. So we'd like to promote that kind of thing for any project we do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to come to Mr. Bharat Kaushal. In fact, Ms. Hokugo had talked about the fact that there has been immense interest in the past, in the near past, like in a year or maybe a little more. Is India at a tipping point when it comes to attracting Japanese investment? Is that the kind of situation we are seeing? And what do you think are the impediments that is hindering more interest coming from? Because you have seen both sides of the table, so maybe you can throw some light on that.
Thank you. I think first of all, there is a universal recognition in Japan that India is an opportunity for Japanese companies to take back a leadership position than a follower position because of the scale and affordability of all kinds of models from infrastructure to digital. And just one example, the first few metro projects that were announced, all of them had different specs. So while you import technology, but you have to do so many tweaks from even the width of a car bogie from 4 feet 8 inches to 5 feet 1 inch to 5 feet 3 inches. The whole industrial engineering and the support of the software solutions. So the industrial automation, those asset classes provide an opportunity in India where standards have grown. 15 years ago, when competitors of Japanese companies set up big shops in India, they thought India is a cost-to-cost market and you go overseas to make higher margins. Now the Indian standard is about seeking a championship position after digital in everything that is efficient, green, capital good industry. So we are doing Washington DC's metro from here, from India, which is maybe a celebration moment for Make in India itself. And the cost of transporting it halfway across the world, of course assembled and done there. So you learn all of that. But on the digital side, as I said, society has become so much more empowered that you can't be in a software race when you enter so late. You have to be seeking experiential outcomes which are more complete physically for the user, socially, psychologically. So you must get into things like where the payment itself at the last mile, the life cycle experiences of things that they minimalistically are bound to use. As the end of that service, as the realization point, it's a B2B2C imagination that is now required. And India presents that opportunity. I know there are several challenges as we evolve in terms of supply chain, in terms of course, even a raw material price will affect dramatically, which have no major economic explanations sometimes because of geopolitics, etc.
The logistics costs are really
yes,
off the roof.
And in a big geography, they really matter a lot. But yes, all said and done, it's a great opportunity.
Hokugo-san, do you think that, there are certain things that can be still ironed out? There are certain issues that you need to be, feel like could be still addressed?
I will be very frank and maybe blunt sometimes. I think it is not. There is not something easy to strike out the hindrance for the doing business in India, but Japanese companies who are operating business here in India, I sometimes hear that yes, some instability or unclearness of the laws or regulations which applies to that company's business, and sometimes it changes, and this unclearness, and maybe, and also well, from state to state, sometimes it's different, and it's not easy to collect the information about how all the regulations related to that business. Maybe Bharat-san will say another thing. But for Japanese companies, sometimes they say that kind of difficulty exists. So if more clearness on that side exists, well, for example, which HS code is applied to which and which goods is well, clear beforehand of the import, then it will be easier. It sometimes changes and without notice. This kind of thing may be a part of the impediment.
Exactly. For that. Yeah, I mean, so India is such a diverse country, and there are taxation issues that we are aware of. There are issues of corporate governance that get highlighted from time to time. Maybe a final word from you. We have, is there something that you still would like to change in the Indian? What are the positives and maybe some of the negatives that you would like to pick up?
Yeah, even I hear kind of honest complaints from Japanese companies involved in our infrastructure work. In terms of lack of transparency in taxation or government approval, so those things should have things should be more transparent and predictable. So that is one thing. And I forgot to answer your first question. What is JICA's possibility to contribute more for for more Japan's investment or in digital or those areas? So if you look at the other countries, neighboring countries, we support, we finance lots of industrial, estates or SEZs. I mean, through provision of the basic infrastructure, power, water, everything, to attract, foreign manufacturers' investment. And we've been successful in Vietnam, in Thailand, Bangladesh. So why not India? And actually, we are in talks with several state governments. That's really good news.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, all three of you, for giving us a splendid view of what Japan has been doing in India, but what are the stellar ways in which both countries can move ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushal, Hokugo-san, Saito-san. We got a lot of suggestions on the measures India needs to attract investment from Japan. Request you to just please stay on stage for a moment. I'd like to call Mr. Sandeep Khurana, Chief Technology Officer at NEC India, to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests. As the stage gets set, a gentle reminder to share your valuable suggestions on today's discussion on social media using the hashtag Indo Japan Conclave. Now let's move on to our next session, Finance, Tapping the Fintech Promise. Both Japan and India have forayed into upcoming sectors including digital innovation, fintech lending, embedded financing, which have opened up scope for collaboration and knowledge sharing in these evolving domains. The panel will focus on how India is becoming a hotbed for financial technology companies and the role Japanese firms can play in tapping the big opportunity. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor, India Today, who I would like to call on stage and introduce the speakers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming Kanav Monga. He is CEO of Virgo Group. Kanav, please join us. Mr. Kunal Pandey. Kunal Pandey is National Co-Head of Digital Risk, Security and Governance, KPMG in India. And Mr. Vikram Upadhyay, Founder, GHV. The claps thunder should be much louder. Gentlemen, please take a seat. You know, our country is in a very sweet spot. Our GDP, per capita GDP is already $2,700 per person, and as per projection by various global agencies, we are bound to touch 3,200, 3,300 in next 4-5 years. This is a very, very interesting time to be in India. Our consumption is increasing, our middle class is expanding. As per United Nations recent study, there is roughly around 13 crore people who are coming out of poverty, as per the Multidimensional Poverty Index. So people are consuming more, and with the digital penetration hitting the villages and the countryside, so there are more people who are joining the country's organized economy. So that makes India a very, very interesting segment for the finance market. And I'm sure the conservative Japanese are also looking at this opportunity. And now we are expanding. So there is an opportunity, right? Maybe we have, get into the conversation. Maybe if I can request Kanav. Kanav, help us in understanding the opportunity which we have in hand right now. And you are interacting with many of the Japanese players. What sort of view do they have about the Indian finance, demand, as well as the technological innovations which are happening in India? Kanav?
Thanks very much. First of all, I would like to thank India Today for having me for this great session, second year in the running, and to all the sponsors for supporting this initiative. So coming from a Japanese standpoint of why they are currently missing in the fintech space, if you want me to address that first, I think the Japanese fundamentally find it a challenge that this is primarily a space where it is not a secured lending space. So them being extremely conservative business houses find this space a little unorganized, if I may use that term. From the Indian standpoint, I think the fintech space is extremely organized now. We have a robust regulator in the Reserve Bank of India who has given it enough leeway to spread across the country in a very large way, but also keep a tight regulation to ensure that there is enough security in place. So I think looking at the numbers in the fintech space, the total investment is currently at about $9 billion. But we have 21 unicorns or 25 unicorns right now as we speak. So I think the Japanese have a big opportunity to play in this space, primarily from a standpoint of low-cost capital that's available in the country. And secondly, of course, they have great technology that's available back home. From the Indian standpoint, to counter that, we are today, I think, at a space where we can call ourselves world leaders as far as developing fintech use cases are concerned, and the tremendous amount of engineering capability and skill set that we have available in India. If both the countries harness the best skill sets and the best access to capital, I think fintech is a great new Maruti Suzuki of the 2010s that can really be said about.
You know, when we talk about technology and its relationship with regulators, it's always running against each other, and especially even in this fintech space, when we see RBI, RBI gradually is tightening its grip over the fintech companies. They are putting in more and more conditions now. There is a condition that NBFC should be linked, and that also limits innovation space for many of the fintech players. Maybe Kunal, if you can help us, understanding that how people can build up their knowledge base on the regulator, which way regulator is running. Is it counter space, or is it to complement the fintech space?
So fintech is known for innovation, very high speed innovations and deliveries, and world over regulators have been finding it challenging to understand what technologies can do, and more so what are these innovators trying to do. And the regulators are, in the way I see it, is they are really focused about the person on the ground who is availing the service. Is his or her interest being reasonably protected, or there are unfair practices which are happening and which do happen occasionally, and that is where regulators have clamped down, and there has been certain things which have happened for the good, where mechanisms have been brought in, like not just clamping down, the innovation hubs have been made, the sandboxes have been made. What is needed is, the financial sector is not one regulator. While we spoke about RBI, which is on the lending space, but fintech is not just lending. It is about insurance. It's about wealth. It could be small investments. And today in India, if you see the number of investors who have gone into the capital market through mutual fund route, again has exploded. So it's multiple regulators. They have to work together, and it's not easy to work together there. But again, there we are seeing, changes happening where regulators are, collaborating. Industry is coming together with, groups which are going together to regulators. CII, for example, is going to the various regulators and trying to work on that. So that's again, which is, happening on the side. From a regulatory side, I think what is very important is to make sure that there is a very clear direction on things moving in the right way, taking the interest of both the fintechs as well as the receiver of the services. And that is where I think institution building could be one thing which can be looked at, like, what I heard in the previous panel, where Japanese investment has come to build SEZs. So Japanese investment can also come to build fintech cities, and with good practices being built there, so that everybody becomes comfortable. The bad fishes are moved out of the pond, and everybody is more focused about how do you look at development. Because again, mind you, while we talk about RBI, one of the RBI's fundamental role is also development. So that those are something which I can share.
Yeah, in fact, now we are seeing some of the Japanese financial institutions recapitalizing many of their Indian, Indian ventures. But there is a conservative attitude of many of the Japanese players. But we see that there is a lot of capital which is available, which is cheaper in Japan, and plus they have technological innovations. Help us in understanding that as well, that what sort of opportunities do we see there as well?
Sure. So see, fintech as an industry is is innovation driven. So therefore, by that definition, would be classified as a risky industry, which can have a lot of high returns. Also, it requires a slightly longer term play. Now, many financial institutions are not really comfortable for a longer term play. When I say financial institution, let's say a small NBFC or even a small bank, they may not be very comfortable looking at a 5-year play or a 10-year play. looking at a company which is risky can give a lot of returns, but may not sometimes give return at all. And that is where a slightly longer term play in a larger scale, can be very differently looked at, because if you look at one industry at one company at a time, one can say whether it will succeed or fail. But if you look at 1,000 companies at a time, right, then the chances of good success is always there. And you don't have to look anywhere else. India today in the last 3-4 years has shown huge upside. And that is what is attracting investments from across the world. If you look at many of these publications, whether it is coming from the research analysts or even from regulators or the government, India today is potentially the second largest fintech space in the world. And if you look at as a collective, then it makes a lot of sense. And that is where, a country which has large capital and needs to look at where they can contribute, of course in a mutually beneficial phase, could be an interesting thing. The second part which you asked is about technology. Now, India has proven across the world that we are good in digital technology from a software side of it, but we are still in our early stage when it comes to hardware side of it. Fintech, while we see cool apps on the phone, that's software, but end of the day, the receiver many times, whether it is a farmer on the ground or let's say a small businessman who is driving a truck, there is a interface between the digital world and the physical world, and that's where you need semiconductors, you need lots of other hardware technologies, which is again have been a place where from my childhood I've been we have been all looking at made in Japan as a high tech and high quality. So that technology can be brought in. Of course, it has to innovate for Indian environment, but that's another place where I think could be a good area of collaboration and focus.
If I could come to you, Vikram, India has a very unique type of combinations. We have digital presence, we have digital identities, and it's connected with mobiles. So almost every citizen of this country has Aadhaar, mobile phone, and Prime Minister is already delivering DBTs. So that means that there is some bit of money which is coming to those accounts as well. Do you think that this is probably the sweet spot where many of the Japanese funds, especially which are low-cost funds, can actually explore those type of markets, get in there, and especially when data is available about their their spending, their expenditures, their savings. So how do you see that space? Plus technology aspect, if you can tell us, because that space also has multiple other roles. There's a payment gateways which are required there, and especially when new opportunities are coming up, employment opportunities are coming up. So there's a play which is happening. So how do you read that?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'd like to say to this question is so far we have been talking about what Japan can do in this space. And I'll pick this question in terms of how Japan can do this fintech play or the opportunity tapping in India. To your question, in one word, the answer is yes, the opportunity is there in this space for Japan. But how to do it, that's always been deliberated, discussed in the Japanese boardrooms for the last 3 decades I have seen. Now, India is a developing country. We all know this thing. If it is a developing country, then it has to be planned if Japan is looking to invest, and there's an opportunity in the fintech space. As mentioned by my co-panelist, the hardware and the capital both are required in India from Japan, and Japan is seriously looking also India. But how to go about it? Definitely a tech intervention is required when you are planning a long term. And I'll go with the example. This is easy for the audience to understand. When I moved back to India, and the whole objective for me was to address the how, not the what part of it. And I started building for Japan in India with Indians a framework where Japanese companies who are going to enter India for a long term, for 3 decades commitment, or who are already existing in the Indian market as the market leader for the last 3 decades, and how they can engage with the technology and the tech play so that they can build the edge versus the Western world. And that's what we did with large enterprises, including Maruti Suzuki. Now, to master in the tech space in India, especially in the fintech, I think data is the king, and to understand the data, you have to work with the data at the ground level. Suburban India is full of rich data. When a player from Japan looking at fintech space in India, when we have already 23 unicorns, 25 unicorns by now, only in the fintech space, really good ones. Japan has been thinking to enter and build some unicorns as old as I remember, is like 8 years back they've been discussing, and they're still not able to enter in India. And we are building unicorns, successful ones, in fintech space. So one has to come in India, start building and interacting at the suburban level in India, and not look a short-term horizon in terms of return only. It is a long-term, definitely. Short-term, they should look for it. And as correctly mentioned by my co-panelists, hardware is something required from Japan. India is very good in software side of it. You look at the tech innovations we have been doing as in India, speech recognition, augmented reality. Speech recognition is for, we need not to have banks physically having the retail outlets. The authenticity of the customer can be done with the speech recognition. Artificial intelligence is used. There's so many technologies and startups who are empowering the fintech space in India, and Japan should learn also while they're deploying the capital with the hardware they should bring into this space.
Karnav, if I can come to you, if you can help us in understanding that, the basic understanding about the Japanese banks is that their customer acquisition cost is very high. They are conservative. And with yesterday's announcement that Mizuho wants to recapitalize their Indian subsidiary, that means more and more Japanese capital would be coming in, and many other players would also, I'm sure, would be coming. Do you think that the maturity which Indian fintech industry has attained can help them in settling into the Indian market, or hand-holding them to get into the Indian market? They can make things easier for the Japanese player? How do you read the situation?
So yes. Today morning, actually, the newspapers have reported that one of the leading Japanese banks has recapitalized to the extent of, I think, 4,100 crores. And so that is absolutely a great sign, because I think this is an instance where a Japanese bank has recapitalized its subsidiary after a long time. And the Japanese banks have been present in India for over 3 decades, but this is certainly a move in the right direction. How this helps them to actually take advantage of the fintech space in India is something yet to be seen. But I think Japanese being extremely conservative business houses, this step will certainly help them to understand the market in a better manner. In terms of trying to use technology to onboard customers, most of the Indian banks per se are using this so-called NBFCs or the fintech business models to use them as account aggregators. So instead of trying to reach an individual account holder or a potential account holder, you should get hold of a fintech company and you suddenly get 10,000 customers. That's the business model. Another thing I want to highlight here is that, from the regulatory standpoint, the regulator is of course trying to play a balancing act in this whole game. They are not so worried because the NBFCs or the fintech are not raising capital from the individual. So there is no money that the regulator is worried about. It is primarily PE or big funds or big institutions investing in this and trying to take advantage. The other thing I think that the Japanese will be happy to know is that the minute an NBFC or a fintech achieves a 75% security on the money that they've lent, they've actually made money. Because the rate of interest or the way that the business model works is that they are not lending on a 5-year or a 10-year cycle. They are lending on a weekly cycle. You can actually borrow money for as less as a week on your phone and end up paying approximately a 30% interest rate per annum basis. So it's not that it is very, very high risk. It's just a different business model that the Japanese, I think the minute they crack the system, the sky's the limit. I mean, if you just look at numbers, $9 billion today invested, we're going to attract $55 billion in the fintech space over the next 5 years. And with the kind of capital that is available with the large institutions in Japan, if you look at the balance sheets, they can certainly play a very, very big game as far as this opportunity in India is concerned.
But sir, kind of when we talk to Japanese, I'm sure they are also preparing a similar Excel sheet, similar projection they are also seeing. But they're still, conservative, they're still hesitant. So what is stopping them from, tapping the Indian market?
So I've had this discussion with a number of my friends from Japan. What is stopping them? To put it point blank, currently per capita GDP in India is approximately $2,700–2,800 plus or minus. I think the minute India hits that $3,200, $3,300 threshold, that is when you'll see the Japanese actually making that big leap in India. It is that number that is holding them back to a certain extent right now from the Excel sheet standpoint. The minute you see that happening, and I think it's a question of another 18 to 24 months, you will see a massive change as far as India is concerned. And plus, geopolitically speaking, I don't think it's a no-brainer actually that India is by far the sweet spot. And that's why the Japanese are certainly now moving in the right direction and considering India as a big playground.
Kunal, you at KPMG must be consulting with many of these Japanese. So what is your reading that, why they are not being able to tap the Indian market, or are they still, like Kana was saying, that they're conservative, they're waiting for a certain threshold to touch and then come to India, or there is some issue with the ecosystem that keep them wary? So what is your reading there?
So I think in my view, one, I would agree with what Kanav is saying, that there is a bit of you could say conservatism which is there, but I think it's contextually one has to look at is what has been the direct on the ground experience. So anywhere in the world when something new happens, you have to experiences at hand to understand what can be done. So I think that initial, whether you look at priming a pump or catalyzing the initial thing, that is also, which we have not seen much happening, in that side. As against that, from some of the Western geographies, a lot of private capital has started coming in. So I think maybe the way to look at is that at a government level, also probably bringing in the social development thinking. Now, if you think of the UN SDG matrices, you will find umpteen number of examples in India, right, where it can be done. And maybe, through that route where fintechs are participating in that economy, some initial priming is done, which makes people actually experience what's happening on the ground, and then kickstarts the process. Because clearly it's, the world over, which is a country which is growing, which is quite clear. There have been various reports saying that the next century is ours. So the question is not about whether, it is about how fast. So while 3,300 will happen, as both of my co-panelists are saying, maybe there needs to be a bit of that quick movement, taste the waters, and probably make it faster.
If I can ask you, to make things happen, India also need to build up their digital muscle. So what sort of innovation are you expecting in some time to come, when we will be hitting 3,300 or 3,200 mark? So what sort of strength do you see that Indian fintech companies needs to build up so that they can bring in the Japanese capital and Japanese these hardwares and make a full use of it?
Yeah, so for 33 to come and making it happen, and the tech required, or tech to accelerate from that point onward, I think technology will keep changing. What will remain the same for the next 2 decades at least, the data. The processing power of the data and how it is processed is going to be the key player in this. But having said that, I think most of these players who are going to enter in India, specifically Japan if I have to talk, they should look at building their innovation labs around the fintech, so that they are up to the mark what is going at the ground level in India in terms of technology, whether it's AI, whether it's augmented reality using AI, or speech recognition, or various kind of technologies they are going to use it. I think innovation lab is the way of adapting technologies which is changing very fast in India. I remember a case study of a large Japanese corporate trying to enter in India in late 2008 or 9, trying to sell their desktops in India, and they were like looking to collaborate with the counterparts in India. But India was telling them that the way we are explaining the fintech is the next future for Japan. India was educating them at that time that India is going to have a leapfrog in terms of the desktop to mobile. And today, our mobile penetration is much higher than the desktop. Similarly, in terms of fintech play, when we are doing today, using technology, the technology will keep changing. 10 years down the line, what we are using in AI today will or might be obsolete. So hence, they should go for innovation labs, which should continuously keep building the freshness of the technology coming in their business, and how they can leverage that for the different business innovation, process innovation, or product innovation. And that's what make any large enterprise to maintain the edge in terms of technology. Data mining, data processing, data storage is going to be the core for this whole stack of the technology, which at any point of time, any enterprise is going to use it.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe kind of, time is running out. Maybe last word is for you. What sort of big innovation do you see that Indian players can make in the Japanese market? So do you have some, some bit of, understanding that how, Indians, because I know that Paytm wanted to crack the Japanese market, but was not able to do it. So do you think there is some play for Indian players to get into the Japanese market and, make some bit of bounty there?
So, I'm not going to mince words here, but Paytm trying to make a crack at the Japanese market would have always been a challenge, keeping in view where they come from. But coming back, I think the fundamental way to attack, or not attack, but rather partner with Japan is to find a good Japanese partner. You need a good Japanese partner to make a big play there. On the skill set side of things in India, there's a significant opportunity. The Japanese have a very, very high aging population. They find it cumbersome to visit a bank branch to get their banking needs done. It is a very, very heavy cash using society. So I think with digital and fintech, the people, the aging population of Japan can certainly make use of this technology and not need to visit banks and start believing in a cashless society. So a lot of fintechs who've developed the technology, who've used the India stack, who have that experience here in India, can partner with a Japanese company and take that use case back home in Japan.
So Vikram, you have studied there for 16 years. What is your reading? How can Indian players get into the Japanese market, especially in the fintech space? Do you see some space where they can play a game?
Oh, yes, there's a lot of space for Indian players to enter in the Japanese market. The biggest space is like the ease of lending is missing in Japan. Especially the aging population, which colleague mentioned, is that big space which needs to be cracked. And digital payment is something, adaptability is missing. A tech play is required in that. Definitely there are players who are trying to do it, but they are missing that India's tech, what India has created, is missing in Japan. I think very closely G2G level, they're trying to now study about India's tech. So there is a big demand in this space.
So stack plus UPI plus many of these
Yes.
things. Kunal, if you want to add, then we can wind up.
I'll probably move a little bit away from fintech only, but I would say, my personal view is a lot of innovation also is happening in the communication side. And, whatever happens in India happens at a scale which is world scale. Because, we are a country of 1.4 billion people. So that's another element which is needed, because when we say financial services have to walk home, the path is the communication channel. So we can even communicate in that contribute in the path.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for your time. And it was a great conversing with you all. Thank you very much.
For fintech to take off in Japan, they need demonetization.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call Mr. Ashish Gupta, CIO and CISO at NEC India, to hand over a token of appreciation. India and Japan are already in the midst of talks to sign an MOU that will enable Japan to buy green hydrogen and carbon credits from India. Our next panel is on energy, the green hydrogen boom, that will discuss the importance of cross-country partnerships in driving green hydrogen initiatives. To steer this conversation, I'd like to call on stage the session speakers. Mr. Derek M. Shah, Senior Vice President and Head of Green Manufacturing and Development at Larsen & Toubro. Can I have a round of applause, please? Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, Associate Vice President and Head of Environmental Sustainability at Godrej Industries. Ms. Rita Roy Chaudhary, Managing Partner and Chief Executive of Climate Change and Sustainability Services at eCube Investment Advisors. Mr. Shinichiro Imahori, representative from Japan Bank for International Cooperation. And lastly, Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee, General Manager, Social Innovation Business at Hitachi India. Moderating this discussion will be India Today's Managing Editor, MG Arun. Welcome, everyone.
Green hydrogen, as we all know, is produced from renewable energy sources using electrolysis, ensuring zero carbon dioxide emission. India has approved the National Green Hydrogen Mission in January 2022 with an aim to produce 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen every year by 2030, with an associated renewable energy capacity addition of 125 gigawatts. This morning, here at the conclave, Power Minister R.K. Singh said that India already has a capacity of 7.8 million tons of green hydrogen, at least the commitments are there. So what is the potential of the country to tap this opportunity, and how can we accelerate the change? So joining us to deliberate is this stellar panel that we have here. Let me start off with Mr. Derek M. Shah, who is the Senior Vice President and Head of the Green Manufacturing and Development, Larsen & Toubro. You have noticed how grandiose plans that India has as far as the green hydrogen initiative is concerned. How achievable are our goals that we have set for ourselves? And how do companies like yours come into the picture, because you have already announced your own partnership in this area, and you are going ahead with your commitments. If you can elaborate on that.
Thanks, Mr. Arun. You are absolutely right when you said in your opening remark about the efforts of our country towards decarbonization, where the cabinet chaired by our Honorable Prime Minister laid out the roadmap for the green hydrogen mission. And as you rightly said, the green hydrogen mission actually lays out for the country to do at least 5 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030. So rather than only looking at what are these achievables, I would little bit broad base it, saying that India right now already generates grey hydrogen to the extent about 5 to 6 million, and by 2030 it will be about 12 million. So in our efforts to decarbonize, we would like to reduce the dependence on grey and go to green hydrogen by at least 5 million tons. That is around more than 40-41% attempt is to make it green hydrogen. This will be a huge effort towards the reduction of carbon dioxide. Your question is, how much is it achievable? I think a large part of it is definitely achievable, given the thrust the government is giving, the corporates are giving, to also kind of enhance and reiterate it to what L&T is doing in this. So, L&T realized long back that the reliance on fossil fuels, because our large part of our portfolio, business portfolio lies in the energy sector. So we knew that there was going to be a shift away from fossil fuels. So we focused on the green energy sector. And we have laid out a plan to capture the entire value chain across the green hydrogen. So L&T is looking at manufacturing of electrolyzers. L&T has already entered into a license agreement with a very reputed French company called McPhee. We are rolling out our electrolyzers by end of this year, in another 1 month's time. And going forward, we will scale that capacity to more than 1 gigawatt a year, which is very, very substantial. Beyond the manufacturing of electrolyzers, we are already setting up green hydrogen plants. We have set up a small green hydrogen plant at a factory in Hazira, where we produce absolutely green, that means out of rooftop solar. We use the clean and green power. We use electrolysis, the electrolyzer, to split water. And we use the hydrogen and blend it with the natural gas, which we are using it into our furnaces in our factory. So we don't only speak, we don't only make presentations, we walk the talk. We were one of the first companies in India to say that here is a plant and here is how it works and here is clean and green hydrogen. And what we are doing it within our own factory, we'll do it across the country, across multiple sectors. So that's part 2. We are already working with multiple corporates to deal with this. And the third part is, naturally, as a part of this green hydrogen mission, the program of the government, which is called SIGHT, S-I-G-H-T, it's something like a PLI scheme, where today is the submission date of the tender, which is gone, where multiple corporates are going to bid to set up green hydrogen plants in India. L&T, along with its partners, are also bidding. So this will enable multiple corporates to, as Mr. Singh was saying, that there are huge commitments already on play, and these commitments will be kind of evidenced in the manner in these tenders of SIGHT, and you'll see multiple bids, multiple investments, projects, all of them coming out in the country in the very near future. So I think this is as far as the domestic is concerned, because we are on Indo Japan, and I also heard the earlier speakers speak about what are we doing with respect to the other countries. Yeah. I think it's very important to also bring to light, while we have our national green hydrogen mission, which actually captures what we want to do within the country for our own domestic use, a large part of this commitment is also directed towards exports of green hydrogen. And Japan plays a very, very important, I would say, role in this entire commitment and our relationship, because Japan is one of the large countries which is actually come out with very clear signals as to where they are going to use green ammonia. There are multiple Japanese companies who are not only talking to L&T, they are talking to multiple other companies in India to set up these green hydrogen, green ammonia plants, which will be produced in India, shipped across to countries like Japan, and obviously there are other countries like Singapore, South Korea, where they will be utilized, and these will replace fossil fuels and partly other elements in the industry to help decarbonize these countries. So Indian corporates are playing a major role in the production of green hydrogen, in enhancement of this green energy, reduction of carbon, and decarbonization across the country, across the globe also.
Excellent. In fact, let us take a step back and try to understand why green energy, green hydrogen, for instance, is extremely imperative for the country and for Indian business. And I have two experts who can throw light on this. We have Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan. He is the Associate Vice President of Sustainability at Godrej Industries. I'll come first to you, and then we'll go to Ms. Rita Roy Chaudhary. ESG is no longer something that is, it's come to the forefront in a big way. In the boardrooms, it is being talked about in a big way. At the same time, there is a lot of questions that are still asked about, the economic viability of, something like this. So how do companies balance out, on the one side, how do you ensure that we do align ourselves with whatever is going across the globe in terms of the green energy thrust, but at the same time ensure that we also meet our economic targets?
Thank you for that question. Because I get asked this question a lot about the viability of ESG and what does it mean from an economic perspective. I'm going to answer this in 2-3 different perspectives. The first being that let's look at pure mathematics and pure stock market valuations. Now, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, which is a well-known global index, measures the performance of ESG-focused companies on their stock price performance versus the regular index, which is all companies. Over the last 15 years, the companies which have been strong on ESG have outperformed the index continuously, and the gap is growing. So for people who are interested in facts and they say, forget anecdotes, show me facts, the facts are there. Purely from a fact perspective, a numbers perspective, companies with strong ESG principles outperform financially companies with poor ESG principles. And if you look a little deeper into it, you'll understand why. Being strong on ESG is basically a de-risking. You're de-risking yourself for a future which is very uncertain when it comes to climate. So investors are more and more looking for companies which are really not even just looking at a risk, but looking at opportunities. Now, that change in mindset is what is really being driven in this decade. Looking at ESG as a risk, which was the primary driver of a lot of ESG work over the last decade, saying that how do I protect myself from a future increase in fossil fuel energy prices? How do I protect myself from water crisis by really becoming better in the way I consume water? To now looking at how do I cater to a market that is looking for more ESG first solutions? How do I cater to a consumer who's looking for a low plastic solution? So that entire shift from risk to opportunity is really what is driving it at the board level, like what you mentioned earlier. And it purely just makes economic sense. I mean, so I think where we get a little lost in this is that we use the same old time-honored time windows of 3 to 5 years to see paybacks. Whereas ESG and risk is a thing you need to look at slightly macro perspective. You need to step back a little and take a 10, 15-year window perspective. Now, I understand a lot of boards and a lot of shareholders do not have that patience, and they're not looking at 10 to 15-year windows, which is why it's very important to create a roadmap which shows short-term wins, medium-term wins, and then long-term wins. You need to be able to buy yourself time to really achieve some of the longer-term ones. So creating a very strong roadmap which has short time windows is very important. The reason I mention this, I hear a lot of people talking about net zero 2070, for example. Great ambition. Nobody's faulting that. But you don't want to end up in 2055 wondering where we are with respect to achieving it and will we achieve it or not. So it's very important to have shorter time windows, tangible targets, put stepping stone targets and really achieve those. In India, at least, clean energy is one of the cheapest ways to really decarbonize because renewable energy in India is fundamentally cheap. Water is a bigger area of worry because water is priced incorrectly in India. And both of these have a big influence on the hydrogen economy, if you look at it, which is why I think the pricing of hydrogen, which is the only thing that we really need to crack going forward the next few years, and you will see a massive uptake in the consumption of green hydrogen. So we need to look at the entire ecosystem in a holistic perspective and not isolate it as carbon as a separate problem, water as a separate problem, waste as a separate problem. They're all fundamentally interlinked.
Great. Ms. Rita Roy Chaudhary, in your perch as managing partner and chief executive at eCube Investment Advisors, what do you feel are the imperatives and what are some of the challenges that are, that companies are facing when it comes to addressing the issue of green hydrogen?
Thanks, Arun. So I think the imperative is very clear, and Ramnath also mentioned this. The imperative for any form of clean power is very clear. That in our pathway to decarbonize, clean energy is going to play an instrumental, a pivotal role. And looking at India's Panchamrit goals, all of which are where clean power is going to play the most important and significant role, whether it is the 50% energy mix from renewables or 500 gigawatts of non-fossil based energy by 2030, or even the projected carbon emissions reductions from now until 2030 of 1 billion tons, or reducing the carbon intensity of the economy by 45%. All of these and are ultimately the long-term net zero goal. So I think none of it will be will happen unless we are focusing significantly on this energy transition to clean energy. But at the same time, I think what is imperative is that the entire ecosystem develops in a manner, in a holistic manner, so that, you know, as we ramp up the supply, we also trigger the demand. And it's not just the question of demand generation. You know, the concomitant challenges that are going to come in terms of the vast infrastructure requirement that production, transportation, storage of hydrogen will require, right? That itself is going to generate a lot of carbon emissions. So how are we going to look at the infrastructure development for green hydrogen so that it doesn't result in another large crisis for us? But coming back to the point of ecosystem development, I think infrastructure is one thing that needs to be really ramped up. It doesn't exist today. So whether it's in terms of creating new infrastructure, expanding the network, retrofitting the existing gas infrastructure, all of that I think needs to be focused on. So that's one critical component of the ecosystem. The second component is the supply chain itself. So there are strong concerns around a sustainable supply chain for green hydrogen. And if we are to be completely energy independent by 2047, as the goal has been set, then I think the most important thing to focus on is the sustainability of the supply chain for any form of clean power we're talking about, whether it's renewables or hydrogen. And therefore, looking at the critical materials, I think one of the World Bank studies points at the maximum amount of requirement of critical materials which will come for the renewable energy capacity that will have to be expanded in order to meet the hydrogen energy demand, right? So that's going to be a very important aspect. But other than the critical materials, I think even the balance, the BOP equipment, where India has a strong potential to indigenize completely, I think that also has to be ramped up in parallel. So the supply chain ecosystem has to develop as fast or faster as the production of electrolyzers or the production of green hydrogen itself is concerned. The third part of, I think, the ecosystem is really the demand trigger. And, you know, while, so there can be aggregation of demand in a regional context. So that kind of obviates the necessity of transporting or storing hydrogen for longer periods or transporting it over longer stretches. So that will bring down the cost of hydrogen, and therefore I think triggering demand at a regional level and also and aggregating it like you have for power. You have power purchase agreements and power supply agreements, and all of those could be done for hydrogen as well at a regional level. So I think demand triggering will be important, and while the refinery and fertilizer sectors are the first ones where this demand can be channeled because they're already using grey hydrogen which can be replaced. But other sectors like steel, like mobility and cement and others, I think there has to be a gradual adoption plan for these sectors. So demand is the other thing. And the fourth thing, I think the standards and protocols have to be in place. It doesn't exist. So, there are huge safety concerns. So safety protocols and standards, I think, are another important aspect of the ecosystem.
Yeah. So you have very beautifully laid out the some of the premier challenges that are on the way of implementing this. Now I'd like to bring in the representative of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, Mr. Shinichiro Imahori. And I think as the sole Japanese representative on this panel too, I think you're the best position to bring us give us an idea of how Japan sees the Indian the activities that are happening in the green hydrogen market, Japan has been laying a huge thrust on green energy initiatives and is looking to import, a lot of green hydrogen and ammonia from other countries, and India could be a major partner in this. So that's a big opportunity for India. So if you could just highlight, the opportunities there.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing, and thank you very much for inviting me in this panel. And please let me touch upon JBIC's introduction first. JBIC is a 100% governmental institution under the Ministry of Finance, and we are expanding our business here. We provided $13 billion loan from the 2020 to 2023, which is very huge. And also, our recent track record is providing a $5 billion loan to AMNSI, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, and also $2 billion to State Bank of India. And our recent focus area is supply chain resilience, including semiconductor and battery and EV, but also renewable sectors, of course, green hydrogen. And I'd like to touch upon Japan's situation. Japan is importing LNG, oil and coal, but we have to achieve a net zero by 2050. And in order to achieve this, gradual transition is required. So that's why the green hydrogen we will import. And Japan's land price is very limited, so we can not so much produce green hydrogen. So Japan, and also in the Far East Asian regions, Korea, also aiming to import the green hydrogen. But Japan is really aiming to import. And when it comes to import, the price is still high compared to the existing fare. So that's why the Japanese government is planning to issue GX economy transition bond, which is 20 trillion yen. This is equivalent to 11 trillion rupee. This is a huge amount. And the Japanese subsidy will be coming from this bond. And now the Japanese government is setting up the criteria for selecting the eligible project in terms of a subsidy. And now the one of the criteria would be the energy security perspective. And from Japan's perspective, we import LNG from the Australia mainly, and also US, Middle East, and South Asian regions. But backed by this strong economical political tie, India is a very prominent, and we see that India would be the very good candidate suppliers place. And also India is very strong in terms of green hydrogen and ammonia. So Japan has been facing a huge price fluctuation of oil and gas, but the green hydrogen price is relatively stable compared to the oil and gas. So this will contribute to stabilize our import price as well. And when we see the India and Japan collaboration, sorry, I would like to talk about India-Japan collaboration. And I think the Japanese trading houses and also utility companies, they can be I believe they can be a key role for exporting projects from India to Japan. Because India's renewable companies already have a huge gigawatt of renewable capacity, and also a strong, excellent capability to deliver the electricity to clients. But this is a domestic production, domestic consumption. And if I were Indian developer side, my competitor for supplying my hydrogen to Japan would be the international oil major and national giant, national companies like Petronas or whatever. So they already know much about Japan's commercial custom and also marketing. They already have a strong capability to marketing and also operational wise. So the Japanese trading houses and the utility companies have already such expertise, and they can complement to the Indian renewable developers. So I would like to suggest such collaboration between them, and JBIC is really willing to support by using competitive financial tools on that project.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we can have an extension of this perspective from Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee, who is also the general manager with social innovation business with Hitachi India, which is also has been running a very successful kind of relationship with India for a long time now. From your perspective, how do we tap this opportunity? And if you can tell us about the kind of work that Hitachi has been doing, in this the green hydrogen sector.
Sure. Thank you, Arun. So let me just start off with a small bit of information. And we have all been talking about pricing, demand, supply balance. India is actually one among a handful of countries where the cost of green hydrogen will be lower than the cost of grey hydrogen by 2030. So I think that itself provides a lot of opportunity and collaboration between countries like India and Japan. Now, the way to, we've spoken about partnerships and collaboration, and really they are going to be at the essence of any business model where, we will be able to meet the targets that we are looking for in terms of production, in terms of reduction of CO2 emissions through hydrogen. Demand supply is an essential thing to balance. While we are seeing a lot of large hydrogen projects being announced, we also need to look at how many of them are actually bankable, how many of them are actually reaching financial closure. So for that, the demand really has to be sorted out, as Ms. Roy has already pointed out. The other thing is in terms of collaboration, standardization, and there I think one thing to look forward to is the COP28, where there is going to be hopefully there's going to be a launch of intent to collaborate amongst the different countries on standardization classification. So I think that's going to be announced on the 5th of December. So that's something that we all need to kind of look at, and that will really be a catalyst for international trade. The other thing is, and I'll talk about what Hitachi has been doing in Japan. Japan, of course, the hydrogen story has begun. So we've been working on one particular very interesting project from 2017, actually. This is in a city called Tomiya in the Miyagi prefecture on the east of Japan. I hope I got that right. So there, the task that was given to Hitachi, together with Marubeni, which is one of the leading trading companies in Japan, is to show how an existing supply ecosystem can be used to develop a sustainable hydrogen ecosystem. So there, of course, we started with renewable energy, the electrolysis process to produce green hydrogen that was stored first in buffer tanks. And then, interestingly, the problem was how to distribute this. And together with Marubeni, we were able to, actually design hydrogen cassettes for storage, probably the size of this placard, where, when we used a special alloy that Marubeni was able to source, where then these hydrogen cassettes were able to be distributed to schools and homes with fuel cells for generation of energy, and together with your normal groceries, so bread and milk. So one of the key things is how do you safely distribute hydrogen. So this was a very interesting example, and if I were to draw a comparison maybe and look into the future, if we have fuel cells at our homes and offices, we could call up Zomato or Swiggy for a hydrogen cassette. They could come, and so this is something that this was run successfully between 2017 and 2021, and I think it's something that everybody can look at and learn, where it's a kind of a successful model of collaboration. And another interesting thing is, so Hitachi has also been collaborated with Toyota for designing of a hydrogen train, which is the first hydrogen train in Japan, which is a hybrid hydrogen and fuel cell plus lithium battery. So, and that is something that we look to commercialize in Japan by 2030 as well. So these are some models of collaboration that can be useful for learning as we embark on the journey in India.
Right, thank you. Mr. Derek Shah, we have seen how speakers have been talking of the fact that whatever is happening in the India so far, as far as the capacities that are being built are fine, but we need to ensure that the markets are tied up and there is enough demand that comes up. I mean, that has been a key point which some of the speakers have raised. I would like to have your perspective on this because L&T is already working on this front. And I would also like you to talk about the manufacture of electrolyzers, because that is a big area where India has a huge potential, and I think you have made a head start in that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most important and pertinent points that was touched upon by a couple of speakers on the demand side. Because on the supply side, as you rightly said, corporates are gearing up. The renewable sector is already, looking at enhancing our both solar, wind, and now pump storage also. So when all of these are happening and kind of the jigsaw puzzle, all the pieces are falling in place, the big subject is demand. So right now, we are very, very, I would say, looking forward to mandates being announced by the government. It is on the anvil. We understand that the government is looking at, let's say, defining a particular percentage of blended green hydrogen with grey hydrogen refineries. It could be anywhere between 1% to 2% or 3%, although the earlier estimates were higher. Then going forward, the fertilizer industry will have some mandates in terms of the green ammonia that they import versus how can it be blended with the ammonia that they import can be blended with green ammonia. So the mandates from the government is going to play a very, very important role in driving this sector. Naturally, the big question is why aren't the mandates coming in place? It's because of the price differential. Right now, we have a grey hydrogen, let's say between $1.8 to $2 or $1.5 to $2, while green could be somewhere in the range of about $4.5 to $5. So there is an arbitrage that has to be bridged, and it comes at a cost. But then we have seen this happening in solar plants. If you go back 15 years back, everybody said solar power is not possible. It comes up upwards of 15 rupees per unit. Had not the government taken such huge, let's say, steps incentivizing solar power plants, bringing in RPOs, renewable power obligations, 15 years later, we see solar power plants coming at 2.5, 3 rupees per kilo. So this happens in any upcoming technology with the hand-holding of the government, incentivizing the sector, drawing up right policy and guidelines and everything. Hydrogen, green hydrogen will also, the price will drop. There are multiple issues on the policy side which is happening, which will take place. So I'm sure, I think I'm very happy to hear about, we are aware of what's happening in Japan in terms of import of green ammonia. We are also in touch with multiple of these companies, utilities and trading houses. And going forward, we look forward to kind of creating them. On the electrolyzer part, I think it's another very important subject that while the renewable energy in India has become quite, I would say, common in terms of setting up plants. It's a no-brainer. It's not a very high technology to do the solar plants and wind plants. The tech part over here is the electrolyzer. So the electrolyzer technology is something which I'm so happy and proud to state that we are one of the first companies in India to be getting hold of this technology. And what we are doing is every element of the electrolyzer we are going to manufacture in India. Unlike most of the companies who are partly depending on imported stacks from Europe or elsewhere. So our factory in Hazira, we are going to manufacture every part of the electrolyzer, including I heard Madam speak about the BOP. The BOP is also, we are going to make sure that everything is indigenized, and the site program of the government, which is so beautifully crafted that The government is incentivizing that you more and more you do local value addition in terms of you go upwards of 60%, 70, 80%, 90% indigenization, you get more incentives from the government. So the indigenization coupled with a higher technology is going to get you super and excellent electrolyzers manufactured in India, and which will lead the way.
Okay, that's wonderful news. Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, if you can sort of give us an idea. Here we have heard how in Japan, we have got hydrogen locomotives. We have, we talked about, we are talking about hydrogen fuel for cars in a big way. How far is India away from all this? We have been discussing this often, and what are the, what are the impediments on the way?
I think a lot of people already touched upon the problems are not going to be on the supply side in terms of renewable energy availability. And I think one of the aspects that we haven't really touched upon is the role of biomass and biofuels in really creating a lot of the green energy, because I actually see biomass is going to be the next big green energy boom in India, more so than solar, because solar, due to the land requirements, due to the other the regulatory restrictions around it, has some sort of caps. We've sort of hit a plateau somewhere. But biomass, and this is something we are also exploring, we're looking at a bamboo biomass-based green hydrogen pilot, is something that could be a very, very big boost to the supply side of things. But coming to your question on the challenges and looking at, on the demand side of things, I think setting up the ecosystem for financing and the ecosystem for regulations is very, very critical. But in the absence of the two of these, you will see most of the sectors will struggle. I'll take two classic examples, one of which Sir already mentioned about solar in the last decade. It's a great success story. Would not have happened without the financing and the regulatory mechanisms coming together to really create that environment for the developers and the off-takers to flourish. EV is another great example. Now, the technology isn't the issue. The issue is how are we going to price it? How are we going to regulate it? How are we going to create this ecosystem of charging stations? So these questions have to be answered for hydrogen as well. It's not enough to look at just the technology side and the generator side of things and the look at demand side of things. The interlinking and creating that entire ecosystem, creating platforms, for example, for purchase of green hydrogen, creating regulatory systems for monitoring and verification, that is going to be very, very critical. Without that, it's not going to be successful.
Okay, Ms. Chowdhury, creating the ecosystem, if you can just share your thoughts very quickly.
Yeah, so some of the points that I had mentioned earlier in terms of the infrastructure development, the standards and protocols that need to be set in place. But other parts of the ecosystem, I think important to see is the vision that government has set out of 5 million tons per annum. And the kind of jobs it's going to create, around 6 lakh jobs is what is estimated. So I think there's also that part of the ecosystem that needs to be focused upon in terms of creating the right kind of skill sets, building the capacity in this ecosystem as project development and production ramp up. One of the things that I really want to touch upon, and because I think the question you began with earlier was on environment, social governance, and I cannot but really reflect briefly on this, is the fact that while we start decarbonizing and moving towards this kind of energy transition, I think it's very, very important for us to also consider the complexities and the considerations that need to go with it as far as environment and social aspects are concerned. And I already mentioned, the emissions that might arise from the large-scale infrastructure development, and with the kind of prowess that India has, and looking at different innovations, I think that is something that definitely can be tackled if it's already factored in. As companies start to look at project development, production, and various aspects of this ecosystem. But the second thing is, and because we're looking at hydrogen production largely from electrolysis, there's going to be a huge demand for water. Right, and one of the IEA studies estimates that to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, it requires 9 liters of water. Today, India produces about 6 million tons of grey hydrogen annually, and if we are going to produce that order of magnitude for green hydrogen, it'll require about 130 to 190 million tons of water. And given that India has water-scarce regions, how are we going to balance this demand? These are very important considerations, the availability of land and potential land use conflicts that might arise, the societal concerns out of that, the displacement. I think these are, because we talk about the cost of producing hydrogen, but we need to factor in the total environmental and social costs of producing it. And then, then it becomes a different economic viability aspect. And given that, and although I think the future is very bright for India, and the vision set out is great, I think if we start looking at how do we balance these considerations from now on, then we are going to make this energy transition just and sustainable. I think that's going to be very important to look at.
So, Mr. Mahori, would you like to add to it? I mean, what has been Japan's concerns when it comes to these initiatives? How soon do you think you will find Indian companies exporting to your country? I mean, how close are you, or what's the kind of optimism you have regarding that happening?
Yes, thank you. I think that now the current Indian developers are waiting for the Japanese subsidy mechanism, and now this will be coming very soon. As I mentioned, the GX economy transition bond will be coming in the next February or something. So once the subsidy scheme is set, I think the offtake discussion may be proceeding. But I also would like to say that, as Derek mentioned, the SITE program backed by a National Hydrogen Mission of India, we are closely focusing on the progress of the implementation of this framework as well. So both the demand side and the supply side subsidy makes the collaboration more faster and more viable, I think.
Okay, final word from you, Mr. Chatterjee. Your company has been very closely associated with a whole lot of projects. So what is your optimism and what are your major concerns?
I think maybe I'll just close by saying that in the next 10 years or the next decade for the hydrogen is the time to kind of really hunker down and prepare for infrastructure. I think that is going to really be the key thing, be it pipelines, be it export-import terminals. So I think that should be the key focus, be it, electrolyzers, ramp-up generation, production of electrolyzers. And the other thing is, hydrogen, of course, is it's going to be a big part of our energy transition and the net zero targets, but we should also realize that maybe hydrogen is not the answer for all sectors. So maybe, our first focus should be on the heavy industries, the refining, the chemicals, then look if it makes sense, for transport. So I think the current sectors itself give us a lot of potential for looking at green hydrogen.
Okay, great. We have just run out of time, and I think we have had a very comprehensive discussion on various aspects of this terminology called green hydrogen, which we keep hearing, and I think our experts here had been able to demystify that for us. Thank you so much, all the speakers.
Thank you everyone for contributing to the discussion. May I request India Today's Group Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to please come over on stage and hand over the token of appreciation.
#1 makers of SUVs. #1 makers of SUVs.
The last few years have seen a plethora of Japanese brands making their way into India. The upcoming session, the Consumer Connect, Can Japan Be #1 in India, is about the opportunities Japanese consumer good firms have in India considering the expanding middle class base. For this session, we have 3 speakers, and the first presentation is from Panasonic, which entered the Indian market way back in 1972, and it has become a household name. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Manish Sharma, Chairman of Panasonic Life Solutions India and South Asia, to come up on stage for the 10-minute presentation. Yes, please.
All right, 10 minutes is pressure, because when the initial one came to me, I thought I have 15 minutes, but that's fine. Doing justice to this topic in front of the audience, which is every individual is an authority in this particular domain, would be tough, but let me give 2 reasons why I believe that I'll be doing some amount of justice to the topic, which is, can Japanese companies be #1 in India, and more specifically in the consumer space. One is that I'm invested 15 to 16 years of my professional career leading a Japanese company, and when it comes to Panasonic, quick reflections on the top line, we would be roughly about 12,500 crores this year. We have 11 manufacturing facilities, several innovation centers, offshore development centers, GCCs, which are servicing our subsidiaries elsewhere also. And a very small comment which I heard in the previous session was that when will be the time when Japanese companies will start to export back to Japan from here. I'm extremely happy to share with you that we are not only exporting services back to Japan, it's been few years since we started to export rice cookers from our Chennai factory back to Japan. And that is the level of quality which production in India has already achieved. So one reason for me to be able to reflect something on this topic is this. And second is, like many of us would be sentimentally, emotionally be able to relate with what I'm going to share with you. When I started off my professional career, I've invested 9 years working for Korean companies, both LG and Samsung. Thankfully learned a lot from both of them on the other side, which was manufacturing, innovation and R&D. I worked for a Chinese company for 4 years before joining Panasonic for about 15 years now. And in the initial part of career, as it happens with many people, with what money you make at that particular point in time, with discounts being available for employees for their own brand, I ended up purchasing a Panasonic television, then working for a Korean company in 1995. So I have few slides to reflect upon, and to start with, I think this would be adequately already shared, but central to anything what happens, whether it is strategy or its execution, is people. And when it comes to India and Japan, there are many reasons for people to find similarities. And this logically creates better efficiencies, cutting across various aspects. And these are some of the values which I believe we share in common. The family and the respect, the value systems, I have adequately traveled to Japan. I have adequately communicated with people coming in from Japan, and I understand that the value systems are very similar. The ceremonial rituals, the reason might be different for both of us, but are very similar. And then, the work ethics are very similar. The kind of commitment which professionals from both the countries reflect upon. Probably the work style might be different, but the work ethics, which essentially is about the passion and the commitment for work, we cuts across common, and Cuisine is very specific. But there are some differences also. And if you look at language itself, I mean, it is predominantly Japanese as one single language in Japan, and we speak a lot of languages. That is our diversity. And age demographics, we all understand 65% of our population is below the age of 35, and that potentially is the biggest reason for us to look at complementing each other. And the concept of time, I believe, the biggest of the difference is that for us it is popular for not so good reasons, the Indian Standard Time, and we all understand that how Japanese are punctual and extremely disciplined when it comes to adhering to the timelines. And what it takes to be successful, coming in from Japan in India, there are many reasons. In the last slide of my presentation, I'll share my understandings of a three-pillared strategy which essentially works for Japanese companies or say any multinational company in the country. But I think it's very important in the first instance to enable people-to-people connect. And this should be done in a very structured manner. And in the first instance is to enable platforms which will enable engagement to happen so that people understand each other in a better manner, because sometimes language can be a hindrance in enabling communication efficiencies. And as I mentioned, language. And I think when it comes to hierarchies, I personally believe that we should clearly segregate the hierarchy as we know, which is the structural hierarchy, and the communication hierarchy should be completely separated from the structural hierarchy. And the decision-making process, we quite often hear that we share our shoulders with expatriates coming in from Japan. If we try to understand that why that happens, and if you carefully look at many companies which are coming in from the West, let's say American company, you'll not find many Americans in India who are responsible for strategy or day-to-day operations or decision makings. But when you look at Southeast Asian companies operating into the country, not only Japanese but Koreans also, Taiwanese also, and Chinese companies also, you would notice many expatriates operating out of our country. So the fundamental reason, when I try to understand why is that so, I believe goes back to several decades when the necessity of that time was to enable tech transfer for manufacturing to happen in this country. Expatriates started to come into our country to share those know-hows with people and train those people with the right skill sets. So I believe the necessity of the hour of the time is such that we need to decentralize the decision making and ensure that it is completely separated from the structural hierarchy which exists. And I'll move on a bit fast because I am a little short on time. There's a reasonable base when it comes to Japanese companies. The investment in last 22, 23 years is roughly about $40 billion, which has come in form of FDI cumulatively since 2000. And there are about 1,500 Japanese companies. I'm sure these data points would be shared adequately, operating through 5,000 establishments. So there are several divisional or companies operating out of a single company in India, and several industrial townships, which is actually enabling that confidence with the Japanese corporates to invest more and more in the country. And some of the marquee investments, we are extremely proud being a Japanese company, sharing our space with the stalwarts of Japan. And on the bottom left is the top sectors. Of course, automotive is big. Metals, many people would not assume, but is really big. And industrial equipment, the capital equipment space. We at Panasonic also have invested into the factory to do welding machines in the country. We do a lot of SMT machines which are helping electronic companies populate their PCB boards and those kind of products. And it's interesting to know that Japan has reflected a commitment to invest equivalent amount of what has happened in last 22 years in next 5 years. This clearly reflects the confidence of Japanese companies into India and its growth story. Now, this is my second last slide. The question which came into us, that can Japanese companies be number one in the country? When it comes to Japan, if you ask a consumer what comes to their mind, I think the factors which are mentioned on the top, which is trust, safety, reliability, durability, craftsmanship, high quality, I think those are the things which naturally, logically, of the legacy which Japanese brands and their products have created over last many decades, I think those are the attributes which immediately come to people's mind. But times are consistently changing. As they say that change is the only constant. I believe that the rate of change itself is changing, specifically in the backdrop of digital convergence. And there I believe Japanese companies have to do a catch-up, both in the products and the processes which run an organization. And therefore, in line with the evolving customer preferences in India, and there are many, but I have highlighted 4 here. The first one is that something which is going to enable this whole growth is the increasing disposable income of Indian consumers. And the data points are already starting to emerge. If we compare Indian economy with the ones which have already moved from being emerging to developed, there is a threshold, and India is just about 2 to 3 years away from that threshold of per capita GDP or per capita income, where people start to invest more into products which are premium in nature. And second is the environmental consciousness. So people have started to prefer products which are more environment friendly. And I'll talk about this subject, which is one of the reasons that why Japanese companies will consistently do well in the country. And third is people want better quality, and people want comfortable and convenient life which is energy efficient and safe. And therefore digital convergence will play a major role here. And if you look at some of the Japanese companies, I have not mentioned names here, but you know that in the automotive space, in the apparel space, many Japanese companies are doing well in the country. This is my last slide, and I have just about 14 seconds left working for a Japanese company. I don't want to delay, but let me take about a minute to explain this. So, can Japanese companies be number one in India? Answer is of course yes. Times are changing, and there will be opportunities plenty across industry verticals and products in the country. But essentially, how can Japanese companies be leading in this particular environment? 3 things play a major role, and this is my experience of last 15 years working with a Japanese company. The first is localization. And this essentially does not only mean that you should produce locally. I believe, taking an example of what has happened in the automotive space, now in electronics and other verticals, Japanese companies have to nudge the small and medium enterprises to come into the country and backward integrate and develop this whole ecosystem within the supply chain. And second is empowerment. I spoke about decentralization of decision making. I think empowerment in terms of transferring the authority. We have adequate innovation capabilities, R&D capabilities, engineering capabilities in the country. So how can we improve the skill set of the local people here and empower them with the decision making to drive and become part of the global innovation ecosystem of Japanese companies? And third is rich communication. I think this is most important. And I mean, many of my Japanese colleagues are here, and it's been many years upon several discussions, whenever the topic comes up that a Japanese colleague of mine tells me that I will consider, I understand it is a politer way of telling me that do not ever come back to me with that idea. So we need to enable right communication, rich communication, to ensure that we do not lose on the communication efficiency. So I think those are some of the reflections. Thank you very much, India Today, for the opportunity for me to reflect upon my thoughts here. All the best for the remaining sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for setting a very optimistic tone and also with sharing several practical takeaways of how Japanese executives can work with Indians. Our next presentation is from Mr. Soumyadeep Ganguly, partner at McKinsey & Company, on the India opportunity for the Japanese brands and recipe for success. Welcome, Mr. Ganguly.
Perfect. No, thank you. First of all, thank you so much. It's very difficult to follow the suit after Manish. I've tried to do this a couple of times, but every time I've not been successful. But let me try my best, right? I think what I'm going to do over the course of next 9 minutes, kind of lay out India opportunity as we see, as not only from India, but as we interact with our colleagues outside India and so on and so forth, right? Second is what we do feel that a blue book or a recipe for success for the Japanese companies, and Manish, you have already touched some of the elements, but I will try to that. And then thirdly, probably Manish, which you have covered, why hence this is opportunity for India, but at the same time, this is the most opportune moment. I think if you look at India advantage, we kind of see there are 4 buckets where India advantage is and which is real. And the first element is market access, right? We all talk about GDP, we all talk about per capita income, but I would kind of point down to a number which is towards the later half of the first column, which is India is going to have 140 million households whose income would be more than $10,000. That's one of the fastest, not only in terms of percentage, but in terms of actual numbers. Gives a real opportunity for market access. I think infrastructure, I'm sure all of you adequately know the infrastructure spending in terms of various schemes. What it is also there is, Manish, you mentioned, there is not only physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure where India is innovating. So physical highway and digital highway is coming together, and India is showing the way that we are innovating. And Manish, you mentioned catch up. I say this is an opportunity where we have shown to the world, especially to the Japanese, that we can innovate too, and this is an opportunity to collaborate. I think third is manufacturing advantage. Again, people keep asking me, I'm in the manufacturing sector for last 15 years. 20 years back, I started as an engineer in NTPC, that we always talked about manufacturing. We talked about talent. 25% of STEM graduate of the world in next 10 to 15 years are going to be from India. I think that's a staggering number. That's a staggering number, and only country which is going to produce so many number of STEM graduates, and that's the opportunity where Japan and India can truly collaborate together. And lastly, of course, government enablement. I'm not going into the details, but the PLI schemes, not only the central but the state, healthy competition between the states to make it work shows this is a right situation where both the countries can really collaborate and take the advantage of. If I go to the next page again, just the details, I'm not going into the details, but look at the right-hand side. Third largest economy in the world, 1.5 trillion, and 140 million household who is going into the 10,000 per income is a staggering number again. Infrastructure, we have talked about $1.8 trillion by 2025, and that is reality. Some of this, the projects have started, projects are done, and so on and so forth. I think this is a very important, this is my best slide, right? As you see there, that 20% of India's share would be, working population would be Indians, right? 25% of STEM graduates. When I was in a Japanese conference, some of the colleagues are here, I can see, when we was giving those numbers, people were completely spellbound that this is an actual number which can work, right? And lastly, of course, the government enablement which is happening in terms of PLI, in terms of digital and physical infrastructure makes it absolutely right. I think the question I always stumble upon, or we stumble upon, is that means everything is fine and we just need to start tomorrow and it will be successful. We all know, as there are many success stories, there are many failure stories too, right? What I try to do over the course of next minute or so, what we feel 5 mantras which people should look at and Japanese organizations should look at to make India successful. One is make India for world. India for India to India for world, very, very important. This is just an example where people have started thinking India for world, started taking action, and the first movers are getting those advantages. So very important that at the beginning itself the strategy is not only India for India, but a blueprint for India for world. Second, maintain a long-term commitment to succeed in India. And again, that's what Japanese culture talks about, right? It is not about now, next 3 to 5 years, but not about next 10, 15, 20 years, where you really make India count as an advantage for the organizations, right? Third, look for correct local leadership with high independence. I think I'm not elaborating that point. Manish, you have given examples. Apple is the right example. They've actually struggled in the beginning. That what is the right leadership? There are people, but at the same time, you need to enable the India leadership with the right set of governance mechanism and so on and so forth. Fourth, look, we are a country of 1.4 billion people, so many states. There would be chaos, right? There would be chaos. It would be naive to say that there would be no chaos. So we have to. Organizations are going there. They have to think about countermeasures, right? I know it's a very old example, but this is one of the perfect example. Even world was astonished when to see Hero Honda deal happened. They had a wonderful time, and they have a more wonderful, if I say, go to in a different path, and both the brands are equally established at this point. And that happened because they always, from the very beginning, thought that at some point of time, both the brands needs a separate establishment. So to keep that in mind, I think. Then lastly, focus on the fundamentals. Focus on the fundamentals, right? There would be certain elements which would be short-term, giving you the advantage to start, but focusing on the fundamentals is very, very important, and do it at the very beginning. Lastly, I will conclude saying what Manish's first slide was. Thank you for that slide, Manish. Is that if you look at those 4 or 5 factors, look at the opportunity and look at everything holistically, I think the exact equalities which we have are right at the point where the collaboration can happen. Where the differences we have, that can actually work for actually complementary skills. We have the younger population, the STEM graduates, and so on and so forth, which can absolutely come together. We have the digital infrastructure. We need the infrastructure of technology, and so on and so forth in the machines, and then come together and talk to each other. We know how to deal with the chaos. Japanese companies bring in how to deal with the discipline. Both coming together can make really, really wonderful stuff. With all of this, we as a firm also firmly believe that this is the opportunity for us to take. And that's why we are really looking forward. And, an absolute pleasure to India Today for calling me as a representative of the firm to present here. I still have 3 minutes to go. So I have also learned a little bit of a time discipline, I would say. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling me, and have a pleasure to talk.
So local leadership, long-term strategy, leveraging Indian talent. Thank you, Mr. Ganguly, for sharing your insights with us. Our third presentation is from a brand that has entered India fairly recently in the year 2012. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajesh Pandya, Managing Director of Japanese houseware and beauty care products manufacturer, Kai Group. Welcome.
Where is the presentation here? Presentation. Okay.
This is to change the slides.
Oh, which one is it?
The green.
This one. Oh. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rajesh Pandya. I'm the Managing Director of Kai India. We are a manufacturer of nail clippers, razors, and knives. We have a beautiful plant in Nimrana, which is 100 kilometers away from Gurgaon. Thanks a lot for inviting me. I'm very much thankful to India Today for giving me this opportunity to speak. I've lived in Japan for the last 35 years, and now I am in India since 2016 as a Managing Director of Kai India. The interesting subject, I would be only speaking about Kai India, which is a FMCG product, a consumer product. Can Japan be number one in India? Yes. Why not? You know, one thing which I have seen, which I would like to say here, that basically the battle for Japanese to foray in India is half won.
because their characteristics, they are hardworking, sincere, honest, and industrious. So, our relations with Japan are very cordial. Just few years, last year we celebrated 70 years of our diplomatic relations between India and Japan. So, Japanese have already won the trust of Indians. What I'm going to speak about is have a localized approach, Indian consumer needs. Oh, the first one. You know, we are very price sensitive, first of all. As I told you that I'm going to speak about my products, we are very greedy for value for the money, which is very obvious. And we consider our regional diversity is vast, as India is very big. So to have a localized product and approach is the next slide, which I am showing. That this is the nail clipper which we are producing 100% in India, in Nimrana. And they are purely 100% stainless steel. We have a nail green remover, which is very important because our food culture is to eat by hands. We have a nail tray, so the nail clippers won't fly here and there. Also, as I mentioned, it is 100% stainless steel. So, this is very important that what consumers are looking for, because whatever is selling in Japan is going to sell in India. It's a very wrong approach, because there are so many reasons where Japanese product may not sell the same way which we are trying to sell in India. Let customer try the product and feel the difference. This is very important because when we say, "Pehle istemal karo aur fir vishwas karo." Consumer contact programs across the colleges we conducted, which we call hands-on experiments, shopping malls, residential societies, and corporate office. So let people use the product. This is from the consumer point of view. If Kai India needs to be successful, and we are doing very well because every year our sales is increasing by 30%. Also, we need to listen to the consumers. This is the advertisement which we gave in Times of India recently. And there was a voice from group of customers, that why are you writing cooking is fun? Please write cutting is fun. So, the most important thing is that we should have, in Japanese we say keicho. What is keicho? Keicho is to hear from the ears, hear from the eyes, and hear from the heart. That's the way it is believed in Japan, that when we are talking about consumer, like in English, in Japanese they say, "Okyakusama kami-sama desu." What is kami-sama? Atithi devo bhava. That is the same thing, approach which we do have. So this is very, very interesting that when you hear to the people and you adopt their suggestions without having any ego. The interesting part is that normally Japanese companies, they do come here with trading intention. The things which are not selling somewhere, let's go and sell it in India, try it out. But our chairman, which is 115 years old of history with Kai, has very clear idea in his mind that we don't want to be a trader, we want to be Vishwakarma. Make in India and vocal for local. Flexibility to adapt to regional customs and preferences. These are the most important things that when you are coming here, you create opportunity for Indians also and have the product which are the likings of India. Also, develop emotional connect with consumers. So this is also very important that when you are doing certain CSR, like we have dealt with JICA, 50,000 nail clippers were given during the COVID time. Also, we have done, contributed to community food and health packages to needy people during COVID. Also, we are very proud to be an Indian, and therefore, this lion mark and made in India and be local and vocal, that's the most important thing which I would say is important from the customer's point of view, that how we would like to be successful in India. Of course, possibilities are endless. In Sanskrit they say karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Still, after living in Japan for 30 plus years, today our ambassador Suzuki, Mr. Suzuki, His Excellency Mr. Suzuki told that there are only 1,500 students in Japan from India. There are only 1,439 Japanese companies in India. In comparison to China, there are 14,000. So sometimes I become little sad and also angry that why there is a huge gap between India and China. Where are we wrong? We need to think. We need to think very seriously because time is running out. India is flourishing right now. No doubt about it. This is the opportunity Japanese should take, grab it with both the hands. So there are certain issues with Japanese people and Japanese companies also. At the same time, we have also some issues. We need to address that and make sure that our relations with Japan and the number of companies we increase year by year in a drastic way. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you, Mr. Pandya. Just please stay back. I would like to invite Mr. Sharma and Mr. Ganguly back on stage, please, for felicitation. Also requesting India Today's CEO for publishing, Mr. Manoj Sharma, to come over and hand over the token of our appreciation.
#1 makers of SUVs. number one makers of SUVs.
Moving on, at a time of global geopolitical flux, Indo-Japan ties matter more than ever, as one represents Asia's richest democracy and the other stands for world's largest democracy. Our next session is Why Japan Matters, the India Perspective. Now let's welcome Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today and our session moderator to the stage. He will introduce the speaker and guide us through this discussion. Over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With thunder of applause, please welcome Dr. Rajiv Kumar, country's foremost economist. Dr. Rajiv Kumar was former Deputy Chief of Niti Aayog. For 5 years, he has served the country there. And before that, he has served organizations like ICRIA, FICCI. He worked with World Bank, and he's considered as country's one of the best economists. Let's join hands to welcome Rajiv Kumar. Welcome, sir. Have a seat. So, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, other than the introduction which I have given, he has worked extensively with Japan. And now I'm told that in December, mid-December, government of Japan is honoring him with the one of the topmost citizens award. So let's give him a round of applause and for many of his works. Thank you, sir.
No,
congratulations.
Thank you very much, Anilesh. Yeah, it's called the rise of the award of the Rising Sun, Silver and Gold Standard, and the Emperor confers it, and the Japanese ambassador is going to give it to me, confer it to me on the 12th of December.
So
thank you very much.
It's honor for us as Indians, sir. Thank you.
Well, I suppose it reflects the fact that my first visit to Japan was in 1983. So it's like a 40-year journey of building relations with Japan, and I suppose I think that this is they recognize this, as they always do, about person's steady contribution to the Indo-Japanese relations. Yeah.
Sir, in this day-long conversation, we have dwelled upon many topics which dealt with the past, present, and the future of the friendship between the two great nations. Japan, as we all understand, has a very robust system of developing technologies, developing many of the enablers, hardwares for making those digital products function. So we had talked about the money which is coming from the Japanese, but sir, there is also the view that the potential is not being utilized between the Japan friendship. We had civilizational connect with Japan. We have trust, we have friendship, but still on the business front, on the commerce front, the potential is still at a very nascent stage. How do you read it, and where do you think that roadblock came, and how can we overcome that?
Yeah, so you're very right in the sense that Japan has played a critical role in the infrastructure development of the country. And a lot, and you can see examples after examples. The entire metro network has been developed. Now the high-speed train being developed, the ports, etc. Some of the power generation, and so all of that has been done. But this has been largely done on the basis of official credit. Official credit at very easy rates, is at very easy terms to India, and this is the work of JBIC and so on, and that's been, as I said, absolutely critical. My own personal feeling is that the representation of Japan Incorporated, which has grown a lot, over the last years, is still below par. I think they can come up much better, much bigger than, and much larger than what they've done now. And I especially refer to, the fact that the businesses of, Japan's the Osaka region, the Kansai region, etc., which are smaller, medium-sized businesses, etc., they are still not found in India. And the supply chain has still not shifted, as it were, to the India now. So the block, I think, is and I think, let me go back to take a step. In my conversation with Prime Minister Fukuda, we had agreed the fact that the language presents a major block in our relationship, and there was a suggestion at one point of time to take Indian high school children and start offering Japanese language at that level, not at the university level, but at the high school level, because Japanese culture is so different, civilization is so deeply entrenched and so on, that you've got to get au fait with it. You get to know it before you can start dealing with it. So that, I think, is one part where both sides, the Japanese also, I don't think, are kind
one makers of SUVs. The number one makers of SUVs.
That we have to, if we want to work there, on their side they get overwhelmed by India's diversity. They just don't know how to handle it, because they would rather work in one state or two states, but I mean that's not possible. So they just, the very big differences in governance, in handling, handling the ground realities, in handling the labor force, the skills, etc. I think that's what the Japanese find, in my perception, in my understanding, quite difficult. And I think it's up to us really to solve that. And we can do that. And the Prime Minister, if you remember, had proposed and had ordered the establishment of a special cell for the Japanese investment in the Ministry of External Affairs and also in the DPIIT. But that unfortunately hasn't worked as well as it could be. But that's the sort of thing that we need to do. And some of it has been done by Invest India, but we need to do much more.
So when we look at Japan, we have so much of strategic, commonality. We are there with them for defense-related manufacturing. We want them to be part of it, even for nuclear thing. Despite Fukushima and other unfortunate instances where Japan had to face adversities, they trusted us, and they backed our nuclear program as well. Then in Quad and the logistic network which we want to bring, they are partnering with us. But despite that, we are not being able to attract many of the big Japanese companies, and we can't blame them for this, because the way Shibatsu mindset works, probably there is more needs to be done at our end rather than their end. Or what is your reading like?
I said that this is the ball is in both courts. We have to do our homework, and we have to, and we started this process in Niti Aayog, which is to connect with individual Japanese companies. And when Abe-san, Prime Minister Abe, announced the fact that the Japan government was going to give about $2 billion for companies which are going to relocate from China, that was the time that we moved and said, this is, let's talk to the Japanese companies as to how they can expand their capacities in India, when they are moving out of China. And what we need to do is to give that extra care, to give that extra attention to Japanese investors, these private Japanese investors, to come here and look after each individual need. Now, the central government possibly can't do it. But therefore, what you need to do is to have a kind of a coalition or a mission between the center and the state governments, who can all come together, because see, Japan offers a massive opportunity for us. And politically we are on the same page. Politically we are deeply aligned. As you said, we are members of the Quad, and so on. But economically, we need to, and I remember the time when they gave us a whole list, and that list probably still continues, about 18 conditions that they would wanted, fulfilled. And I think some agency on our side has to work closely with JICA and JETRO, because they are the ones who are actually pushing that engine forward. And I think form that triumvirate, which can then work in different states to resolve the local conditions and make Japanese investment possible. So the ease of doing business, is not a catch-all phrase. It has to be catered, and it has to be directed towards each individual company, if you like. Now, I give you one example. I mean, the fact is that, and I had a discussion with Meti, we can combine Japan and India have a huge complementarity in artificial intelligence, because we have the data, they have the excellence, technology, etc. But we need to work at that, and only it's, by working at that can we get that done. And I think the best example, and I'll end here, because I see Mr. Bhargav walking in, the best example of having given attention to a company is the success of Suzuki and Maruti in India.
And sir, when we see Mr. Bhargava, we can also talk about the automobile sector. Japan offers a really good potential, and now when we are moving towards hybrids and EVs, somewhere around we are seeing that Indian EV story is going a bit off track. So how do you read the current scenario, and what sort of collaborations do you see happening with the Japanese on this front? Because we already see that Japanese have, have experience of the Indian market. Their understanding of Indian market has matured. So do you think that there is more collaboration which can happen on the EV side?
I mean, surely there can be more collaboration, but let me divide this into two parts. One, that India's EV story will be driven by our two-wheelers and three-wheelers, because they account for 60% of our vehicles on the road, 67% of total transport emissions in the transport sector. And that's not something which Japan has been keen on, because that's not, two-wheelers are not, they have had the world's best two-wheeler companies, but that transition to two-wheeler EVs is not the Japanese forte. So if there we will have to do on our own, design and R&D and manufacturing. And I must say some of the Indian two-wheeler companies are doing amazing work in terms of the design, also in terms of battery chemistry and so on. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is four-wheelers. And there again you have to divide that into passengers, cars, and into transport vehicles. Now the transport vehicles is where Japan has done a lot of work with fuel cell and with hydrogen and hydrogen-driven vehicles. Now that's the frontier area where Indian companies and Indian, all of us should look towards collaboration and technology transfer from Japan. Because with the advent of green hydrogen, which is a must, as it were, and people talk about diesel, that's a different matter. I think that's the area where we can actually become, green transport with Japanese help. If we can make our road transport, more and more driven by hydrogen and not just not batteries. So that will also help us to overcome our constraint on the lithium, which is what we import, etc., and the lithium battery. And I think that recognition is now there in the government, and which is why you've got a green hydrogen mission, and that leap we have to make. And I think Japan has already demonstrated, the fact that hydrogen-driven vehicles are technologically and commercially viable. And I think Toyota has taken the lead in that. And I'm sure that's the three part. Now on four-wheeler passenger cars, we have had a sort of a different approach. The Japanese companies, for very good reasons, I'm sure, followed the hybrid technology. Our companies have gone in for pure EV technology like Tata's or Mahindra's, etc. So I'm not sure of that, but I guess there will be some convergence going forward, between on the passenger car. Vehicles, the car segment as well going forward.
So the way India, provides the demographic dividend and that gives, the access to data. And in last 10 years, India has developed this database, even Stack is almost ready now. So that provides Japanese companies to come in and use that database and use their technologies to do better understanding through artificial intelligence and IoTs and other things. How do you see that collaboration? So during Niti Aayog, I'm told that there were certain conversations around this. So where are we heading, sir?
Those conversations that actually already have been overtaken by the huge development of the digital public infrastructure in India. A lot has happened here, with the people, because with our, folks developing their own protocols. Now I know that there is work going on developing our own operating systems, etc. So basically, what I'm saying is that even on technological software side, we have upped our game, and Japanese have been there in a very sort of very far up there. So my proposal to them, and that was accepted by Methi, the Director General had come and so on, and the Minister, was that we can combine our forces. There was Center for Excellence on Artificial Intelligence, I think based near Osaka or in Osaka. Now, if they could combine that with our data, and given that our data protection law is now in place, we have localized the data, we can now handle that much better. I think the two together would be the counter to China, because the Chinese have this huge advantage of very large numbers and very high technological development as well. And I think the two of Japan and India would come together to meet that challenge, and also to ensure that AI is not used for the wrong purposes, and therefore work together to also set a standard, on AI. the recent conference in England, I forget the name of the place near London, and then it's going to be followed by one in Seoul. I think that's where Japan and India need to work together to try and get the regulatory standards for AI, so that the AI does not develop in a manner which is malevolent, and which is a fear and only for security reasons, etc., but works towards generating higher quality employment and improving the people's welfare. I think that's where we can combine.
So if I could put this into manufacturing side, so India can play the way China played for the Taiwanese companies for manufacturing side. So they have the access to the cheaper capital as well as a good amount of technology, and we can provide them the workforce plus a demography and database where they can use that database to test their technologies into AI and maybe develop better protocols for the better world, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's very, training the algorithms requires that kind of numbers and that kind of data, base, which only India has. And now India has also the software and the, other skills to be able to play an active role in doing so. So development of algorithms in Japan, for the right purposes, and their testing in India, and then their commercialization and scaling is, I think, a model that can be seen very carefully. But again, to repeat myself in the earlier stage, this needs careful handling and attention. It won't happen by itself. You'll need a dedicated task force for something like that to happen. Maybe the iSpirit group, which works out of Bangalore, with Sharat Sharma, Nandan Nilikeni and others. Maybe that's the sort of group that can come together with the Japanese and then help to develop this. This will also help, this can also help to, if you like, push back or beat the monopoly of the technology companies, the US technology companies, which at the moment are, actually extract a huge rent from our own, firms and our other ways. And I think that's a field waiting to happen, waiting to be exploited with a collaboration, Indo-Japanese collaboration going forward. And this, by the way, is also true of many other frontier technologies where we can combine and
so maybe green hydrogen and renewables you are talking about.
Storage technology, battery chemistry, yeah.
And many of the renewables thing, they are still dependent on China and for solar and wind. So many of the Chinese companies are supplying to Japan. Maybe they can use the Indian shores to make many of these things and put their renewable energy story, back on track.
Yeah, and that renewable energy stories, and then the discussion that we just had, on the new areas, etc., may also require us to relook at the, at our SEPA, because I think that's very trade oriented, and it's not oriented towards investments and technological exchange. I think if we do that and if we can get, a sort of a new, expand it and include the new areas, and then also talk about bilateral investment guarantees in there and etc.
There is a conversation that we need to revise our free trade agreements, and Japan is one of them. But there is this thing that these agreements are sacrosanct. On one hand, we are already pushing ASEAN countries to reopen the negotiations on FTAs, and with Japan and Korea also, that we want to do it. Do you think that now time has come that there has to be a sunset into the agreements, and where we need to relook at many of these?
Nilesh, the fear always is that when you talk about reviewing of the FTAs or the CEPAs, the intention is to make them, to dilute them, to increase the protectionist nature of those areas, and to close areas which are perhaps open to them. And I think if we make that clear, that that's not the intention, and the intention is to have more intense and wider exchange, wider interaction and engagement with each other, I think every side will be more at peace with it. Now there is nothing sacrosanct as far as two sovereign entities are concerned. They can do what they like with each other's agreements. So, but I think the starting point has to be that we are doing this with the intention that we will intensify and broaden our engagement rather than further narrow it and talk about more is to only self-interest and not the win-win situation that can come that can happen.
Especially when the discussions at WTO is not heading anywhere. especially on the digital and the electronic transmission side. So we still don't have the bilaterals as well. So there is a still a gray area how we can put trust into each other, how we can build the infrastructure where we can share the information, share the knowledge base with each other. Do you think that these type of negotiation, maybe outside SEPA, there is some scope where we can do some bilateral agreement with Japan and carry forward with that?
I think we have to start off with what we used to call the track 1.5 dialogues. And those have to happen, sort of 1.5 means that it's quasi-official, but also taking forward, with the help of other stakeholders, industry and civil society and think tanks, etc. And that conversation, I think, is still not, is not deep enough, is not even intense enough between India and Japan. And I think if we start that process, then there is a chance that you can get into, the bilateral negotiations outside any of the multilateral fora, because the multilateral fora, as you mentioned yourself, are in a very poor state, and they don't offer the platform for something like that. But but it is time, I think, that Japan also recognizes even more the rising importance of India. And I say this in the context of the fact that I've been saying this and many times that in Japan, India is still covered by, I think, by the JICC, the Japan Industry Cooperation, and not within the Kedan-Ren, which covers most of the major important countries. So I think it's time that promotion takes place and our conversations take place within the Kedan-Ren, and we have our powerful and coherent enough mission structure here, which can promise to the Japanese companies, if you like, spatial treatment, for every project that they want to get into. So that, I think, once that starts off, it will have a huge multiplier effect on their own supply chain, which can then shift here.
Sir, our time is getting over, so maybe if, as a concluding thing, if we can ask you that, which all areas, if you want to make a list, could be the, low-hanging fruits into the Indo-Japanese friendship, where we can, pluck them and deepen our relationship? Well, it sounds maybe the lowest hanging fruit for the moment, given the success of our high-speed train construction now between Ahmedabad, is to try and repeat that, but at a lower cost, across the country. So that will change the economic geography of our country, if we can do that because that's now proven, and that's something that we can handle. So that will be one. The other, of course, will be the automobile sector, because that's proved a huge success. And I think we can try and collaboration in green hydrogen. And finally, I think what we need in a very big way is high-tech capital goods industry, which is very well established in Japan, and which is what we are just starting off. And this will help our defense localization and defense industrialization. And I think those are the three areas where I would think we need to work together with Japan. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving us the India perspective into the Indo-Japan friendship. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your insights. Just please stay on stage for a moment. I'd like to call Mr. Ram Suresh Akela, Executive Officer of Marketing at Maruti Suzuki India, to come and hand over the token of appreciation. Our next session is on a brand that we are all familiar with. It's accurate to describe Maruti Suzuki as both an Indian and a Japanese brand. The iconic Maruti 800, which it introduced, revolutionized the automobile industry in India, making passenger vehicles accessible to a large portion of the population. Our upcoming session is a fireside chat on building effective partnerships for manufacturing competitiveness. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman of Maruti Suzuki, who will engage in a conversation with India Today's Managing Editor, M.G. Arun. Welcome, Mr. Bhargava.
Good evening, everyone. This December, it will be 40 years since the launch of the iconic Maruti 800 in the Indian market. From what started as an accident, doomed to fail, to becoming a dominant force in the automotive industry, helping the country to become one of the largest automotive markets in the world, the success of Maruti Suzuki India is a sterling case study on how corporate partnerships need to be built and sustained. By November last year, Maruti Suzuki had made and sold 25 million cars. It is now aiming to double production capacity to 4 million vehicles by 2030. To talk about this historic journey and the lessons to be learned on partnerships, we have with us Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman of Maruti Suzuki. Mr. Bhargava, you have recounted earlier how no one was prepared to believe that Maruti Suzuki partnership would work, or a car like the Maruti 800 would be a success in India. In fact, some of your critics called it a toy car, as you have yourself explained in certain places. But we have seen the phenomenal success from then on, from 1982 to the present day. So when you look back, what would you attribute the success of the partnership to?
I think the partnership has gone from strength to strength, because once you start off on the right footing and you start seeing, both partners start seeing that the partnership is working, both partners have similar objectives, they're not having different agendas, they're not pulling in different directions, then I think a partnership has a much better chance of success. Most partnerships fail when the two partners have differing views on what they really want out of that partnership. I think in the case of Suzuki and Maruti, there was no difference at all on what we wanted to achieve through this partnership. And I think that was the basis for the success of the partnership.
You have also explained at one point how you needed to do a huge publicity campaign so that, the car, which was a totally unique thing in the Indian market, could be accepted by the public. And you were in charge of that publicity campaign. And I think for the first time, the car road shows were held. So could you take us back to those days where you really needed to make people aware that, here is something that is really workable and there's a car that is workable?
At that time, people had no knowledge of what any modern car was. And ultimately, the consumers or the potential buyers of the cars were out in the country. If we just said that we are doing a car without their seeing it, the chances of success would not have been so good. So it was not that much of a publicity campaign as it was to try and let people look at the cars. And some of them actually sat and drove a little bit. and let a lot of people get exposed to it and see that we were serious about bringing this product. And that, the awareness which was created by these cars going around all the major cities and being shown to people, actually made people aware that there's a different technology, there's a different kind of product which performs very differently. And that is when we first got the feeling that the actual demand for the car would be way beyond what any one of us had ever thought possible.
Exactly. And you yourself describe yourself as a technocrat who sort of landed up in a corporate job. When you look back on these so many years you have been with, Maruti, what is that which gives you the most satisfaction? Is it in terms of, the new product launches? Is it on sustaining these partnerships?
Personally, of course, the success of Maruti, the creation of a major industry. Today we are the third largest car consuming country in the world today. And I think that's obviously a matter of satisfaction. But I think what has given probably the greatest satisfaction is the fact that Maruti has enabled a huge number of people in different walks of life to better their living standards, to better their family prospects, to better the prospects of their children. Our own workers, for example, are now today all income taxpayers. 80% of them have cars. Their children are employed with consulting companies and MNCs and things. That is the kind of thing, I think, which gives much greater satisfaction than anything else. Along with that, I think the experience in Maruti has led me to understand actually why Japan became such a powerful manufacturing country after the war. What made the difference? What has made the difference actually in Maruti, because of which we have become so different from, I would say, any company in India in the manufacturing sector, and which I believe is something which holds a great deal of promise if industrialists in India are really wanting to grow their companies and not their personal wealth.
Okay, that's a good point. In fact, you have been a very ardent critic of the way that reforms had been slow over the years, but maybe that has caught some momentum. But we still have the manufacturing sector poised around 15% of the GDP and nothing more. How do we take it forward? I mean, the target is 25%, but that is just a target. What are the things that you could do to improve manufacturing?
I think the central government has done a great deal of reform to make manufacturing much easier in India, much more competitive. But the actual fact is that the central government's role in promoting competitive manufacturing is comparatively very small. Even if they wanted to, they can't make manufacturing competitive by doing anything from the central government. The state governments have a much larger role to play because most of the interactions, most of the inputs of manufacturing are controlled by the state governments. State governments means the bureaucracy in the state government. I think one area where we need to do more reform is to look into how to create in the bureaucracy the kind of skills, the kind of expertise, the kind of understanding which will enable them to actually contribute to increasing the efficiency and the competitiveness of industry, not only industry, but it applies to agriculture, it applies to industry, it applies to health facilities, it applies to education, all areas where value added is done. I think the people in the government, the bureaucracy I'm talking about, because those are the ones who actually are permanent. And they need to develop that expertise, which means training systems need to change. And I think the posting system of people has to change so that they remain long enough in their areas of expertise to make a contribution. That is one step. The other is what I think the major part has to be played by the industrialists. The governments have only that much role in this private sector driven industrial development. And I think we have a lot which we have learned from Japan, which we can still learn from Japan, on how the system which the Japanese follow, where the promoter is more concerned about growing his company. And by adopting that route of growing his company, he actually managed to grow his own wealth well beyond what anybody else can do. The other way of growing your wealth first leads to the company not growing adequately. So that change has to come in our industrial systems and in our promoters and our managers, where they place and understand that the growth of the company is the real route for going forward, including their own personal wealth and their ability to contribute to the nation and all that.
You're right. In fact, the Modi government has set apart rupees 100 lakh crore over the next few years till 2025 to improve the country's infrastructure. You have the national infrastructure pipeline, which is being talked about, and there has been some progress on it so far.
Yeah.
But one of the major aspects, or rather one of the major targets, has also been to get in the private investors into the whole game, because the government wanted to initiate with the public expenditure, but then which will ultimately lead into a crowding in of the private investment. But that seems not have to be, this doesn't seem to have come so far. Or rather, there has been more reluctance on the part of private investors. Since you mentioned about private entrepreneurship, what do you think is holding back the so-called animal spirits, which are really essential to kickstart our
I don't understand what animal spirit means. I've heard this phrase many times, that we must enable the animal spirits to come out. I don't know what that means, frankly. What I do know is that, for example, when I joined Maruti, I don't think I had any animal spirit in me in that sense. I was just trying to do a job. But if doing a job, you learn what you want to do and you have your objectives correct, I think that will take you very far. You don't need animal spirits or whatever that means. So I think it's more a question of what is the objective of the promoter when he sets up an industry. He's bringing in money. Let me put it this way. The growth of an industry, I believe, is very much dependent upon the industry generating internal resources. Maruti, for example, has grown from the initial 100,000 a year project which the government had sanctioned to its present 2 million production, and is going to go to 4 million production without any borrowing at all, zero. We have, original equity capital of the company was 80 crores. Today it's about 150 crores. And that happened because of the change of ownership and things, not because we went to the public. We never went to the public for money. That's all that has happened. In addition to this, today we have a cash reserve of about 50,000 crores. Now, how many companies, you are well versed in this in India, can you name, which have increased their manufacturing capacity 20-fold, will increase it 40-fold, and have this kind of a cash reserve? It's only because of internal resource generation, frugality of management, and being aware of the need that this is money which belongs to all the trust shareholders, and we are like trustees. And conserving this money without wasting it and using it to expand. I think what we missed out in India, and if you look at the bulk of industry in India, very little of the growth is financed from internal resources. I think internal resources needs to become a major source of financing of industry. When you say money is not coming in, because you will not invest in R&D, you will not invest in upgrading your systems and things if it's to be from borrowed money. You have to have your own money. I think that's one key which we are missing out. The second important thing which I think besides the object, is that in addition to all the improvements in management which everybody talks about and which we study in management schools, we have never looked at the contribution which can be made by the majority of employees of a company who are really the workers and the supervisors. Because by working on the shop floor, they acquire through their experience knowledge of the whole manufacturing process, which no engineer, however highly educated, can ever acquire. And my understanding over these 40 years in Maruti is that Japan actually became the powerhouse they became, not because, well, the worker management relations was obviously one factor which was part of this. But the real factor is they tapped into the knowledge and experience and therefore the contribution which 70% of the employees who are workers could make to improving manufacturing processes. If Maruti achieved what it did, whether it is in terms of profits or internal resources, everything, it was the outcome of the workers contributing to the process improvement, to cost saving, to quality improvement. And the secret behind, if India wants to grow to 25%, besides what the government has done, I don't think the role is now really of the government, is of entrepreneurs understanding and appreciating that they have a huge mine of improvement which is lying unused over these years, because nobody thinks that workers who are not so well educated, who are high school, can actually make a serious contribution to improvement in productivity. I can assure them they can make a much bigger contribution than any engineer can make after the factory is set up.
So a big change in work culture itself can bring about a lot of productivity, because we often talk about productivity being low among Indian employees. But
I think the answer to productivity lies in understanding that the ability of a man to do a job, let's say after he's been working for 15 years or 20 years, does not lie in the academic degree which he acquired, but lies in the experience of what he has done and how that man is motivated and trained to utilize that experience for further betterment. I think that's the difference. We attach too much importance to the original academic qualifications of a person. We do not attach enough importance to what a person has within him because of his experience of doing things.
So we have seen the government come up with the production-linked scheme recently, which is supposed to be one of the major reform measures of the current government. And of course, it stretches to automobiles also. How do you think that could be a game changer? Is there something more that could be done to have more participation, between the two countries in terms of in manufacturing? The production incentive, linked incentive, how successful you think it has been? PLI schemes.
Sorry,
the PLI schemes. PLI schemes.
PLI scheme. No, PLI scheme is a different kind of thing. It is a scheme which I think was very much required, very much the need of manufacturing in India. Because please understand that if you are importing certain things over a long period of time, there is no domestic industry. For that domestic industry to come in today's time when there is no protectionism and shouldn't be, at that time a nascent industry will necessarily have higher costs than the imported product. And therefore, if a local industry is to come up and compete and get to the economies of scale which will make it competitive after 3 years or 4 years, it needs support. The PLI scheme has done excellently in terms of meeting this gap, which will enable local manufacturers to become as competitive as any manufacturer outside India, and to establish areas in which we are now, in a sense, import substituting. And import substituting not without reference to the cost of import substitution, as we used to do once upon a time, but import substituting in a cost-effective manner. So I think the PLI scheme is doing a great job.
So Maruti Suzuki has been one of the late entrants into the EV segment, the electric vehicles. But of course, it has unveiled some plans to have 6 electric vehicles by 2030, etc. Do you think this shift to electric vehicles, what is the flip side to it? Because you have often advocated that you will be generating more carbon on the other side, because ultimately the thermal power plants are needed to generate this. How do we solve this issue?
Well, firstly, I don't think we are a late entrant. The only one company in India today is doing anything significant in terms of electric four-wheelers. The others are also more or less in the same situation as Maruti is. I think we are coming in at a time when we feel that there would be a much greater understanding and awareness of what the problems are with the acceptance of, I'm talking of four-wheeler EVs in the market. Our view has always been that the carbon neutrality objective in terms of the transportation sector in the Indian environment cannot just be achieved by one technology. We have to use a series of different technologies, keep changing our priorities as different technologies develop, and find the most cost-effective method of doing this. I don't think we have quite got that mix right at the moment. But we are working on EVs, we are working on ethanol, we are working on hybrids, we are working on getting into the biogas segment, using CNG to a large extent. So we are at least practicing what we think is the right way of using multiple technologies. And I think the government has now also accepted the view that India needs to use multiple technologies to achieve its goal, and that one technology is not the only way of reaching what we want to do. We all want to get to carbon neutrality. But I think this is a new area, it's a kind of a pioneering activity, and I think we will be necessarily making changes in how we go, how policies are made, how incentives are given, what companies do. So I think the electric vehicle technology and production is one of the important ways of achieving carbon neutrality. It's not that it is not, it is very important. Also, I think we are finding now in Maruti that we will actually also have an opportunity of exporting electric vehicles to some countries. And when we start production of electric vehicles in the next financial year, we will start not only by supplying in the domestic market, but we will also start exporting electric vehicles. So in that sense also, it's an important activity. So please don't think that Maruti thinks that EVs are not important. I am fully convinced that they are important. But what I am saying is it's not the only technology which should be used. I think we need to look at and seriously consider a mix of technologies to promote EVs. For example, I'm a great believer that we need to devote much more effort and resources in developing the huge CBG production, compressed biogas production potential which we have in this country. It's enormous, but it's not moving so far. So those are things which we need to do.
Mr. Bhargava, today morning, the Power Minister talked to us while addressing this conclave, said that some 7.8 million metric tons of green hydrogen capacity is already there with India. And he was very optimistic about, scaling it up. And in fact, some of the other panelists today in some sessions, in a few sessions, talked about how Japan is interested in importing green hydrogen from India to meet its green energy goals. Do you think that there could be, in the near future, a substantial use of hydrogen in vehicles?
I think India has the potential to produce a huge quantity of green hydrogen because our capacity to produce solar power is enormous. The problem with solar power is that its storage creates very many more difficulties. Green hydrogen can be produced with solar energy, and then hydrogen can be stored. So that's one advantage we have of green hydrogen, and our solar energy potential is almost unlimited in India. So I can understand Japan looking at India as a source of green hydrogen because everybody will want green hydrogen. So I think the green hydrogen program is of great importance. It has great potential for growth, and I think it's something which we should all support and push.
Great. We know that you are working on yet another book. In fact, you have used the COVID period to write a book, we suppose, and you have very productively used that period, and plus you are doing another book. So could we have a glimpse of what it is all about?
See, in a sense, yes, the COVID period certainly helped. What I have tried to write in this book is what I have learned in 40 years in Maruti about manufacturing and manufacturing competitiveness. Please remember, I started from a zero base. In 1981, when I joined Maruti, I knew nothing about manufacturing or management. I have learned over these years, I've learned from the Japanese, I have tried to think about what the Japanese do and why they do. In the beginning, we used to believe that Japanese manufacturing success came because of management-worker relations, because they worked in harmony, they didn't have conflicts and all that kind of thing, which is true. It greatly helped things. But gradually, over the recent years especially, I came to realize that it's just not the management-worker relations which led to the improvement. The worker-management relations were developed that way to create the motivation and the incentive amongst the workers so that they understood that their future, the future of the families, the future of the country would depend on them and how they contributed to making the manufacturing process in Japan far more competitive. That was based on the understanding, what I said a little while earlier, that workers in a manufacturing undertakings, not only in manufacturing, in many areas, whether it's hospitals or everywhere else, the knowledge of the people below the well-educated management class is enormous. In Maruti, for many years now, 15, 20 years, we implement several 100,000 suggestions a year which emanate from the workers and which are implemented to improve processes in the company. Last many years, at least the figure I have in my knowledge is that we save 300 to 350 crores a year from these suggestions from workers. And these improvements are cumulative, they build on each other because they are in the manufacturing process, they're not one-time improvements. And this is what has actually been the basis of the competitiveness of Maruti, the fact that we make quality which is accepted world over today, we're exporting everywhere, we are looked upon as a source of exports by Suzuki, by Toyota, they are exporting cars made by us. and which has been the reason why we could accumulate so much internal resources and expand our production. So what I am trying to say in this book is that please understand that every management, if it really wants to become excellent, must realize the value of the resource which they have in their company. It's the skill of the management and how they can get this resource actually utilized, which means training of the workers, motivation of the workers, creating the kind of environment in which the workers are motivated to give their best to run the company. That is what I'm trying to convey through this book.
And is the title of the book a secret, or you can reveal it?
The title?
Yeah.
I think the book is going to be called Impossible to Possible.
Wow, I think it sums up your life and career also.
And I think it has a subtitle which says, The Incredible Success of Maruti and the Lessons for India.
Excellent. We all look forward to it. On that note, thank you so much, Mr. Bhargava, for agreeing to be with us and spending your time with us and giving your valuable lesson to us.
Truly, ideas can come from...
A big round of applause.
Truly, ideas can come from anywhere, and Maruti's fascinating story shows how a company's culture determines its success. Thank you, Mr. Bhargava, for this fascinating session, and I'd request to call Mr. Alok Kumar. Since Mr. Bhargava is here, can I have a big round of applause for him? In the interest of time, let's move quickly to our next session on meeting the skilling challenge. I am pleased to invite Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary at the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, on stage, please. And moderating this session will be India Today Group's Editorial Director, Mr. Raj Chenappa, and Deputy Editor, Anilesh Mahajan.
Sorry. Now you can hear me? Good evening. Let's give Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, the Union Secretary for Skill Development, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, a very warm round of applause. It was Rajiv Chandrasekhar who was supposed to come this morning, but he was called away for urgent work to it. And we must thank Mr. Tiwari, very sportingly agreed to take his place and answer a few questions on this. Mr. Tiwari, in the morning, the ambassador had come, Ambassador Suzuki had come here. And he talked of people. Apart the three things he talked about, one was strategic, the other economic, and the third was people. And in that he mentioned about the various professions and skills that he wanted to promote. This included caregivers, agriculture, university students, and others. That's the kind of thing. If you take a look, the fact is that India, Japan has, in the last 7 years, engaged in various kinds of sort of programs and schemes for skill development. How would you sum up the progress so far? Which areas have, in these 7 years, has been progress, and where do you see the potential?
Thank you, Mr. Raj Chengapaji. You know, the India and Japan, they have a very strong relationship, and our Honorable Prime Minister and the Japanese President, Prime Minister, they have a very warm relationship. And we have almost 1,500 Japanese companies working, and their branches working in India. And Japan is the 5th largest investor in India as well. And you and I, as we see all around us, we find that the cooperation is going to increase strategically, people to people, as well as industry point of view. So skilling is a very important part.
Right.
And our Honorable Prime Minister has also been very keen that we should also have the skilling part. And as you know, Japan's demography is also changing, and
yes,
they need young people to work. So I would say that over so many years, there has been a change in the way the Japan is also looking at the people, skilled people coming to India, from India. I would say that the first was in 2017 when there was a TITP, we call them. So internship training program was there, so that the people in some 2-3 job roles were supposed to work there.
That's this technical intern training.
Training program. And under that, in 2017 it started, we have already sent almost 1,200 people who are already working there. We have around 30 sending organizations. At present, there are around 700 people are working. Then they realized that, looking into that, then again the Japan proactively, they said that the internship program was for a limited period, then they were supposed to come back.
Right.
So in 2021, they brought the specified skill worker. And that under that scheme, they did 2-3 things. One, that they make it more liberal than the TITP. And while they kept on insisting on the language training to be a very important part, then they also enlarged the areas, the sectors in which they can work. So we are around 14 sectors have been included there, so that more and more people can go from India.
Right.
And the Japanese side, they also has a Nihong, some scheme is there by which they have a system whereby the Japanese can come to India for some specified period so that they can also help in teaching the Japanese language. So over the years, I would say that the one big problem with the Japan is their language, you know. And it's a totally different language.
Right.
And we have around 20 training centers. And in fact, our NSDC International we have set up a Japanese school in Gurgaon. We have one in Bangalore, we have in Guwahati, and many others, private organizations are also there. So typically it takes them at least 6 to 8 months to learn to that level of proficiency.
Right.
So I would say that their insistence is more on the learning Japanese language, Japanese culture, and then getting the skilled people across also. And in that regard, we had also we had done 2 workshops in one in Osaka was on 31st October, and in Tokyo was the 2nd November 2023. So our idea is that we should interact more with the Japanese employers so they can know that these things are available, and with the language training, we can send them. So, but as you can know, there is certain lead time involved in learning the language, etc. So I would say that, to sum up, I would say that yes, India also recognizes that it is good to send people from India because they get good salary there, but they have to clear the language barrier. And we have some persistent people who have learned language and learned the Japanese culture. And as I said, there are so many people who are already working there. Even for, these are the unskilled, semi-skilled variety we are talking about. But in otherwise fintech and IT, etc., we have a big diaspora in Japan as it is. And the idea is that we also bring the other allied sectors also and send people from India.
You know, talking about languages, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari is Karnataka Kada officer. He speaks better Kannada than I do. So, but coming to a very important thing that happened last month, there was an India Japan Skill Connect, and the term used was reimagining institutional framework. Now, when we talk of reimagining, what is it the 3 or 4 things we said, okay, we have learned from these 6-7 years of skill development? What is the thrust forward, the key sectors we can look at, and how can we speed up the process?
See, in August itself, we had organized a workshop and trying to understand what are the areas where we can work. There are 2-3 things in which we need to work. There are 2-3 areas when Japan needs to work. And there are certain areas we have already done our work altogether. One thing was that, as you know, that in the last year budget, the Skill India International Center has also been announced by the 30 of them by the Honorable Finance Minister in the budget. So we had already set up 3. So one is that we also have an NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. We have a subsidiary called NSDC International.
Right.
And they are focused only on the international mobility of skilled workers. So that is one institution.
Right.
Second thing is that we also realize that we need to factor in the language training because it is also a skilling.
Right.
And so far we have not been thinking in that terms. But now we realize that the occupational English or occupational Japanese, in Japan it is N3 level, which is the entry level. So we need also to factor and cost the skilling of the language part, which is a long period.
You're saying, yes.
Third thing is that we also need to have a discussion with the sending organizations. So as you know, there are already many private organizations which are working in this area and they are sending people abroad. So we had a meeting with them and we have tried to understand their issues, etc. And the typical issue which they face is how to mobilize people. Now we have the e-Shram data. We have the Skill India people who have already been trained data. We have ITI, 18 lakh people are there. We are giving them short-term training, etc. So for that, what we have done is another institutional thing which we have done is that we have brought the Skill India Digital. And I request you, Mr. Chengappa and Mr. Mahajan, to have a look at that. And that is where we get the demand and supply matching is done on a portal which has the artificial intelligence, business learning and all that. So that is also we are factoring. Then fifth thing which we did was that we realized that maybe because of the various reasons, there are certain areas in India where people will prefer to go to Japan. And for that matter, we have understanding with the Northeastern Council, which is there in Shillong, and they are also funding the Japanese language thing also. And lastly, we'd say that we also need because the teachers teaching language, Japanese language are very few in India.
Right.
And if we have to scale up the people going to Japan, so we need to look into how to augment the supply of the Japanese teachers. So as I said, Nihon, that system is there.
Right.
And the Ministry of Justice or some other ministry in Japan, they are also working with us to enable us to get more Japanese coming to India and some sharing of cost mechanism whereby they can be here and train our trainers so they can give the language training.
Nilesh?
Mr. Tiwari, one is the aspect of exporting the skilled workers to Japan, and the other is that creating a skilled worker pool for many of the Japanese companies who are investing into India, especially the critical infrastructure. We are already seeing that highly skilled labor or highly skilled human capital. There is an exchange, which happened recently. HSR thing happened. But when we talk about the middle level and the lower level, where execution becomes very crucial, how are you working with that segment, where you can provide the skilled labor or skilled workers to those type of projects, sir?
See, the most fundamental thing about skilling is that it has to match the industry demand.
Right.
And for that, you need to have information where these investments are taking place. So as you would have known that we have a Gati Shakti portal, where wherever the investments are coming, capex and otherwise, that is also very much given there. We have mapped them. We have mapped them against our training centers and the facilities available. We have, as I said, skill in our digital system, whereby we have digitally certified skill certificates for the people there. And then we also have a JobX, which is there as well, the skill in our digital. So first idea is to understand where the demand is coming from, which part of skilling is coming from, and then making them the skilling available to them. So in this regard, I can't exactly say where, but this is the overall framework under which we are working. And taking this forward, we will also see for those scaling which are required for the Japanese companies as well.
I was thinking that how can you build, I mean, we were looking at the figures. There are 1,400 Japanese entities or institutions working in India. When you look at the number of institutions, Indian institutions or companies working in Japan, it's just a little above 100. How can we get Indian entrepreneurs, because you're also dealing with entrepreneurship, and to firstly get into very deeply involved in the skill development program and of course the learning of Japanese culture as well as language? Would that be a new avenue that you can push, where the impetus is coming not just from the skill ministry but from the employer himself, who believes that he can do better business in Japan because Japan is making huge investments and therefore is willing to invest on training his workers or employees in that?
No, there are many examples like that. We have one training center which runs on the CSR, and they are teaching the Japanese language, etc., and the people are getting employed there. So I would say that outside what we see, there is already movement of people happening, and they are not necessarily from the government funded or government scheme wise also, but otherwise also there are people who are learning Japanese, finding advantages and going there. So idea, that's why I said when we had this workshop in August, we called all these organizations and try to understand them. They wanted to have more, use our framework so that they get to explain to the people that yes, there are opportunities available, these are the pros and cons, whether you like to go or not, and then take them and bring them inside the skilling part and also linking with the employers. Second part is that we also need to have a greater connect, not only with Indian companies in Japan, but also the Japanese company in Japan. And that is where we have already set up a person there in Tokyo. We have a NSDC international offices there. We have one people there. They are going around and every day we are finding the employers' requirement. Because once we did a study, we found that in Japan, we have done a study of the international workers in 16 countries. And we have which sector, where the demand is required. We've also done our meeting with our missions there and sought their help as well. In Japan, there is a requirement of at least 2.5 lakh people.
Whoa.
In different
and
sectors.
We have only given about...
Only given up because this is the language thing. Once we start having the language courses, etc., maybe also tell our students that, and tell them in our curriculum as well that this is a possibility there, etc., then people will be willing to learn the Japanese language and go there.
Fascinating.
So Mr. Rajiv Kumar was around, so he was talking about that, there is a need that Japanese language need to be taught at, maybe a high school level, so that, people are accustomed to many of the things. So Skill Development Ministry is also working on the band system where, people can get extra credits, for the skills which they acquire. So is there any way, this Japanese language and a customization to the Japanese culture can happen through those type of things?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is the one long-range solution to this whole issue would be that people should be aware that there is a country like Japan and that has a requirement.
And 250,000 jobs going.
Where the 50,000 jobs are available. But for that, very rightly, we have the National Credit Framework is there, which also includes the language training part also. For that, they will also be given credit. There are many CBSE schools, they already have German and French classes are also going. maybe we can also introduce the Japanese language, and certainly this is an area where you need to work together with at least the CBSE and such schools so that we can introduce them.
You know, amongst the Shaibitsu countries, you know, we have seen the explosion of the Korean culture into the Indian.
That's true.
And you know, there are a lot of Korean restaurants around, Korean serials are coming on OTT platform. Do you think that if Japanese, you know, this type of explosion happened, because we Japanese have missed this, because earlier we were familiarized with sushi before, you know, that Korean stuff came. But do you think that more of these things need to come, and where our kids can get more accustomed?
It's a good question, because soft power.
Yeah.
You know, most of the people are watching Korean serials these days. If you ask these, K-pop is a huge band. Why can't we do something that, you know, and that's a good way to learn the language and culture through.
That's a perfectly acceptable idea. I mean, it depends upon how the Japan takes this thing seriously and bring that, their serials, their culture, their pop groups. If they're as good as Korean, why not?
No, but you know, this, as a skill development ministry secretary, you know, you should also push for certain things so that people can adapt to skills. Because what happens is that you can offer courses, but there has to be acceptability also of those courses, and people also need to learn those skills and get into that.
I think you're putting a lot of weight on Tiwari's.
But so maybe, you know, next, you know, GOMs.
But we've got about three and a half minutes to go, and I think let's take the other part of your responsibility, entrepreneurship. And there are a lot of opportunities for startups in Japan. When you look at that scenario, what have you all been doing to encourage that sort of thing in terms of either incentives or skill development or other kind of programs for startups and pushing that particular aspect?
See, the startup is something which is being looked after by some other ministry.
Sure.
By the definition itself. We don't call ourselves startup ministry.
The entrepreneurship part.
Entrepreneurship. We are small people. so far we have been concentrating in developing entrepreneurship in India. We have done a lot of work in this regard. But we haven't, frankly speaking, thought about this in doing entrepreneurship in Japan as well. Let me be honest.
Just a larger question on skill development. We don't want to just confine it to India, Japan. It's been almost 10 years since there's been a major movement on skill development and the ministry and everything else. What are the big learnings you've learned in these 10 years? And what are the things that you would like to be doing in the next 3-4 years towards taking all the learnings and changing and improving on things?
That's a big question. It will require more than 3 minutes.
We'll give you 5 minutes if you want.
No, see, our ministry was made in 2014. And after so many years, the one good thing has happened. Numbers are one thing. We have around 1.37 crore people who have been skilled and employed, and different level of skilling is going on. One thing has happened is that we have made the skill ecosystem ready. I can talk about our regulator, our skill qualification framework. We call it sector skill councils. We have 36 of them. We have the ITIs. We have the Jan Shikshan Sanstans. We have so many training centers. There are so many non-funded training also happening. High-level skilling is also happening. So the idea is that whatever we do, there are two things which are very paramount, which is how to match the need of the industry, so that their demand for the skilling and the number of these people to be skilled. So that is one area where we are working closely with the industry, and that will be continues to be our focus. That is point number one. Point number two, that now that because we have a digital revolution is taking place in India, like the UPI system. So we are also positioning our Skill India Digital by way of linking it with all different, our digital, what shall I say, blockchain system. So we are linking it with the education side. National Education Policy has come. So idea is to create, and with the credit framework also, then curriculum framework also. So one thing is that we are taking seriously that how do we work closely with the education ministry, and our minister being the same, that we integrate those things together. So the skilling challenge in India will be solved only if we focus on our education system, which churns out 5 crore higher education students every year, 20 crores or so from the schools every year. So if we link the education and skilling and bring them together on the credit framework and curriculum framework, create trainers and conditions for that, then only the first thing will be that we realign our education system, which meets the skilling requirement. And there lot of foundation groundwork has been done in that regard. And in the coming years, we'll see that there will be huge change in the way we perceive education. Because our Honorable Prime Minister has said that we require our youth education and skilling. And then he emphasizes that not only education, not only skilling, but both. And in this regard, immense work has happened with the UGC, AICT, NCVT, etc. We have higher education institutions. We have a lot of degree embedded, apprenticeship embedded degree courses are also there. And there is a recognition after so many years that skilling is something which is very much required across the different sectors. And if you analyze the budget document itself, you'll find that there's so many things have been spoken about the digital. So whether it is the green hydrogen, whether it is the Jal Nal Mitra, whether it's the PM Vishwakarma, just naming the three sectors, everywhere the skilling is becoming very, very important part. And that is where we are chipping it. And what are the changes we are bringing? We are making it more flexible, more industry-oriented, having a good IT network, which is the Skill India Digital is also there, connecting with the industries. And the most important part is making it more flexible in terms of the, we said is the skill credentials. For example, there's one small skilling which is required, which gives you an edge over what you are having. That kind of framework is also ready. And you can have a look at that, our Skill India Digital, so that the emphasis would be skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And there's a huge requirement of upskilling also with the existing workforce, as well as the skilling the people who have been left out. So we have to work on these areas also and this area also.
Mr. Tiwari, we could have gone on. This is fascinating, the way you have outlined what India is doing, and seems very encouraging. And wish Japan also joins the bandwagon and gets uplifted by the rising tide that you've talked about in skilling. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Tiwari a very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for taking time out for this session. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Pradeep Kushwaha, Head of Public Safety and Smart Cities, to hand over the token of appreciation. Throughout the day, a lot has been said about Indo Japan collaboration. The next session, titled Tectonic, the Power of Two, will focus on potential partnership between the two Asian giants, whether it is India's Make in Initiative and Japan's Society 5.0 vision, and the digital partnership. Now, I would like to call on stage the session speakers, Mr. Fazal Ashraf, Managing Director of Mitsui & Company in India, and Mr. Alok Kumar, Chairman, President, and CEO of NEC Corporation India. Leading this discussion will be Mr. Raj Channappa, Group Editorial Director for India Today. Over to you, Raj.
Sorry. Okay. Good evening, everyone, again. And this is really the hard talk session, the nuts and bolts session that we've all been waiting for. We have two very experienced and veteran, how should we say, Indo-Japanese businessmen, describe both of you all. I'm delighted that We have Faisal Ashraf, Managing Director, Mitsui and Company India, a giant conglomerate with interest across many sectors. I think I'd run out of time if I listed what you do here. And the same with Alok Kumar, Corporate Officer and Senior Vice President, and of course, President and CEO of NEC Corporation India and Head of the Global Smart City Business at NEC Corporation. Again, another giant conglomerate, $30 billion. And between you all, I think you all outpace the number of billions that India, Japan produces in terms of trade every year. But let's come to some of the key things. Since both of you all have had tremendous experience looking at working from the Japanese end as well as from the Indian end, let's take your lessons that you have. And starting with you, Alok, and then we'll come to Faisal. What are the key to building great partnerships between Japan and India? What are the key things that, in your mind, 3 or 4 things that's critical?
See, I would say, look, a lot has been talked about things that we've heard today and we've read, which is policy, single window clearance, governance, funding, culture, language. I think all of that is extremely critical, and we have made some progress, and we need to do more of that. I will bring a very different angle to this story, which at least I haven't read or heard about it, and I'm talking purely from experience. See, you know, I went to an MBA school, and it was a very hard school to get into. And I was very rejoiced, and my family was very happy that I got into this MBA school, and we all celebrated, and I thought I have arrived in life. Little did I know that I knew that it's so hard to actually survive that school. The analogy, the example I'm giving is, it's one thing to come into India. It's another thing to survive India. And a lot of the conversations that is happening today, whether it is at a ministerial level, government to government level, funding level, is all about opening a window where companies come into India. There are 1,400 Japanese companies that are currently working. Some are doing exceedingly well. We've seen some examples of it. And there are many who have not yet reached their potential. So my point being, at an operational level, there is a lot that goes out in India that is not the most optimal utilization of what we are talking about, harnessing the high-tech experience of Japan, the cultural value system of Japan. I think when we get into the country, we get into a lot of forest and weeds. We have to still compete, and naturally so, with companies that may not be bringing the same level of deep tech that you expect from a Japanese company. So when you begin to have an apple to oranges comparison at an operational level, somewhere the policy makers need to take cognizance of the fact that, is it becoming too exasperating? Because otherwise you are not going to get the traction and the momentum that large corporations, and it is not just about Japan, by the way, this is just about how the opportunity, the fertile opportunity that India presents, it needs to present not only at the landing station, it needs to present itself at every avenue and every corner. Then the real attractiveness of the market emerges.
Excellent. Faisal, some of the key learnings that you've had in building a partnership between India and Japan.
If I may, I'll start with a lighter note.
Okay.
You talked about hard talk, and what comes to mind is the BBC hard talk, and I'm sure we're not hearing that way. So anyway, the hard talk point, it's the end of the day, and I guess everybody's thinking more about sushi and whiskey. So it's the wrong time to do hard talk. It's more of a black coffee.
This is the good time. Everyone's relaxed. And
okay, all right. So let me start with a problem statement that, let me put it out there as candidly as I can. I think all of us are invested in solving this. There's one box where both the governments, both the prime ministers signed off on $5 trillion investment over 5 years to come in from Japan to India. The documents were signed, and I have no doubt in my mind that both the governments are extremely sincere to do this. And I believe the Japanese ambassador alluded to this number. He based on exchange rate, present exchange rate, it's about $33 billion. Well, that's one box. The other box, which brings
adds an element of sobriety to this aspiration, is that over the last 20 years, the total Japanese FDI in India is 38 billion. So we are trying to do in the next 3 to 4 years what we have achieved in the last 20 years.
Excellent.
This is a reality check. And again, on a lighter note, somebody has defined insanity as doing the same thing and expecting different results. So I strongly believe that both Japan and India need to look at this aspiration and this reality with very open minds, with their feet on the ground, albeit the head can be in the clouds. And I would like to submit that this almost impossible task is doable, but it will require a quantum shift in mindsets at both levels. And we can discuss, if you have the time,
yes,
if you're inclined, as to what those shifts can be. And I don't have, none of us have a magic wand.
But give us 2 or 3 quantum shifts.
So very quickly, I think one of the areas that, and again, sort of taking off from what Alok mentioned, is the policy framework that, whether you look at productivity-linked incentives or government-to-government engagements, the policy framework needs to keep this goal in mind. This 33 billion in 3, 5, even 7 years. I think it'll do it'll do wonders for both the countries. And I think this is incumbent upon the government. And there are issues which need to be resolved. I'm not going to go into those details because the wish list from both sides is on the table. They're discussed at various forums. But there is this acknowledgement of India to understand, not all stakeholders, government partners, to look at, how are you going to do this? What are the changes that you need to bring in to be able to attract this $33 billion and make it work? Not just attract it, but make it work, drive it forward. On the Japanese side, I think they bring a tremendous playbook. They bring tremendous technologies. There's deep tech on the industrial side, on the electronic side. Again, I won't go into too much detail. But I think where, from my standpoint, I believe Japan would do itself a big favor is by customizing their value proposition to the uniqueness of the Indian market and to be able to play at population scale. Rather than trying to bring a well-structured model which works in developed countries and trying to fit it into India. I know of several instances where Japanese companies have been successful but suboptimal in terms of not bringing this mind. So I think if both sides can do, these two aspects and kind of implement it on the ground, I think we're going to see this a quantum jump in Japanese FDI into India.
Thanks, Faisal, for that hard talk. But taking off from where Faisal left off is, would you agree with the statement that the potential has not been realized substantially? The India-Japan potential has not been realized. And you talked of operational hurdles that are there. What would you say we need to do to jump these hoops and get past them? And as Faisal Saab mentioned, you've got this huge challenge of trying to absorb this investment that is there. What took us 20 years, you have to do it in the next 5 years. What would be the 3 or 4 things you would say that we need to do?
See, the first answer to the first question is absolutely no. There's no way we have utilized the potential. I think this is just a number. Look at the size of where the economy is going to go and look at the share of foreign direct investment that Japan has. We are just talking about 34 billion. But you make that as a percentage of the overall FDI, it's pennies. So we are nowhere close to what it can be, given the amount of effort that is being made and the geographic alignment, the government-to-government alignment, the policy alignment, cultural alignment. There is no better country that has the complementarity of Japan and India, without a doubt. Now, therefore, our aspirations has to be also much higher. So the answer is absolutely no. Now, I think I'll pick up from, to answer the second part of your question, I'll pick up from what Bhargav Sahab was saying, which is that, if you have to make a partnership, the goals have to be very, very aligned. Now, what I say is you can't, and again, picking up from what Faisal, building on what Faisal was saying, that if I talk from wearing the India hat, you can't expect to get the deep tech and high tech of Japan, which we are all in awe of, but not pay for it. It's not going to work. You can adopt it, but then you should have aspirations to adopt it. You can't say that I want the best technology, but I will not be able to afford it. Hard talk. Second big point, wearing the Japan hat. You can't say that I have the deep tech and high tech and I want to take it at scale in a market like India because of the ring fence and the policy and everything that it offers, but I will only sell it at the price at which I sell it in Japan. It does not work. So there has to be a middle ground that has to be found. A Ferrari will not be sold in India. It's very simple. That's the reason why Maruti Suzuki was successful. And that is the reason why Lexus is not done very well in India. Because the demand of the market is something else, and that's what Faisal's point was, which is that you have to make the value proposition customizable for India. And leave aside everything else that we want to do. If we are able to just get alignment on this one fundamentally important fact, which is the affordability and the price and the customization of the value proposition to the Indian market, I think we will do wonders. Now, for somebody like Japan, we have to stop thinking of India as the only market. India is fertile with opportunity, absolutely, but look at what some of the people who have been extremely successful here, like the Koreans and some of the other Japanese companies, Maruti Suzuki being one, they have been successful not just in India, but they have made India as the launch pad, as almost, if I may dare to call it, a second home base for themselves. Now, that is what the power of Indo-Japan relationship is all about. If you look at the partnership, there are 4 things that is required to be successful. Technology, we all know. Right. There is, skills, economically viable labor force. You need a market. You need to have the opportunity. Where else are you going to sell it? And number 4, you need to have the attractiveness. That market has to be attractive. India can be a very big market, but if you don't make a penny, it's not a market. So if you look at these 4 things, Japan has technology, and the other 3, India scores very well. But are we really synthesizing our policy and our forces around trying to harness these 4 aspects? Third aspect I would say is, again, I'm picking on what Mr. Rajiv was talking about, which is that, Japan has made a lot of effort around creating dedicated bodies like JICA and CHETRO and others. What do we have in India that wakes up every morning and says, I want to do something to harness Japan? It's everybody's talking about it, but who wakes up every morning and says, here are the 5 things that I need to condense together and create this into a combustion chamber, the gunpowder needs to get together, and I'm going to create an explosion. I think those are the stuff that we need to do now.
Excellent, excellent. And let's give them both a warm round of applause for those wonderful points that are there. We've got another 11 minutes. And I'm going to come to Faisal on this, and let's talk about culture. We had, I think the Panasonic MD had come and said there are so many similarities in our culture, the way we do business, the way we do our religious things, some similarities. Where is the clash that is coming? When you do business with India and do business with Japan, what are the differences? What are the pluses, let's put it this way, and what are the challenges? I wouldn't say minuses, that sounds negative, but the challenges we need to overcome.
So I think somewhere during the course of the day, I was watching your live feed, and I think there was Mr. Ram Madhav talking about the geopolitics. And there's this very interesting dichotomy with regard to the quadrilateral security dialogue. I'm not sure if it's a part of the agenda, and I'm not sure if I'm answering your question directly, but there's this huge opportunity, because here you have, in terms of numbers, you have India and Japan, which, if I might use the word carefully, spiritually, geopolitically, strategically, massively aligned. But in terms of that reflecting into investment flows, there's a big spread.
Right.
It's exactly the opposite in the case of China, right? Geopolitically, spiritually, they're not massively aligned, but look at the numbers.
10 times our numbers
both
in
ways.
terms of
and both
business,
gain
yes.
from that.
Right.
So, this is And nobody has an answer to this. It's a complex story. And in terms of culture, again, there isn't anything new, but very clearly, a lot of Indian stakeholders need to understand the value of long-termism. You know, it's not inherent in us. It's not something that we are born with because of a historical background. But long-termism, the ability to build relationships and trust and value over a certain period of time.
Can I be a little more...
if I might just complete
finish,
very
yes, please.
quickly, and this is counterintuitive. I think a lot of our Japanese collaborators need to build in a certain degree of healthy short-termism. You know, if we can both make 2 steps forward, I believe that combustion that Alok was talking about will happen. In fact, it's already happening in certain mid-cap sectors. So I'm very optimistic, but this cultural, both sides need to make sure that the peg is round in a round hole or square in a square hole. That's basically what I wanted to answer in terms
Well, I just wanted you to be a little more direct when, in terms of personalities. The image is that we are jugaad. India is, wants things to be done ad hoc in some senses, don't want the precision that Japan insists on. Have we been able to meet our minds on that? Is that an issue that crops up, and is that one of the reasons why we are slow to grasp at each other's potential?
Very short answer. I think jugaad has got its own value. But if you look, for instance, at infrastructure, I think there is a point of diminishing returns. There's a point where jugaad needs to come to an end and solid structural value creation needs to kick in. So it's a great word, it sounds great, but there is a point of diminishing returns. And the key factor is to figure out where have you reached that point of diminishing return and where do you need to build structural value.
Look, I'm going to throw that to you. I mean, what is the image of India? You've dealt with both sides, right? That Japanese have of India when it comes to business, and what is the image India has when it does business with Japan? Some would say slow, some would say, I mean, let me ask you.
That also means that he didn't get the answer from him, so he's coming to me. You see, if I can take a poll over here for all the Indians who are sitting around, and if I was to ask the 3 words to describe Japanese people and Japanese culture, and please don't mind Japanese people, I'm talking in your favor. The 3 words that will come is, it's very slow. It's very hierarchical. And they're never ready. And I would say that we have to be very careful interpreting these 3 words. Slow does not mean they are lazy. Slow means that they are looking for perfection. There's nothing wrong in that. Hierarchical does not mean that they are bureaucratic. Hierarchical means that they are inviting multiple viewpoints to the decisions that they have to take. Is there anything wrong in that? Not ready does not mean that they are risk averse. Not ready just means that for them, a product has to be 100% repeatable and replicable. Now, that's our impression of Japan. So we have to pivot ourselves to understand when you are interpreting them, be careful that you don't very quickly bundle them in one corner and say, oh, they are slow. There is a reason why they are slow. There is a reason why they are seeking perfection, because that's how they have built their country. The same country that we are in so much awe of, the same country that we believe is going to give us the technology. You can't say, I want everything else, but I will not take the foundational blocks that got you there. That cannot happen, guys. So that's the one piece of advice I'll give you. And I've lived in Japan for 12 years. So when I talk about this, I talk with an immense amount of passion. Equally so, when we are looking from the Japan side to India, yeah, it is a jugaad culture. Yes, it is about trying to find a solution quickly. Yes, 80% is good enough. Why do we have to wait for 100%? Let's get it started.
Yes.
Our product is not filling today. No, when it fails, we'll deal with it. Let's launch the product today. That's not how Japan works. So we have, and I'm not professing either of this is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that we have to communicate. We have to isolate the problem. So one example, you'll say I'm talking very high level. One example of this is that when you say that they are taking a lot of time for decision, you have to understand if there are 20 people that needs to take the decision. Our job as Indian bring the Indian culture, is to understand who are those 20 people who are the decision makers. And you have to say, instead of going to person 1, get answer, go to person 2, get answer, that's slow. You impress upon them that let's go to all 20 people together. So easier said than done, but what I'm saying is, see, we have to work in their culture with them. And likewise, they have to work in our culture with us. That respect, I think there is a lot of gap. That mutual understanding is a big gap. So language is a starting point. Language is an interpretation of understanding all of this. But beyond that, I think we have to dig deeper. And we should never leave ourselves with this excuse to say that, I don't understand what this person is saying. No. It's not the language which is the problem. It's the culture which you're not understanding. So I would strongly urge all of us, and also the people on the other side of the table, to come midway. Picking up again from Faisal's point, to come midway, because there is never going to be a bigger opportunity for two countries to get on.
Faisal, I'm going to throw this to you in a different way. There's ease of doing business and there's unease of doing business. What's the ease of doing business here and what's the unease of doing business when you come to India, Japan?
I don't have a very sophisticated answer, but let me try again. I think one of the unique factors, and I say this on empirical experience, one of the unique features of this very unique market, this very unique geography we call India, and it's very unique, even amongst emerging markets, is that as a market, it disproportionately rewards a good business model. And it super quickly punishes a not good business model. So I'm simplifying it, of course, but therein, in that simplification lies my starting point. And this is not true of just the Japanese, even Indian businesses. You need to fit your business model, your value proposition, your price points, your delivery speed to India's uniqueness and be able to play at population scale. Because given the accepted price points here, you're not going to be able to use a developed country value proposition or story, at least for the next 20 to 25 years. And there are innumerable cases, including Japanese companies, where if you've been able to customize your business model to this market, the rewards have been disproportionate. And I can take examples as well, so on that front. That's the limited point I'd like to make.
Thank you. You had mentioned earlier about this lowest, you're talking of deep tech and high engineering, but low prices and lowest tender, the L1 phenomenon that's there. How does India move out with Japan from this low-end value to being the frontier of engineering and frontier of all that that is of value with Japan?
I think look, honestly, it's a complex question because this is not just about me saying what is my wish list. It's also got to do with the policy, it's got to do with the sector choices, etc. But I would only say one thing, that as policymakers, as industry leaders, we all have to constantly think about what are the sectors in which, when we are bringing this technology translation into India, how do we, somebody was making the point, I think it was Mr. Rajiv Kumar, ex-chairman Niti Aayog, who was making the point that you need to provide the ring fence to that industry. And almost, spoon feed is a wrong word, but a ring fence to that industry that it catches the right route and then builds from there. So if you are thinking of bringing a space technology, bad example, we are already the leaders, but just to, you get the drift of my point. If you're getting a high tech to come into market and make them compete with an L1 tender, where somebody who is unverified and unclaimed says that I can also do this, then you are never going to have participation from the best technology companies here, because the technology comes at a certain price. And if you are trying to get the technology involved and embedded into India, there is a certain price of initiation you will have to pay. You can't circumvent that. And provocative point I'm making is that we have to be very careful that as a belligerent young nation, we always don't want to bully this around. Just because we are young, just because we have opportunity, and just because we are so fertile, we can't just go and bully people around that you have to do business at our terms, because the best of the businesses will not come. At the end of the day, capitalism speaks. at the end of the day, profitability and attractiveness speaks. No matter how much cultural, and the exact example that Faisal gave about the disparity between China and India, if India is so culturally aligned and so psychologically balanced with Japan, why isn't all the Japanese investment coming to India? Why is it going to China, which is so disbalanced? Because there is a commercial attractiveness. And we as an Indian diaspora have to make our market commercially attractive. That's the fundamental point.
I'm just going to do a final round. I know our time's up. Faisal, to you. If you had to look, you're an entrepreneur. If you had to advise someone, which would be the 3 exciting areas you would say the potential that is there in the next 5 years? You have this huge investment being promised by Japan. If you had to start business, what would you do here?
Raj, I'm going to give you one. I could go into the fashionable areas and talk about EV and renewable energy and the rest of it, and that's all great. But perhaps I'm bringing a counterintuitive point. I think the area where India is set to generate incredible growth, and perhaps at this point difficult to imagine growth, is agriculture. It's one of these, segments which is always pushed aside. It is across the board the largest producer. It's the food basket of the world, and we are amongst the lowest productivity in terms of tons per hectare, amongst the lowest. And yet, in terms of absolute numbers, we're the largest producers of wheat or rice or pulses. Agriculture is in a good sense, a bomb waiting to explode.
Wow.
And I think Japan can bring capabilities here in terms of mechanization. It can bring capabilities here in terms of agrochemicals, in terms of very, very focused precision crop protection, seed. And this is often missed. Not just that, I'm talking about agri-waste.
Right.
The ability to take agri-waste and convert it into clean steam or clean power is untapped. And this is not going to take 10 years or 15 years. These are not long gestation stories. They're ready to happen. India is in many ways a very mature agriculture nation. So I would go with agriculture. And I believe that's really the story going forward.
Well, we have stubble burning, and if we can get Japanese
Absolutely.
technology to turn it into bales and use it for generating fuel, will be a great example of that. Alok, if you are a young entrepreneur, leave aside your NEC thing, and you had to start business, what would be the 2 or 3 areas you would say, wow, in the next 3 years, I got to do this? Which would that be between?
I think, so he took the, that was my first answer. But I think medtech is another one. Health tech is another one that has huge potential and opportunity, because health is a sector that touches everybody's nerves, right? It is, we've all experienced through the pandemic time, how a health services sector fails at scale. We have seen that. When I say fail, I don't mean to say everything, but it was suboptimal in terms of demand. So I think health tech is another space where a lot can be done, and technology can play a big role in just simply connecting information. I'm not talking about putting hospitals. Of course, we need all of that too, but just optimizing the usage of the assets that are already invested in. We are hugely suboptimal. If you go to government hospitals, you will see at any given point of time there is probably their utilization is at 30%. And the worst part is we don't know that it's 30%. You don't know that 70% is unutilized. And how do you connect that to say that if there is a bed available, how do you make sure that the patient can be transferred? Right. And I think that the democratization of information in the health tech alone, at the most basic level, can create take away a lot of pain points for our society.
Excellent. We could have had a 1-hour session. I'm sure all of you all are very interested in. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these 2 gentlemen a very, very warm round of applause. I think they've brought so much light, shown so much light. Let the sun never set on India-Japan relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Mr. Ashraf, please stay back on stage for a moment. I'd like to call Mr. Ram Suresh Akela, Executive Officer of Marketing at Maruti Suzuki India, to hand over a token of appreciation. I would request everyone to settle down, please, as we move to the last session. And while I know we are all waiting for dinner, the last session is on Japanese cuisine. And we know that how Japanese cuisine has been becoming popular in the country. Several Japanese restaurants are opening across. The Indian consumers too have moved beyond sushi, and there is growing love for udon, tempura, sashimi, and of course the beloved matcha tea. Our next session, Fine Dining, when curry rice meets sushi, explores the similarity between Indian-Japanese palate and how to extend the appeal of this food beyond metros. To take the discussion forward, I would like to invite the session speakers, Mr. Sandeep Arora, founder of Spiritual Luxury Living and consulting editor at Whiskey Magazine UK, Mr. Suvir Saran, Michelin star chef and culinary director at Bastion Hospitality, and Mr. Harry Casato, Director, India Representative at Kikkoman, India. Moderating this session will be Sonali Acharji, Senior Associate Editor at India Today.
Good evening, everyone. I'll start this session with a personal anecdote. In 2016, I came across a documentary on Japan on Netflix, and it was called Wild Japan. And it had footage in it of these red crown cranes, which are migratory birds. They come to the island of Hokkaido every year. And when they arrive, they do this little celebratory dance just to celebrate being together. And I saw that footage and I fell in love and I said, I want to go there. So the next year I land in a village called Kushiro, which is where the cranes come, and I get to the point where they arrive. And all around me, as far as I can see, there's just ice and it's glittering like diamonds in the sun. And then these 100 cranes, they come sweeping down and they land and they're just dancing all around me. And every year, all the media channels send a lot of photographers to capture this moment. And so one photographer turned to me and said, "You look cold." And I was, because I severely underestimated the Japanese winter. But he offered me a little sip from a hip flask. And the reason I say this is because that moment was very significant in my life for two reasons. One, it was the most intensely romantic moment of my entire life, and let's hope my husband isn't watching this. But secondly, I realized you don't need to share the same language to communicate, to bond. You just need a little bit of whiskey. And as I discovered on that trip, Japan has a lot of great whiskey, and so I came back with many, many friends. But I also came back with a little bit of surprise, because it's no secret Indians love their whiskey. And yet Japanese whiskey remains relatively unheard of. So I thought perhaps we could start our conversation from here. Mr. Arora, what would you say to somebody who hasn't discovered the world of Japanese whiskeys? What do you think they're missing out on?
I don't think there are any words, there are only expressions. All of that. Essentially, it's interesting what you mentioned, because the Japanese themselves for a long time really didn't feel very comfortable with their own whiskies. But that was way back. They still produce some great whiskies, but unfortunately, within Japan, there was too much love for Scotch. In fact, some of the biggest Japanese whiskies were importers of very high-end single malts from Scotland. Over time, things changed, and Japanese, being extremely patient and astute marketeers, started creating a global buzz with whiskey. And it's more severe subject, but one of the reasons why the Japanese got so much accomplishment abroad was the food. Wherever there was a Japanese restaurant, where there was Japanese outlets, the whiskey went in. So interestingly, now I think things have changed. Japanese have taken a pole position when it comes to whiskeys. They're right at the top end. Of course, recently a Macallan 1926 was sold for almost about 6 crores a bottle. A cask of Ardbeg was sold for 16 crores for 455 bottles. But the Japanese, with what they're doing, I think they've taken a super premium slot, more the luxury slot. And what is imperative is that not only the premium brands like Suntory and Nikka, there are lots of bespoke boutique brands which are coming up. And they're finding their way across. So I think now the awareness levels have multiplied. India also, it's a great category.
Regretfully, we just get very few brands to come to India. Should change in the next few years, but the popularity is very high.
And do you think Japanese whiskeys are suited for Indian food?
Absolutely.
That's a good pairing.
So interestingly, as I mentioned to you, the Japanese craft their whiskies around nature, seasons, and fragrances. So the Japanese don't make a whiskey by calling it a region from Hokkaido or something. The distillery happens to be based there. But nature and Japanese, like you mentioned, you were in a cold winter. The Japanese have 26 seasons. We recognize most the summers and the autumns, but they have 26 seasons. So the Japanese whiskies are crafted around nature, sun, season, and temperance. And all the flavors are so robust, rich, that they go absolutely sublime with great food. Not just Japanese food, but even Indian food. I'm not too confident of a Rogan Josh or a butter chicken as yet, but definitely a lot of sublime flavors will go with whiskies. They're very confident. They're very confident whiskies. They're not easy to give up. And they will be persistent like the Japanese to keep pairing and evolving the pairing platform.
And what would be a good starter whiskey for someone to start off with?
We were recently associated with the launch of Yamazaki 18. The bottle is just 5 lakhs in India. Would you, somebody could look at that. At this point in time, in the Indian market, the good ones, about 5 whiskies are available. So it's a limited choice thus far. It's Yamazaki, Distillers Reserve, Toki, Suntory, and Hibiki. And of course, Rokujin is there, which is there. So starting point could be, if you like, if you have a palate for an evolved blend, then Hibiki is one. I think anybody who wants to start Japanese whiskey should not contain themselves to what's in India. There's a whiskey called Hakushu, which is fantastic. There are recently ones like Karazuawa, which cost up to 40 lakhs a bottle. Maybe not a starting point, but those are Ichiban, some of the really nice whiskies. So I think it's more palate-based, and what you need to do is go beyond. Nikka Taketsuru, 17 years old or 21 years old, very sublime, receptive, easy drinking whiskies. And all of them are in limited shortage form.
So one part of Japanese cuisine, which we're already very familiar with, is its food and its ingredients. We have DIY sushi kits all over Amazon now. But Mr. Saran, do you see this demand, which is definitely there in the bigger cities, but do you see it sort of percolating down to other towns as well?
In India, we're in a very funky space in the world of food. I think the Japanese will not be very happy seeing our food going to these smaller towns and becoming bastardized version of food, not just Japanese food. Because the Japanese work very hard in creating purity of flavor, purity of experience. They spend lifetimes perfecting things. In India, we are in a fusion moment. In the West, the word fusion is a dirty word. Fusion, confusion, fusion taking over history, making it dirty, making it dark, unhealthy. In India, it's thriving because of those things. Dalda, bad ingredients, analogous dairy, they're all thriving because we're pouring things that mask flavor, mask hideous ingredients, and then you can label them Italian or sushi, and people think they're eating something exciting. So I think, the world of food everywhere is in a very dark moment, but in India, that dark moment is persisting a little longer. And I think because of India Today and Spice Magazine, where Chunki, the editor, does a good job about introducing ingredients, I think we need to take our people back to a conversation on what ingredients really are. Whether it's Japanese or Indian, we need to talk about what real ingredients are. So I think there's no bandwagon saying Japanese food is going to go to Hathras and Meerut and Bhadoi and become something incredible. It will be sushi, dal chawal sushi.
It's a thing already, dal chawal sushi.
That's what we are seeing, getting a lot of palpable oxygen. But that's not what's going to make Japan happy or India healthier. So I think we really need to do a lot more work. And I was telling Harry from Kikuman that we should educate the Indians, small-town Indians with hunger for living and loving and sharing and caring about the magic of Japanese condiments. Because with little bits and bobs of those in our food can take them to heightened level of pleasure. And that's what Japan can do for us.
You know, it's interesting you talked about health, and we know that the Japanese live the longest, so they're obviously eating something
In
which
some places,
we aren't.
I'm the only chef on the board of Harvard Medical School teaching nutrition. Ikunawa is the exception. The Japanese don't always have good health. Because they're also consuming a lot of ingredients that are healthy to begin with, but mindlessly.
Yeah.
So Ikunawa is very Buddhist, Zen, and it's a different kind of Japanese food.
So, Hari-san, from the Japanese pantry, for somebody who is interested in investing in health and well-being, we mindlessly buy matcha and green coffee and so on. What would you recommend? What do you think is a...
I think the most important thing, in my opinion, is time. I mean, good things take time. I don't know, some of you I know. I have been in India 16 years. I think my journey is just starting, right? Kikkoman soy sauce, as you may know, has a 350-year-old history. 350 years. Can you imagine?
Very young.
Very young. And in fact, Japan has the most number of companies which are 100 years old. And in fact, to brew Kikkoman soy sauce, it takes over 6 months to do. Now, the soy sauce that you may be consuming in India maybe takes a day, because it's not, in my opinion, really soy sauce. It's actually something else. They don't actually call it soy sauce. It's called, if you look at the label, it says dark sauce #1, right? So, I mean, it's a theme throughout today. It does take time, and it's also the choices that you make. And it's not only Japanese cuisine, but it's also the ingredients, right? Why is it that in India, we can't get the best tuna or the best sashimi or whatever the case may be? There are obviously challenges that we have faced, and there are logistical challenges as well, but it's also the consumer needs to be educated more. If the consumer wants it better, then we should have the opportunity for the better options to be there. But looking at health, back to your question, I think it's more about, making sure that the choices that you make every day is of a healthier choice. And that's also healthy drinking, healthy eating, healthy sleeping, healthy, conversations, good conversations, all the good things in life. In fact, I've, after leaving Oxford, 30 years, do you know how many days 30 years is? It's 10,900 X number of days. And I think it's a repetition of doing the good things every day, as a chef knows, That's the thing, that health comes from that. Health comes from good habits, good ways of spending time, And that, I think, has to be also educational-wise. People need to realize in India, and I think people are ripe for that kind of huge change in India, where we demand more. We want the best ingredients. Ask your chef, ask your restaurant, are they using the best ingredients?
But one of the things as a consumer is price. If you're going to ask me to buy the best quality soy sauce, it's expensive. But personally, I feel when I know the philosophy or the spiritual context for a lot of Japanese food, that appeals to me more, and I want to invest a bit more in my ingredients. The actually making dashi, which is your stock, if you spend enough time, it's very stress busting, it's relaxing. Do you think as a restaurateur, talking a bit more about the cultural context of foreign food can add to its appeal?
So shoyu, soy sauce, doesn't have to be expensive. When you buy good quality shoyu, which is in dark brown sauce number 1, 11, 12, or 31, you use drops of it. And when you touch anything with that little jammy soy sauce, which is thicker than any chutney you've ever eaten in your life, one drop gives you tripti, satiety, and it doesn't cost that much. When you're cooking mindlessly, pouring ingredients that aren't real, you can keep adding them. You ingest food in large amounts. You become obese like I am, as I eat mindlessly, and you lose track of what reality is. The Japanese, what they've done through their lifetime is chase purity, chase tradition, culture. The human being has been reduced to nothing. They've lived for the emperor first, now the nation, and everything has been drawn by that. I've spent a lot of time with them, worked with 3 Michelin star chefs, 2 Michelin star chefs. They're not thinking about them. For them, it's the intensity of how purely they have to protect their old foodways. In India, we have Ayurveda, which actually Japanese borrow from. Buddhism took a lot of Indian traditions to Japan. Mount Hiei was the first place where Buddhism arrived. They've used Ayurveda, but not in didactic principles, but about being mindful. And that's what we have to employ. Buy good ingredients. A little bit goes a long way. And once you understand how to play with them, it's not about price. It's about fulfillment and the time. The word he used was time. When you eat together, understand what you're eating. You talk about it. You eat as a family, a community, and a neighborhood, and a state. You get to that Ayurvedic way of living, where yogic way of being. And India is ready for that, I think.
Do you ever have these conversations with your customers at your restaurant?
I do, and I actually am one of those bad chefs who tells my customers, come to me once a month, once in 6 months. Eat at your dining tables, buy good ingredients, cook as families, celebrate your everyday meal. Think about it. Don't be in a treadmill eating and ingesting food like you're inhaling. Just pay attention. And I tell them, don't come every day to a restaurant. When you eat as a family, when you eat as communities, you celebrate your local festivals. You're a more mindful society, healthier, and not having metabolic syndrome like we do in India. We were there. We were one of the world's best societies. But we've taken all the bad practices of America. We are now mirroring the American poor food habits.
And also, I mean, what Mr. Arora said about seasonality, a lot of Japanese food and the ingredients they use is based on seasons. Do you think it's worth remembering the seasonality of produce in India as well then?
Of course, Indian food is all about that. I crave having
There is
mutton.
an overlap. There's common ground there.
Color. You know, the Japanese believe in 5 elements coming on a plate. We are all having matcha tea, matcha ice cream, matcha shampoo. The Japanese don't insult matcha with that. They put matcha in a bowl. The brush has to have a rhythm to it. The bowl has to be moved. You first show the person sitting in front of you the perfect side of the bowl. Then you move it to yourself. Then you enjoy the cup. Then you put it in your mouth. It's a 20-minute sip. And that's what they do. They're not drinking 10 cups of it in a day. In 1 month, they'll have one. But it's how you go about doing it. And I think people just have to get, it's all about changing not Chunki just said to me, let's do a piece on what trends and fads we'll be doing in 2024. And I always say we shouldn't be chasing fads, chase lifestyle changes, evolve as humans.
So, I mean, you mentioned the word bastardization of food, and that's already happening. We do have dal chawal sushi, we have ramen dosas, but there are ways.
But I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, if you look at Italian pasta, right, which is found in Japan, you can find good Italian pasta which is Japanized, right?
Like croissant.
Yeah, or croissant, whatever the case may be. So I think the bastardization is one extreme, and I think 80% is sort of the sort of cuisine of Japan, and 20% is localization. I think that's fine, and that's no problem. And going back to what you said about price, I went to 3 Indian weddings over the weekend in Kolkata and in Mumbai. And my God, how much money they spend? It's like $1.5 million for 2 days. Like, this is something wrong, I think, you know. Where the money is, I don't mind that show off, but I think, you know, maybe there is a way, even in food, to make it reasonable. Actually, sushi, it was a reasonably priced food. And maybe you know, it used to be in Edo, that it was a street food. I mean, I also run India's largest sushi business called Sushi and More. And the whole point is Jain, veg, non-veg sushi, we're affordable. That's the whole point. I wanted to come to India and want people to have reasonably priced food. Why is it the Nobus and the Zumas, and why are they so expensive? Like, I don't think, I mean, it's great, you know. Once a year, you might go have a 400-pound meal or $400 meal. But why can't you have a nicely priced sushi or nicely priced tempura, which is maybe 20% Indianized? I think that's fine. But I think restaurateurs have to change. The consumer has to change. Importers have to change. You know, all of these have to change. But I think after 16 years in India, I'm pleased to say, more Indians are going to Japan. Japanese are going to India. The whiskey is coming. People like him is talking about whiskey. I could not imagine this 16 years ago. So I feel that the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 30 years, as in the conversations we've had in the previous conversations of today, I'm very excited. And I'm so happy to be in your country, that I feel welcome, and I feel that you also please be the force of change. Demand better ingredients, demand better food, demand better whiskey. That doesn't have to be expensive.
So, about coming back to fusion food, are there certain Indo-Japanese combos or pairings which you could perhaps suggest that we might want to try out in our kitchens?
I think you see, food is so personal, right? I mean, some person will like one dish and another person will like another dish. I think it's just finding your own niche. Then that means, like what he was saying, cooking at home. Being with your family. It doesn't have to be, every day you're going out to some bar or pub. You can go home and cook. Enjoy that moment. Have that whiskey at home. Have that small conversation. I think that's what we're trying to say. I think Japanese are good at that kind of way of life.
Yeah.
Tempura.
Yeah.
Indian pakoras.
Yeah.
Gyoza, momos. But gyoza in India has become a terrible version of momos, which are not very exciting to begin with. The gyozas of Kyoto were cooked for miko-sans. There are these geishas in training, and they have these small mouths. They don't open their mouths wide, so the dumpling has to be taken in without them opening their mouth. So that's what a gyoza is all about, tiny bite. They're cooked in a pan in 7 minutes, no deep frying. The pan makes them crusty, crispy, moist, all juicy, all in one bite. India, we are deep frying them. First we steam them in a pan, then we deep fry them in a pot. We haven't understood what a gyoza is. So I tell people, go read a book, travel, study, and then bastardize the dish. But at least you're doing what it is meant to do. And then it's magic. Then fusion is amazing.
Yeah. No, I think it's beautiful because I saw this Instagram reel. Again, a lot of my context comes from Instagram. But it was a Punjabi grandmother and she was rolling sushi with her grandchildren. And it was a way to bond, actually.
It is. I think we need more. And sipping alcohol. So I told somebody that, being on the board of Brigham and Women, Harvard, nutrition, we have the dirty data, that's truth, that sipping alcohol in moderation is better for you than not sipping alcohol. I'm a cardiac patient from the age of 13. My cardiologists in New York and Delhi tell me, drink every day, and I don't. But actually you must. And it makes you calmer, better.
Is that true? It makes you calmer, better?
Sure. So one of the interesting things is what they talked about is ingredients. Not typically so. For a long time, we were all single malt snobs. There was a misconception that if you drink single malt, you're right there. If you blended whiskey, you don't know what you're talking about. In the 20 years that I've been in whiskeys, I've had a lot of people who say, I don't drink whiskey, I drink scotch. Right? But the Japanese were the first ones, something which was very interesting. Grains, which is single grain whiskies, were not respected in the world of scotch. A 50-year-old grain whiskey would cost just 50,000, and a 50-year-old single malt would cost about 35 lakhs. What the Japanese did, which was a huge contribution to the world of whiskeys, they brought respectability to grain. So there are whiskeys like Nikka coffee grain or some of the other ones. So the humble grain, which could be wheat, maize, it could be anything, that ingredient was put together. So a lot of people forgot the fact that this is not a single malt, it's a single grain whiskey. And that whiskey also became much more popular because the grain itself had so much of taste. It was delicious. You were almost chewing on the whiskey and just sipping it out. And because the taste left so much profound presence in your mouth that you enjoyed it with the next food coming through. You didn't have to be an Ardbeg or a Lefroy to be absolutely a peat monster. But this was one very interesting factor when you talk about ingredients. In a very different, distinctive example, the single malts stayed where they were, but the grain rose from 2 to 20 and gave the consumer a far more bigger palate. And that was where the pairing started, the other thing started. The other factor was that for a long time, we all felt in between 2012, 13, 14, 15, we felt that you graduate your palate. You first drink a blend, then you drink a single malt, then you drink a Glenfiddich 12, and then when you're a dude stuff, you want to do a Harley Davidson bit, you then drink a smoky whiskey. And that's where you're right, up there. But the Japanese bought these very rich whiskeys, like even the Yamazaki range, the Hakushu range. These whiskeys were absolutely the ultimate. They stayed, they had a presence, and they had respectability. And what they did was they didn't compromise on the image of the whiskeys. So when the Yamazaki 18 was declared the best single malt in the world 2013 or 14, the Japanese didn't raise the price, but the Russians bought 100,000 cases and raised the price. So these people didn't do it. But today they are such smart marketers that the Yamazaki, 25 years old. I'm also the only Indian judge on the World Whiskey Awards, which happens every year in London. We tasted this whiskey and 29 out of 42 judges felt there was something about whiskey number X. And later we discovered it was Yamazaki 25, which became the best in the world. They still didn't raise the price. But the retailers and everybody else, from 40,000 equivalent to Indian rupees, it became 7.5 lakhs a bottle. And no ingredients change, just the positioning perception which went in a different way. And those whiskies you were not pairing. You were just enjoying them for what they were because they were patient. And a 25-year-old whiskey is a different experience altogether.
Yeah.
So
I think this conversation on enjoyment, awareness, mindfulness, these are things that we all need to bring to our lives and kitchens. And it's really exciting that a lot of Japanese ingredients are now available. 10 years ago, I got 5 kilos of anko into India. Now it's available on Amazon. So I'm sure more will come, and I'm sure we have a lot to learn from Japanese cuisine. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all you've shared. Thank you.
Wasn't that a wholesome discussion? I hope this session has really whetted your appetite for a delightful Japanese dinner. Thank you, Mr. Arora, Kusato-san, and Mr. Saran. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Fazal Ashraf, MD of Mitsui & Company India, to hand over the token of appreciation. Before we proceed, I would like to express my gratitude to our audience for spending their day with us at this very long event. A big thank you to all our panelists for sharing their perspective and our moderators for facilitating the discussions. Let us also take a quick moment to extend our thanks to our sponsors, presented by Maruti Suzuki, Social Innovation Partner NEC, Partner Larsen & Toubro, Associate Sponsor Government of Uttarakhand, Technology Partner Hitachi, Partner State Tamil Nadu, Celebration Partner Radico. I have gained a lot from this conclave and I hope you did too. Here's to Indo-Japanese collaboration onwards and upwards. Now please join us for cocktails and dinner and see you next year. Thank you everyone.
#1 makers of SUVs. The #1 makers of SUVs.